All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live, and today we have a live commentary stream for you guys today, the last of the weekend for NASCAR at Las Vegas. It's the running of the Pennzoil 400 in a little bit here this afternoon for the third race of the NASCAR Cup Series season. In this pre-race coverage, I'll have all predictions for you guys as far as who I think will run well, not run well, potential sleeper picks, for a maybe outside shot at a win, but at the very least, a good solid day today, and much more. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more NASCAR content every NASCAR race weekend for NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series races, as well as Cup Series practice and qualifying live streams, as we have done so far this weekend. 3 streams down, 1 more to go, and that will be today's race. Weather is clear by way of rain, so we will get all 400 miles and 267 laps in under the scheduled distance today with no interruptions. Thanks for everybody tuning in here. This is, again, the 4th live stream of the weekend. We had commentary, 2 of them yesterday, 2 streams for the Xfinity race yesterday evening. And then middle of the afternoon yesterday, the NASCAR Cup Series had their practice and qualifying session at Vegas. First time we've ever done a practice session live stream on the channel. So I'm glad that a lot of you guys actually tuned in for that. And again, it's kind of something new, obviously, that we're doing this year. So if you are a regular viewer of the channel and still are not aware of that, every NASCAR Cup Series practice and qualifying will be live streamed on the channel from here on out the rest of the season. So with that being said, based off of what we saw yesterday in on-track activity and prior years at Las Vegas, mile-and-a-half racetrack, specifically with this next-gen car, I have my predictions. I am set to go for today's race, and I feel very confident in my predictions this week, to be completely honest. That is for the don't-haves, the sleepers. I'm out of the sleeper picks, I'm probably the least confident in, but the must-haves I feel very confident in. And I actually feel, believe it or not, fairly confident in the don't-haves, at least to go 2 for 3 this week. Season stats so far, let me pull them up real quick because I didn't have them on my notes page, but I left them on a separate Google Docs page. So predictions for this year, this is what we're sitting at. NASCAR Cup Series wise, for the must-have picks, I'm only 3-5 this season, so that is where we are lacking. Must-haves is drivers that typically, on more often than not cases, finish inside the top 10, for instance. And that's what we base those off of. So you have, your former champions, drivers who are established in the Cup Series, whether that be by consecutive deep playoff runs, drivers who have been to victory lane, at least a half a dozen times in their NASCAR Cup Series career. Those are drivers that I usually throw into the must-have category. Sleeper picks are drivers who don't necessarily run consistently towards the front of the field on a week in and week out basis. They may have a couple wins, may have no wins, may have been a long time since their last win. Those are going to be drivers that are going to be in the sleeper categories, and the don't-haves are just people who I think in general are not going to run well. And I usually try to stick with drivers who are proven veterans of the sport. I don't want to pick on low-hanging fruit, taking like a Spire Motorsports Chevy to, not finish in the top 10. And I will say with the don't-have picks so far this season, 4-0. I went 2 for 2 last week, 2 for 2 the week before that. And I've taken some notable drivers. Took Daniel Suarez at Daytona. He went around. He won at Atlanta the next week, but I didn't put him in the don't-have list for Atlanta, even though it was another super speedway, because the stats there were better than Daytona. That proved to be the case. Martin Truex Jr. I had on the don't-have list in each of the last 2 weeks. He has not finished in the top 10 yet this season, so we'll see if he can turn it around today. And Kyle Larson was on the don't-have list last week at Atlanta as well, got in a crash in the middle going of the race, and unfortunately for him, ended up finishing outside the top 20. Unfortunately for me, kept the streak alive there. So we'll start off with the don't-have picks right now, being that is where I'm undefeated, I guess, so far this season. We'll see if I go undefeated. I have 3 this week instead of 2. And I have one former champion and one either soon-to-be champion or is going to be the greatest driver in NASCAR history to not win a championship. And that pretty much name drops without actually naming their name who that driver is. We'll start with that driver, Denny Hamlin. I think Denny Hamlin's going to finish outside the top 10 today. And if you're like Keegan, he's actually pretty good at Las Vegas. I would argue that maybe he's not as good at Las Vegas as you would think. Toyotas in general have been very good on the intermediate tracks between last season, and obviously we haven't raced an intermediate track that is a non-drafting track yet this year, so it's kind of hard to base it off of with Toyotas having the new body. So a little bit of skepticism here, but based off the raw speed this weekend in particular, he's lagging well behind the other Toyotas in the field. Even the legacy cars are kind of outrunning him. Denny Hamlin has finished outside the top 10 in 8 of his last 12 spring races at Las Vegas. So again, spring Vegas races, last 12, he's finished outside the top 10 8 times. Going with the stats here, I think he's going to finish outside the top 10 again. And I mentioned briefly, but I didn't go into the statistical reasons as to why he isn't as good specifically this weekend, even in comparison to other spring races at Vegas. He qualified 28th, much worse than a lot of the other Toyotas. There were 4 Toyotas that qualified in the top 10, and he was by far the worst of the 8. 17th is where he was in 5 and 10 lap averages in practice, so short run speed just doesn't seem to be there, obviously not qualifying well. And the fact that the short run speed, again with the 5 and 10 lap averages being outside the top 15, is not good. He did make a 15 lap run. There were 14 cars that made a 15 lap average run yesterday, and Hamlin was the last of the 14. So speed is not there. Because there is speed in his teammates' equipment, I would have to imagine he'll probably have a setup similar to that of like a Christopher Bell or a Martin Truex Jr., who looked better yesterday than Denny Hamlin. And I think Hamlin's going to be running better than the 28th place position he qualified. I don't think he's going to be staying outside the top 20 for very long, but it's going to be a matter of how quickly he gets through the field. I can't change my prediction when the race starts, but if he is to get a top 10 finish today, I think he would have to show some vast improvement and cut his way through the field fairly quickly. And I'm not talking about just to get the 20th, in the first 5 to 10 laps of the race. I mean, he needs to get to the top 10 and get stage points before the end of stage 1. And if he doesn't, if he's struggling in traffic still like he was yesterday in practice, I don't see Denny Hamlin get the top 10. So he's going to be the first driver I have on the don't have list this weekend. Again, I'm 4 for 4 so far this season. I've picked notable drivers every week, so we'll see if I stay undefeated there. The most confident driver of the bunch that I have on the don't haves list this week is Alex Bowman. Have not picked Bowman for a don't have pick this weekend, and he did score a top 10, finishing second in the Daytona 500. Last week at Atlanta, he finished 27th. But if we look at the non-super speedway races since he came back from breaking a vertebrae in his back in a sprint car crash last season, he missed those 3 races, came back in the Coca-Cola 600. He's ran 21 races since he has come back from his injury on non-super speedway racetracks, and he's only scored 3 top 10s in those 21 races. Bowman, even though Hendrick Motorsports has been very good at Las Vegas the last several years, especially with the next gen, Bowman has a win at Vegas in the next gen. I just don't think Alex Bowman's the same driver, unfortunately, that he was before his concussion at the end of 2022 and then his sprint car crash last year. He has yet to go to victory lane since those 2 injuries have taken place over a year and a half ago. So unfortunately for Alex Bowman and Alex Bowman fans, I hate to see a driver go, on a downward spiral in top tier equipment when he has been capable in the past of running well. But I unfortunately think the injuries are catching up with Bowman. And because I haven't, I don't want to say picked on, but I haven't picked Bowman specifically for a don't have pick yet this year, I think this is the best weekend for me to do that based off the stats I just listed. So Bowman is a don't have pick. I would keep him away from your fantasy lineups today. Any sort of like top 10 bet you might make, I would stay away from Bowman. Denny Hamlin is a risky play. And it's probably going to trick you because I think he's like the 7th or 8th favorite to win the race today, still, even after qualifying 28th and as bad as he was in practice yesterday. Don't fall for that either. It's going to be a very risky decision. So I would stay away from Hamlin as well from your fantasy lineups. You can maybe use Hamlin as a garage driver just in case he does run well because there is capability there. The only problem with that is you end up using him potentially for one of your 10 usages on your fantasy team this year because you can only use a driver 10 times on the NASCAR website or NASCAR mobile app. So you wouldn't want to use him here today when his capability of a top 10 is like an 8th to 10th place finish. And because he starts in the back half of the field, he's not going to score as many stage points, at least in stage 1. So that's pretty much a given. Yeah, I wouldn't use him. There's going to be plenty of weeks where he's going to contend for race wins this season. And I just don't think today's one of them. And for that reason, you should probably stay away from him. And again, Alex Bowman as well. The other driver I have on this list is Brad Keselowski. Keselowski, 25th yesterday is where he qualified, so he'll be starting 25th today. 28th in practice as well. His teammate Chris Buescher wasn't that fast in practice either, but he picked it up, and Buescher randomly qualified inside the top 10. Buescher will be rolling off 9th today. So again, there's capability there, kind of like with Denny Hamlin, where his teammates did pretty well yesterday, but he did not. So I'm sure Keselowski may go to a similar setup to that of Chris Buescher, but it's very risky, I think, to place Brad Keselowski in your lineup. In his 4 starts with RFK Racing, he only has 1 top 10 finish. In fact, only 1 finish better than 17th place in an RFK Ford at Las Vegas. So again, 4 starts, 17th or worse 3 times, 2 17ths, a 34th, and then last year, the most recent race at Vegas in the fall, he did finish 4th, but I don't see that kind of speed this weekend. The Fords looked off yesterday in practice and qualifying too, I will say. Of the 3 manufacturers that are likely to go to victory lane today, well, there's only 3 manufacturers, but the 3 manufacturers that could go to victory lane today, I'd say Ford is probably the worst of the bunch to potentially win. The only Fords I can really see winning this race are Joey Logano or potentially Chris Buescher, but I still don't even like that as a good fallback. So not very high on the Fords this weekend. And Keselowski will be the one Ford on the don't have list. I just realized just now that I have 3 different manufacturers on the don't have list, so I like the variety there, and hopefully you guys do too. See your comments in the chat. Kyle Busch for the W, bank it. That's what Patrick Chadley says. That's a bold pick. He didn't look like. I don't think he's going to have a bad run today. I stayed away from him in my predictions talk because I really don't know what Kyle Busch is capable of today. I can see him easily finishing 6th through 10th or 5th through 10th today. I don't see him competing for a win necessarily. I think the drivers who I do have on the must-have list definitely more capable of getting the win. And I will say with the Cup Series win picks as well this season, I didn't go over that when I was going through the full season stats for my predictions this year. Since the Busch clash at the LA Coliseum, I picked Denny Hamlin to win that race. I picked Chase Elliott to win dual race number 1 at Daytona, finish 2nd. Cindric to win his dual race at Daytona, finish 2nd. Denny Hamlin to win the Daytona 500. He finished 19th, but he was in contention late for that wreck on the 8 lap to go mark when he got caught up in the big one. He was in the top 5 at the time. But needless to say, finished 19th. That's the worst finish. Last week, I picked Ryan Blaney to win, and he finished 2nd in the 3rd closest finish in NASCAR history. So the race winner pick, the guy I'm going to take to win the race today, more than likely is going to at least contend for the win based off of how my predictions have gone so far this season. It's just going to be a matter of, are we going to get a late caution? Is there going to be a mistake maybe on pit road that costs him, whether that be speeding or his pit crew? That could take a driver out of it. But because I think this is going to be the most tame race of the 3 that we've seen this season by way of race flow, with this being the first intermediate track, I definitely think this driver is going to lead some laps today, maybe go out, win a stage, score a lot of stage points at the very least. But so I feel confident with the win pick, and I feel confident with the don't have picks as far as not running well. We haven't talked about any of the sleeper drivers yet, so we'll get to that right now. For the sleeper predictions on the season, 3-2 record overall. Last week I went 2 for 3 on the sleepers, getting top 10 runs. The only one that didn't get a top 10 run last week was Corey LaJoie, and he was close. He finished 13th, but didn't quite get there. He did score some stage points in the race as well. So Corey LaJoie was the only one I missed on last week. I did have Eric Jones and Michael McDowell and Austin Cindric finishing in the top 10. McDowell finished 8th, came back from a wreck actually in the middle of the race, had a fast car though throughout. And then Austin Cindric also had a fast car and ended up with the top 5, 4th place run. So 2 for 3 last week. I do like Austin Cindric for another top 10 this week. I mentioned that the Fords didn't look great yesterday in practice, but he did qualify well, and he also finished 6th in the spring race at Phoenix last year. It was one of Cindric's actually better races last year on ovals. So I do like Cindric to at least get a top 10 finish today. The long run speed is going to be the question mark on that. 25th overall in practice. So obviously he's going to start up towards the front. He's got a good chance of getting stage points early. It's going to be how far back is he going to fall? Is he going to fall to like 12th place before he starts to taper off in speed? Is he going to fall to like 7th, 8th place before he tapers off in speed? Because I don't think he's going to hold it in the top 5 the whole day. Like he qualified in the 3rd place position. I don't see that happening, but I can see him getting a good finish. And I mean, he's done well for me when I picked him to either win or a sleeper pick so far this season. Again, 2nd in the dual race at Daytona when I picked him to win that one. And then I had him as a sleeper pick in the Daytona 500 in Atlanta. He finished 4th at Atlanta last week, and Daytona, and I know these are all super speedways, but still, Daytona in the 500, he was up in the top 5 on the last lap of the race, running 3rd or 4th, and then ended up getting that spin with Chastain on the final lap after a bad push from Corey LaJoie. So yeah, Cindric's had really fast cars this weekend, and kind of like Logano, it got a fast car. It looks like again this weekend. And I honestly probably I'm going to go out on the limb here and saying this, but I think Cindric has the second or third best chance of the four drivers to get a win today. I think on paper, with the momentum on his side, the speed he's got in the race car this weekend, and again, the lack of speed in the Fords, I don't really see a Ford going to victory lane today, but if I do see a Ford, if we see a Ford go to the victory lane, I think it's going to be Joey Logano number one, and probably Austin Cindric number two. Blaney was a little bit further behind them, did not qualify in the top 10, and he was actually slower than both of these drivers in practice as well. So, yeah, I would steer clear of Ryan Blaney for that reason, even though he's got good Vegas stats. This is actually his probably second best mile and a half track, only behind Texas. So I would, but anyway, not talking about Blaney necessarily. Cindric, I think, is a good sleeper pick. Another good sleeper pick for this week is Ty Gibbs. Gibbs qualified 8th. The Toyotas, for the most part, outside of Denny Hamlin, really look fast this weekend already in the minimal on-track activity we have seen. Gibbs was third fastest overall in practice, and his lap average speeds for 5, 10, and 15 lap averages also had him in the top 10. So just over the overall raw speed in the race car, I do think Ty Gibbs has a top 10 car. Interesting fact, going back to last season, because not really this season, he hasn't qualified in the top 10, but when he has qualified in the top 10 in his last 9 Cup Series starts, he has finished 12th or better 6 of those 9 races. So there is a good likelihood he is going to be flirting with the back half of the top 10 pretty much all day today, and I'm just going to go with the side that he will get a top 10 rather than not. So Ty Gibbs, Austin Cindric are going to be my 2 sleeper picks this weekend. Alrighty. So Cindric, Gibbs, sleepers. Don't have Denny Hamlin, Alex Bowman, Brad Keselowski. I've got 3 drivers who are my personal favorites to win the race today. And I'm going to start off with the 3rd driver on my echelon list of race winners today. And I think he's got the best chance to win of the Toyota drivers, and that's Christopher Bell. I think Bell's probably going to be the best Toyota driver in the race today. Finished in the 5th place position in the spring race last year at Vegas, and also finished 2nd in the fall race back to Kyle Larson. So 2 top 5s at Vegas last year for Christopher Bell. That's good. His last 4 races on mile and a half tracks, not counting Atlanta with the super speedway, but like traditional intermediate mile and a half race tracks, the last 4 he had last year, he won at Homestead, 2nd at Vegas, 4th at Texas, and 8th at Kansas. So 4 straight top 10s, 3 straight top 4 finishes on mile and a halves other than Atlanta on a drafting track. So I like Christopher Bell to have a solid run today. On track activity, again, the Toyotas outside of Denny Hamlin yesterday looked really, really good. There were only 2 cars individually that I feel completely confident one of them is going to get the win today, and I'll talk about them in a second. But Christopher Bell, I would probably put as that 3rd driver. Logano has had speed, but he hasn't been able to make it to the end of the race this year. And really, 2 instances, well, 1 instance wasn't necessarily his fault at Daytona. Maybe could have put himself in a better position, but it wasn't really his fault. Last week, it was his fault. So it looked like he tried to squeeze into a hole that wasn't there. He said he got tight, but you can always lift, and he never lifted. So definitely a mistake on Joey Logano's behalf that caused him to get taken out of a race in the middle going. He's got to get to the end of the race. I think he can have a good finish today, but I wouldn't put him in my top 3 to potentially win. Again, the Fords scare me a little bit this weekend, and we still haven't seen the Fords with their new body on an intermediate track in a race yet. So we'll see that here in really a little less than a half hour from now. Christopher Bell, yeah, I do like him. Also, I didn't mention yet, he was top 10 in 5, 10, and 15 lap averages, so kind of like Ty Gibbs, the speed is there for him to at least have a good day. And he was top 5 in 20 lap average, so even better on the longer run. So if we get a lot of green flag runs today, which by the course of the way the weekend has gone so far, if you've watched the NASCAR truck or Xfinity races with me or on your own, so far this weekend, there's been very few cautions, so I would probably lean towards that being the case again today. There were only 4 cautions in the spring race in Vegas last season. I would book Christopher Bell and having a good finish. He's going to have the speed to do it, and he proved it last year, getting 2 top 5s in the 2 races at Vegas. Again, 3 straight top 5s on mile and a half, so you got to go with Bell. And he won the most recent mile and a half at Homestead on top of that, which it has a little bit more wear and tear to it by way of tire fall off and overall grip of the racetrack than this, but this is probably right there behind it on that mile and a half echelon, either this or Kansas. And Kansas, he had an 8th place finish. He had a good car, top 10 that day too, so... going with Christopher Bell as my 3rd favorite to win the race today. My 2 favorites, and you can really coin flip these 2 to potentially win. This looks almost like a carbon copy of what we had going into last year's spring Las Vegas race, and that is going to be the Kyle Larson and William Byron show. I really do think that that's going to end up taking place again today. They dominated the Vegas races combined with each other. We'll start off with William Byron. Spring race last year, Byron got the win and led 176 of the 267 laps, so a dominating win, obviously, led over half the laps, clearly had the fastest car that day, and he did get a little bit of help on that final pit stop with a late caution where he beat Larson out of the pits after falling behind on a longer green flag run in the 3rd stage, but obviously had the faster car leading up to that point, fell behind at the wrong point in time, but his pit crew bailed him out. Byron's pit crew has noticeably been faster than Larson's with the next-gen car era, so I would trust them quite a bit to have a good day as well. Hendrick Motorsports has won the last 3 spring Vegas races, and that's not even counting Kyle Larson's win in the fall. They've won 4 of the last 6 races here. I also like Byron because he was very fast yesterday specifically, qualified 4th. He had the 2nd fastest 5, 10, 15, and 20 lap averages in practice, so Byron's going to be quick today. Definitely one of the quicker ones to win the race. But I'm going to go with the guy that has won up to Byron specifically at this racetrack, both this weekend and in his career. Sure, he's had a longer sample size in his career, but at Hendrick Motorsports, he's had less than a sample size that William Byron has at this racetrack. And Kyle Larson has won 2 races at Vegas, including the most recent one in the fall race last season. Kyle Larson finished 2nd in the spring race to that of William Byron last year. Byron was really nowhere to be found, at least in the winner's discussion in the fall race last year like he was in the spring race, but he did have a top 10 performance and ran there throughout the day. I think that would probably be the worst case scenario for William Byron today, but the long run speed and the short run speed with how good he qualified looks to be all there. Kyle Larson, same thing. Long run speed is there. He was the fastest 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25 lap average. Literally every lap average statistical category because nobody made a 30-lap run. I think the most anybody made was 27 laps in practice yesterday. And Larson was the fastest, again, in 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25 lap averages. Again, his 2 wins at Vegas came last year in the fall as well as 2021 in the spring. That was Gen 6, so I don't like to really, factor that in too much, but he did win here a 2nd time. Qualified 2nd this weekend. Short run speed's there also, as well as that long run speed. His last 14 races at Vegas is one of his better racetracks. With those 2 wins, he has 7 top 3 finishes in 14 races here. He's made 15 starts, but I excluded his first start with Chip Ganassi Racing just because he ended up getting in an incident in the early going. But yeah, so his last 14 races here, he's literally half of his last 14 races, he's finished in the top 3 at Vegas. So you could book him into having a good day. He's had 11 top 10s of those 14 races too, and he's only had 1 finish outside the top 10 with Hendrick Motorsports at Vegas in the 6 races he's ran here, and that was because of an incident in the middle going of a race. So, yeah, I definitely like Larson to have a good run. He was up towards the front pretty much for obviously a large majority of last year's races, but get this, he finished the top 2 in all 3 stages. So not only the race result, he finished 2nd and 1st in both Vegas races last year, but in the first 2 stages in both races at Vegas last year, he has 2 stage wins and 2 second place finishes in the stages. That is insane. He led 196 combined laps between the 2 races. He led 133 in the fall race he won, and then he ended up, I mentioned Byron led 176 laps in the spring race. Larson went on to lead 63 laps out of the laps led that Byron basically left on the table. So, I mean, between the 2 of them, they dominated this race. And that feels also very reminiscent of what we saw in the Xfinity race yesterday with JGR, where Chandler Smith and John Hunter Nemechek split to lead all but like 20 laps in the race yesterday out of the 200. I can see that kind of a performance out of Larson and Byron because they proved it in the spring last year. We haven't seen many cautions this weekend. We didn't see a lot of cautions in the spring race here last year. All the stats are kind of adding up to the fact that both of these guys are definitely the two odds-on favorites to win the race. Not just by me, Vegas Sportsbooks has them that way as well, as Larson number 1, Byron number 2, and I'm going with Larson to win the race as my number 1 for today. Races last year that it took Larson to win in, I picked him to win 5 separate races. He finished second or first in 4 of those 5 races, so I have a pretty good idea of knowing when Larson is on it on that specific weekend before the race starts, and I think he's on it this weekend. So, yeah, Kyle Larson is my pick to win, along with Byron Bell as the other must-haves. Again, sleeper picks, Austin Cindric, Ty Gibbs. And the don't have picks to finish outside the top 10 today include Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, and Alex Bowman. That's my full predictions. I know it's a lot to take in every weekend, but that is my predictions. Thanks for everybody tuning into the stream, by the way. Mike G, Terry Lewis, NASCAR Cup Series 2311 Racing. NASCAR Vintage 17, Villanor, Zavidero Racer, Jeff Sperry, Terry Lewis, TRG Tornado. Thanks for tuning in, guys. P-Shat, I saw you in the chat earlier. Ace Alshire, Dan Bowers. Thanks for tuning in. He's picking Larson. Zavi's picking Larson to win, too. NASCAR 2311 Cup Racing is going with Logano to win today. I think he's got the best chance of the Fords. And he has won at Vegas 3 times, but his runs in the next-gen car here aren't as good as his runs in the Gen 6. He did win a race with the next gen here, which would have been the fall race in 2022. But that's the only top 10 finish he's had with the next gen at Vegas. So it is a little concerning there, and concerning at the fact that, again, he has crashed the first 2 weeks of the season having a good car, and kind of got in his own way in the clash there with him and Ty Gibbs as well, maybe costing himself a shot at the win. So he's had good equipment to get it done, but he himself is not getting it done on the track so far this season. So that's why I didn't want to include Logano. He definitely would have been like that, like Group B, I guess, like of my A group of 3. He would have been like a second-tier driver to potentially win. So that's not a bad pick. JoJo says Larson also. Uncle Plane Guy, thanks for tuning in. It was Car Guy, now it's Plane Guy. Kyle Busch. Yeah, I talked about him briefly. I mean, he didn't qualify well. He has good stats at Vegas, very consistent in getting top 10 finishes. I think he's only had a couple of non-top 10 finishes in the last almost decade. So, you know, he's almost a shoe-in there. I didn't want to count him as a shoe-in this weekend because he didn't look quite as good yesterday. Both him and Austin Dillon were pretty similar in practice and qualifying, kind of in the teens. That doesn't feel like race winning to me. Qualified 21st. But I could see him having like a top 10 day. Again, a 6th through 10th day wouldn't surprise me out of Kyle Busch, but I don't see him up there in contention for the win necessarily. Billy Kramer's picking Byron. Yeah, a lot of you guys seem to be picking Larson or Byron. Look at the chat right now. It is a dead tie for who you think will win this race today. 45 votes have been casted so far. We'll close the poll at the end of stage 2 for who you think will win today's Cup race at Vegas. 36% with Larson and 36% at others. So we'll see. Byron at 16%. Surprised he doesn't have more. He won the most races last year too. Most of those were on intermediate tracks. So I do like Byron there. Most of Larson's wins were actually on short tracks last season, not including the All-Star race, which was also on a short track. He had 3 wins on short tracks if you do count the All-Star race. Logano 13% of the votes right now, but again, we'll have till the end of stage 2 there. Also, put in the chat if you want me to keep the poll in the chat during the live streams, or if you want me to put it in the commentary, or sorry, not the commentary. Let me rephrase that. Do you want me to put the poll for who you think will win in the chat during the course of these live streams, or do you want it in the community tab so you guys have a chance to vote well before the race? I've done both now. I did it as a test period to do it before the stream so far this season, but between the Xfinity race yesterday and today, I did it in the chat again, and I did it in the chat all year last year. I want to know what you guys think. I could do both. The only thing with that is that if I do both, I can't have as many options in this chat, and that's another reason why I like using the community tab, is because I can put a 5th option in there, so you get 4 drivers, and then you could specify specifically who you want to win in an organized manner there, rather than here, because I may see your comment here, but if the chat goes too quickly during the course of the race, which it does at times, which I don't have any problem with, comment all you mean, all by your guys' means, but it is harder for me to get to during green flag coverage, at least. Chat is easier for me. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Put in the chat. And we'll close it at the end of stage 2. We'll keep it open just because a lot of you guys aren't here before the stream starts, obviously. So, I might have it up for a day in the chat here, but if you don't, check out the stream, I think we usually have like maybe a dozen likes at the most before the stream starts. So we don't have many votes in that poll before the stream. And I've had this stream up for a few days now since the start of the weekend. So since before the truck race Friday night. So, I mean, it will be open for you guys to vote early. Just hopefully it doesn't time out after a certain amount of time. I haven't had that issue with it yet, so. Talk about McDowell winning. Well, I don't see that happening today. He does have a top 10 in the 2021 race here, but again, that was the Gen 6 era. So I don't like to include that necessarily, but he did run top 10 all of that race. The next gen has pretty much been in the teens or 20s when he ran at Vegas. I did look, though, because he qualified in the top 15. He's had better speed out of the gate this year, but we'll see how he does on an intermediate track today. Earl Arnold Jr., thanks for tuning in. I can vote in the community tab now. Yeah, you can. I mean, well, I don't have the poll up in the community tab this weekend. I did for the truck race, but I didn't for Xfinity or Cup. Mike G, thanks for tuning in. Frank Powers, welcome to the stream. Link and Kim Hollingsworth, also welcome in. We are not that far away from the drop of the green flag in today's race, and I do not have the coverage on yet. Late breaking news as well. I didn't talk about this driver in my predictions because I didn't really have a great feel of how I thought they were going to run today, but Ross Chastain is dropping to the rear of the field for the start of the race. Got about 5.5 minutes until the command yet. They just finished up with the national anthem, it looks like. But yeah, Chastain will be starting at the rear. I would assume it's because he failed pre-race inspection multiple times if I had to guess, but I didn't look too far in depth on that. I'll actually pull it up real quick on screen and we'll look at it together. But I do remember seeing that about a half hour before I started the live stream. Cup Series news. Yeah, Ross Chastain to the rear. Yeah, that's what I saw. It doesn't go in depth. Probably gotta click on it. It's just a header. Yeah, pre-race inspection. An issue with the wrap forced the team to rewrap the car, an unapproved adjustment. So it's an unapproved adjustment is the reason why, I guess, something with the wrap of the car, like the paint scheme wrap, apparently was not sealed properly or something that they felt that the team had to make the fix, and as a result of that, they're dropping to the rear. Also going to the rear of the field, which I knew this based off at least qualifying yesterday, and I had mentioned that, Rick Ware Racing's number 51 car, Justin Haley, unapproved adjustments. He didn't make a qualifying lap yesterday as a result of that. He did have practice time in that car, but with the adjustments made, they could not qualify the car, so that's why he's starting at the back, which he would have had to anyway. And Ryan Preece also did not qualify yesterday because he had actually crashed in practice. He's the only driver that will be in a backup car for this weekend. Only had about 3 laps of practice in, so Ryan Preece is going to have a very much of an uphill climb for today's race. You can listen to the race on MRN radio. I advise you not to do that. You can just listen to me talk throughout the course of the race. But if you're looking for visuals of the race today with my commentary, the race is on your local Fox affiliate. So big Fox for today's action. Looking to get the raw feed up here for you guys in matter of moments, hopefully. It wasn't working until the near end of stage 2 last Sunday. It's the only time we've ever had any issues with it this year. For speed weeks, all of our streams, it worked perfectly fine. It worked perfectly fine for Atlanta up until the Cup race last weekend. And it has worked so far this weekend with the 3 streams we have done as well. So hopefully we have a good start here for this Pennzoil 400, and we can get that to you ASAP. Obviously, the engines haven't fired yet as well, so could be some of the reason why not able to get it to pull up yet. Here we go. Yep, there we go. Hey, look at that. Raw feed works this week. It should every week, but I don't know. I don't make the rules of this stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have any timed sources inside of the race cars every weekend that I could just use my own raw feed, but they're forced to use NASCAR's on their website. Rob LaPopel. Thanks for tuning in. Is it Popel? It's not purple. I don't know why I said purple. Curious to know how that last name is pronounced. Still windy. It is windy at the track again today. Not as much as it was yesterday. They had 70-mile-per-hour gusts with winds near 35 miles per hour for practice qualifying as well as the Xfinity race yesterday. It was actually heavier during the Xfinity race than what it was for Cup practice and qualifying, which local time would have taken place in the late morning into early afternoon hours in the Las Vegas area. But as far as today goes, it's died down a little bit. It is still above 20-mile-per-hour winds today. And I think the gusts are around 40, but not near the 70 like we saw yesterday. Still going to be an issue for these drivers, but not as much of an issue. And honestly, I thought there was going to be more incidences yesterday at practice and qualifying. The only one we had was Ryan Preece on his third lap of Group A practice, going for a spin. I think we'll be relatively calm today. Let you listen into some of the broadcasts before we get this race going, and then we'll go through the starting lineup, obviously, as well.
Because if you can't do those two things, you're going to be stuck in the middle lane behind the guy that's running the middle lane behind, through 1 and 2 behind him. So you have to have a versatile car in order to make passes here, and there's only going to be a few cars that can do that.
All right, easy to say, but how intimidating is it to do that on this racetrack?
Gosh, this is an intimidating racetrack just because of the sheer speed that you have through the middle of the corner, and you add those bumps that Clint was talking about. It's just a really intimidating track to drive.
Restarts, watch out. Gonna be wild. All right, 400 miles in Las Vegas. The West Coast swing, now 2 races.
A lot of tumbleweeds, yep.
This is the first of 2. Let's go trackside.
Las Vegas Motor Speedway, this is the moment you have all been waiting for. Are you ready to get the Pennzoil 400 presented by Jiffy Lube started? Here to give the command to fire engines is All-Pro Las Vegas Raider A.J. Cole. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for! Drivers, start your engine!
That's pretty good. I give him a 10 out of 10 on that. That was pretty good. That was a great effort by A.J. Cole, punter for the Las Vegas Raiders, giving the command. Showgirl's trying to hold the hats on. You should have saw them yesterday with the 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It looked like they were about to fall over. I don't know how they not only kept them on, but kept their balance. And heels, nonetheless. I mean, I've never wore heels before, but on a banked racetrack on the front stretch too, they weren't even like, I don't know. I think they were further towards pit road today, but yesterday it was like by the pace car in the tri-oval. I don't know how they didn't fall over. More power to them. Strong. Those are some strong ankles. Much stronger than my ankles. I've always had weak ankles growing up as a kid. Like, I would sprain my ankle all the time playing sports growing up. broke my ankle a couple times. Like, I mean, I had weak ankles. I would not have been able to. I probably, even without like a giant like feathered hat, I probably would have lost balance trying to stand in the middle of the tri-oval on yesterday's Las Vegas surface. Couldn't get anyone better. I know. I'm surprised they couldn't get like Max Crosby or something. They had Dwayne the Rock Johnson for the Daytona 500. You couldn't get Max Crosby at Vegas. He must have had something else going on this weekend. Lovey Barkley, thanks for tuning in. Really grew out the beard. I did grow out the beard. I mean, I've had it. I've had it longer for a while. I'll either, well, I guess I forgot at the end of last season I did trim it. You are reminding me of that a little bit. It was longer before, but I usually keep the sides down. I don't like the sides getting bushy. I just like a little length on the chin. It makes it look like I actually have a jawline because I don't. So that's why I have the length on it that I do. Makes my jaw more established. All right, enough talk about weak ankles and jaw lines. Let's get through the starting lineup of today's Pennzoil 400 at Las Vegas. Three-time Las Vegas winner Joey Logano on the pole in the Pennzoil car for this race, trying to go for his fourth win at the track and his third in the spring, his most recent in 2022 in the fall. Kyle Larson, two-time Vegas winner to the outside of the front row. He is the most recent winner at the track, winning the fall race a season ago. Austin Cindric, William Byron in row 2. Byron, the defending winner of this race. Hendrick Motorsports has won the last 3 spring races, and Cindric with a top 10 run in last year's spring Vegas start as well. Bubba Wallace and Chase Briscoe will line up in row number 3. Wallace had a top 10 in one of his 2 Vegas starts last season. Martin Truex Jr., Ty Gibbs in row number 4. Row 5 is going to be Chris Buescher and Christopher Bell. Bell with 2 top 5s in his starts at Vegas last season. Chase Elliott and Michael McDowell will line up in row number 6. Elliott, a former winner at this racetrack. My bad. That is not true. I was thinking Kansas there for a second. He's not a former winner at Vegas, but we'll see if he can win today. He's the only current Hendrick Motorsports driver to not win at this racetrack. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Carson Hocevar in row number 7. Hocevar's had some good qualifying efforts this season. If he can make it to the end of the race, he might have a solid run today, and hopefully he can do so. Ryan Blaney and Daniel Suarez will line up in row number 8. Row number 9 is going to be Corey LaJoie and Tyler Reddick. Rounding out the top half of the field, Austin Dillon and Ross Chastain in row 10. Chastain will be dropping to the rear of the field for unapproved adjustments prior to pre-race inspection. Kyle Busch and Eric Jones will line up in row number 11. Busch, the Vegas native, multi-time winner at the track, trying to get another win here today, his first with RCR at Vegas. Alex Bowman and Zane Smith will line up in row number 12. Bowman won the spring race in 2022 here. That was the first race with the next gen. That was his most recent win in the Cup Series as well. Brad Keselowski and Josh Berry will line up in row 13. Keselowski, a multi-time winner at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, but has only had 1 top 10 finish in 4 starts with RFK at this track. John Hunter Nemechek and Denny Hamlin in row number 4. Hamlin, a former winner, but only 4 top 10s in the last 12 spring races. He's going to have an uphill climb starting deep in the field today. Noah Gragson with Harrison Burton to his inside. That will make up row number 15. Gragson was second fastest overall in practice, but obviously dropped down quite a bit in the qualifying order. So looking to build on that practice speed in today's action. Todd Gilliland, Kaz Grala will line up in row 16. Row 17 will be Derek Kraus and Daniel Hemrick. First career start for Kraus in the 16 for Kaulig Racing this weekend. Justin Haley and Ryan Preece in row 18. Preece crashed in practice yesterday. Only driver in a backup car this weekend. Justin Haley did not qualify. Unapproved adjustments after practice before qualifying, so that's why he's starting at the back. And then J.J. Yaley did not qualify yesterday. Did have some practice laps. He's the only non-chartered entry in this weekend's event. He'll be starting in 37th. The final stage will be 102 laps, making up our scheduled distance run.
Team, there's a lot of new guys on that team, including his crew chief Matt Swiderski. That win was a big confidence booster for them as they come not only to Atlanta, but get ready for the start of the rest of the season and try to grow as they work towards the playoffs as this year carries on.
Row number Number 9, Corey LaJoie, back-to-back top 15s for the first time in his career. And Tyler Reddick, who's been top 10 in 4 of the last 5 Las Vegas races. Jamie Little.
Like Tyler Reddick is one of those guys that just needs a reset on this season. The first 2 races of this year, he's finished 29th and 30th. And the team told me, though, they feel like they're much better than where they even qualified this weekend. Mid-pack, he'll start 18th. They said the car drives good, it has great speed, and their main goal is just finish every lap, walk away from Las Vegas with something to show for it.
Thanks, Jamie. Austin Dillon, Ross Chastain will be in row number 10. Then you'll find Kyle Busch. And the rest of our lineup will scroll across the bottom of the screen as we check in with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Well, Mike, this is a very different mile-and-a-half track than where we were at last week at Atlanta. But 2 things that are similar is speed and handling. One thing that really helps the handling is rear downforce. And a lot of that comes from the rear diffuser under the rear of the car. Let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway car, and I'll show you exactly how the rear diffuser works. As air flows under the car, when it gets to the rear diffuser, it speeds up. Now, an important part of those 5 strakes or fins, you want to keep the air organized in those fins. The lower you can get the car, the more it helps the rear downforce. That's why you see these cars so low to the ground. But if you get it too low and bottom it out, it kind of clogs up the air. It takes downforce away. So that's why you try to keep it sealed to the racetrack, but not bottom it up. Now, the bumps in 1 and 2 the guys were talking about will exaggerate it, but that's what makes it so inconsistent there is the downforce. Guys, it's a lot easier to control that in 3 and 4 than through those bumps in 1 and 2.
Well, that's what makes this so challenging is the crew chiefs want to run the car as low as possible. The driver wants it to ride as smooth as possible. So there's a fine line in the balance of where you run the height of that car. They do not go hand in hand. So it's a fine balance of where you run that car because you don't want to lock yourself into having to run the middle lane through 1 and 2. You want to be able to run the bottom, but it takes a little bit higher car.
I think it's important to note when we talk about bottoming the car out, it's not necessarily the car hitting the racetrack physically. You bottom out the suspension, and when it does that, that's when it really gets in trouble.
Yeah, that suspension has limiters in the shocks, and that's actually what bottoms out. NASCAR mandates those limiters on how long that shock can be, and this is one of those really tricky tracks in how you set all that.
All right, one driver will go to the rear. That is Ross Chastain. I've never heard this one before.
Me neither.
The wrap started coming off on his hood, and they had to replace those graphics. That's an unapproved adjustment, so he will go to the rear. Justin Haley had steering issues and did not qualify. Ryan Preece crashed in practice, went to a backup car, so they will also start out back.
65-mile-an-hour crosswind gust may have done it.
That could do it.
I tell you what, today's day and age we're living in, it may have been on purpose. You never know.
Well, none of these cars are painted, except for maybe a couple of the Hendrick cars. But for the most part, these cars are all wrapped completely. The whole outside of the car is wrapped because that's just easier for the teams to do.
The 3 stages will encompass 80, 85, and 102 laps.
That pit road speed, 45 mile an hour, you're probably going to see a green flag pit stop, and you're probably going to see somebody get caught speeding.
And the pit road entry a little different here than it has been in past years. There's the Toyota Camry XSE that leads the field. All new look with that hammerhead nose on that Toyota. William Byron, the Daytona 500 champion, has also had success here and a new look, new sponsor for his car. And we listened in.
We'll play hard and show we're here to stay. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's important. Yeah, thanks for all the hard work. First start to season really here to see what we got. So let's work on it all day.
You heard what he said right there. This is a regular season. We need to be good on tracks like this. These mile-and-a-half racetracks, still the bread and butter. Downforce racetracks. Need that speed that Larry told us about, but I need this thing to handle.
And for those of you that watched last week that may be new to NASCAR, the reason that we say this week is a little bit different is the engines aren't as restricted as much, and the speeds are higher down the straightaway. So you've got new things to deal with this week compared to what we did in what we consider super speedway races at Atlanta and Daytona. So a little bit different rules package.
As they come to the north end of the speedway, turns 3 and 4. Difficult pit entry here. The commitment box is in the same place it was last year, but they have moved the white line that denotes the pit entry and widened that. You see it there with the black paint is where it was. The white line is where it is, but the orange commitment box at the beginning of pit road in the same place it's always been. It's going to be tricky getting onto pit road.
Yeah, I actually see it better from that angle right there. Just widen that out a little bit, enables those drivers to come in and get a better angle. Here we go, boys.
Ford versus Chevy.
All right, Joey Logano on the inside row of the front row to begin this race and lead the field to the green. The Pennzoil car takes us first into the first turn in the Pennzoil 400. Big block being made, by the way, down on the apron. Couldn't tell who that was exactly. But nearly caused an incident. It looked like it might have been Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying to block the 17 of Chris Buescher, as those guys are in the back half of the top 10 in the early laps of this race. A lot of 3x3 action in the back half of the top 10 as they work their way out of turn 4. And the pole sitter, Joey Logano, will lead the first lap of today's race. Kyle Larson looking to the inside on the 22 of Joey Logano. Not going to quite get underneath him through turns 1 and 2. Austin Cindric settled in third with Byron right there behind both of them. Bubba Wallace, Chase Briscoe side by side for the 5th place position through 3 and 4. Wallace on the inside. Briscoe to his outside. Martin Truex Jr. lurking in with these two, side drafting each other. Briscoe with a better run off the exit of the corner. Clears the 23 of Wallace. Truex, who had a run off the high side, is going to slingshot the 23 into turns 1 and 2 to also try to move up a position. This time, off of turn 2, Larson does get to the inside of Joey Logano. Looks to take the lead into turn 3. Drives it off deep, slides up the racetrack. Logano pins his car down to the inside behind Larson, and Kyle Larson is setting sail early as he leads on lap 4. Car up near the wall. 71 Zane Smith is very slow on the front stretch, has an issue of some sort.
Link there, toe link, looks to me like he's been in a wall.
He drops to the apron in turn 2, and we stay green.
We see his teammate Carson Hocevar there, and on the speed charts yesterday, those guys were really good on lap times. Well, Clinton, here's what we were talking about. Is Joey Logano going to be able to keep his car up in the front of the pack? Because last year, he had some trouble when the green flag drops, and they fell back.
Well, yeah, and who's he trying to hold off? That 24 car. We talked about it, and it's been noted last year. 24 and 5. William Byron, Kyle Larson. They were the show last year and look to be again this year.
Let's go back to Zane Smith and his issue.
Oh, he got loose. Yep. Overcorrected a little bit. Still, that could have been catastrophic, especially for all those guys behind him. They're all thanking him.
He has made it to pit road.
They're going to be replacing that toe link on the right rear for sure.
Michael McDowell, that yellow car, was charging hard way down on the apron on the front straightaway on each of the first 3 or 4 laps. And it has, he gained a couple, lost a couple. He's right about where he started.
Well, Michael McDowell's really aggressive on all the restarts, especially when we get to the road courses and some of those braking zones, but he also carries that over to the restarts and is very aggressive.
Trying to hold off Christopher Bell there, but Bell and Ryan Blaney moving to the inside.
Well, you heard me say Larson and Byron, right? They're fast. Duly noted. They've been fast here, and they're still fast. But I'm looking at these Toyotas. This Christopher Bell right here, prime example. They were a little bit off on the speed, but I think the handling is going to come into play in a big way for them today. Look for them to march forward, all of them.
Yeah, we've got a new right side tire here that Goodyear brought, as we see Ryan Blaney go three wide on the bottom of Christopher Bell and Michael McDowell. Bell lets off, moves up a lane. But that new right side tire, we don't really know exactly how far it's going to fall off. A lot of the predictions from the garage are about 1 second in 25 laps as we see Christopher Bell get swarmed by the cars that were following him.
4th place, Martin Truex, going after Austin Cindric.
Clint, that was somebody that you spoke about before the race. Is he your favorite, Martin Truex?
He certainly has to be one of them. He was good in practice. I like what I saw out of those race cars, but all of them. I mean it. All the Toyotas, I think, are come to play and are going to be a factor in the end of this race.
The winners of the last 3 races here run 1, 2, 3. Larson, Byron, Logano.
Got the old huckabuck in the middle there.
Jamie.
Yeah, and I talked to Paul Wolf and Joey Logano this morning about their car, and they said last year these 2 races at Las Vegas, we tried something different, and it wasn't great. So we actually went back to the setup very similar to when we won this race in 2022. And yesterday in practice, as you guys noted, the boards were down, including the 22. They were able to adjust on that race car and make some adjustments. And we've got a car slow on the track, right?
Grab your tower, guys. Christopher Bell.
Well, guys, this is exactly what we talked about in our meetings this morning. It's kind of a gamble on that right rear tire. How much load can I put through the bump stop, and how low can I get the air in that right rear tire? And everybody's going to push it, but I don't know if this is that situation. But we know that these guys want to run as little air as possible in that right rear tire, and this is the consequences that come with it sometimes.
Christopher Bell, one of the 2 or 3 favored Toyotas in this race, having right rear trouble. Let's see if he gets up against the fence or if the tire just goes on its own. Not much contact there.
Yeah, it looks like that tire was down. You kind of see the car pitch to the right rear and kind of wiggling around a little bit.
Could have been worse.
First caution flag of the day for Christopher Bell.
Caution in the early laps of this thing, lap 10. Christopher Bell with a blown right rear tire. Didn't get up against the wall, and looks like he actually got back to pit road without any severe damage to the right rear corner panel after the tire started to completely come apart when he was limping his way all the way around this 1.5 mile racetrack. So Bell with the flat tire running in the top 10 early on, and that is going to bring out the caution. Got 48 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. Our raw feed leaderboard, I might have spoke too soon. I said it was working. Well, it worked to get the starting lineup up on the screen, but unfortunately, it is not actually running as of right now. I'll completely... Let me go to here first. Let me try a couple different things. He got 3 at the time of the lap 10 caution for Bell. This portion of the live stream. A lot of racing still to go, and he doesn't have a lot of damage on the car, so I would think the speed will still be there. As far as getting a good finish, I still believe that he can do it. Obviously, with this caution coming pretty early into the run, not able to really see the long run speed in the race, but in practice yesterday, again, it was pretty much Byron and Larson. And they very quickly got to the front 2 positions ahead of Joey Logano and the rest of the field. Logano didn't look slow by any means. Stayed up in that 3rd place spot for right now. Coverage is delayed. Yeah, I don't know why the raw feed is like that. And if you're asking about, listening to... It shouldn't be more than 30 seconds at the very most. But yeah, if you're watching a live stops of the day.
Turns 1 and 2, he's loose, but turns 3 and 4, he's tight. They're going to have to try and work on that. And the 24 of William Byron in 2nd place. Car's unpredictable right now, and then it gets very tight after it's unpredictable. Jamie?
Kyle Larson in the 5, the race leader. 10 laps led so far. He says it's pretty good, just a little bit tight off 4, just keeping him posted on the wind direction. Meanwhile, the 22, Joey Logano, a little free on entry. Loose 1 and 2, tight off 4. That's typical at this point with the wind, guys.
Larry, can they make it to the end of this stage? Is that why we're doing this? Let's get back to
They cannot. They're going to have to get to about lap 18.
All right, pit stops after Christopher Bell loses a tire. How will that change everybody's strategy?
Alrighty. So again, under caution for the first time today. Went on to Fox's website so we can at least get the live leaderboard for the top dozen or so in the field until the raw feed becomes available on NASCAR.com. With that being the case, I'll move my camera to the left so you can see more of the leaderboard. I'm actually going to move it up, top left. So that way I cover any sort of portion of the race that it might show on the top of the screen. Hoping it doesn't show it. Couple cars staying out of the pits to get track position. Larson won the race out of pit row, but the top 4, Daniel Hemrick, Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe, Corey LaJoie, stay out. This will allow for them to save a set of tires. There is quite a bit of fall off at Vegas, so even after just 10 green flag laps, I don't imagine that these 4 are going to stay at the front of the field for very long. Good way to leapfrog quite a few positions, though. Buescher and Briscoe started inside the top 10, but Hemrick started 34th. Corey LaJoie started 17th. They may wait to pit a lap afterwards. Hemrick and LaJoie might. I would imagine Briscoe and Buescher, though, they're going to stay right there. And as you heard from Larry McReynolds, they will not be able to make it on field to the end of the stage from here, so this will not be the final pit stop of stage 1. Mostly pitting for tires. Probably minimize my face a little bit. There we go. I think that'll be all right. I don't know why it's showing up a lap down on this screen. Whoa. Wasn't expecting that to enlarge. I know not to scroll up anymore.
One of his 6 laps back after he bounced off the wall early, made a green flag stop. All right, pre-race conversations.
Take care of that thing back there today. Get some track position quick. Just go to work. Copy that. 5 p.m. We got 400 miles today at Las Vegas. Be smart, be smooth. Let's be there at the end. Let's go. You guys have a good day in there. Good luck. Yes, sir. Have fun out there. We'll fight with you all day long.
And more recently, during this caution flag, Kyle Larson and company.
This is just at the edge of the fuel window for anyone making it from here, so keep saving. Okay.
Well, no matter how much we plan, we seem to always have a twist in everything that we've done so far this season, and now it's a caution today. Well, the other question that's going to pop up right here is how much air you can take out of that right rear tire based upon what happened with Christopher Bell. So that will be a conversation with the crew chiefs and the drivers and the engineers.
See some different cars up front, 2 tires out there. Look like the top 5 all took 2 tires. See what they can do with this track position.
So everyone came to pit road except we mentioned Zane Smith. He stayed out. Everybody else came in. Chris Buescher out first. Chase Briscoe, Corey LaJoie, Tyler Reddick, Daniel Suarez are the front 5.
2 tires for the front 5.
Start of the day, and if the start of the race was any indication, this could get big.
Well, they're going to get more aggressive as we go through the day because they know that they have to get the track position while they can, and here's an extra restart to do it.
And these guys got to be aggressive with their, their laps, their blocks, and things like that. On a deficit of 2 tires, they lose that track position, they're going to be in trouble. They'll be aggressive with this.
Three wide top, turn 2. Byron up there. And Larson. And more.
Well, I think that's an important pass right there, Clint, with William Byron getting by Kyle Larson. And I think up front, these guys on 2 tires, I don't know that that's going to work for them very long.
Whoa.
I don't know.
That's 4 or 5 cars passed in 1 lap. 1 corner, excuse me.
What a run, and that began back in turns 1 and 2.
Great
for
move.
William Byron.
Fantastic. Love it. Here comes Larson on that outside.
Bottom shot, Corey LaJoie. Didn't work that time, but
you were all over that. Very important for Byron to get around Larson. Obviously, he's got work to do with Briscoe, LaJoie, everybody else that he passed, but getting in front of that 5 car that he knows is probably that car that he's going to have to beat. That was big. Big moment for him.
Yeah. William Byron was 7th coming off pit road. Now he's the leader.
That was an unbelievable pass as we see Martin Truex on the bottom 3 wide and gets stalled out, and now we're going to go all the way down the back straightaway 3 wide. See the flames out of the pipe of Joey Logano. I would consider the middle kind of no man's land at this particular racetrack through turns 3 and 4, and he gets up behind Austin Cindric.
Can't be in the wake of these race cars. We saw Larry tell us how important that diffuser is. Big block in the inside. Suarez.
And LaJoy steaming around the outside, bringing Bubba Wallace along for the ride.
Kevin,
Oh,
that was a pretty aggressive block right there. You got to be careful with them blocks. I don't care how fast your race car is.
Well, Kyle's already done the work to get by several cars, and he knew that if he got passed by Daniel Suarez right there, that he was going to have trouble, probably losing 2 or 3 spots if he let him go by. So he was very aggressive with the block and protected that position and didn't have to start over with passing those cars that he had already passed.
Well, you got to be careful of that aggression this early in this race. That could have ended badly for him.
1 penalty on pit stops. That was Todd Gilliland's crew over the wall too soon. Mac for our race strategy, sponsored by Keystone Light.
Yeah, Mike, split the 3 stages in half. Actually, maybe come a few laps shy of halfway to get that track position and take advantage of those stretch tires. It's Las Vegas. Don't be afraid to gamble. A late race caution like the last 2 spring races, maybe change its right side tires. Think about what Cliff Daniels just told Kyle Larson in all 3 stages. Once the window opens to make it on fuel and the caution comes out, make sure and pit, pack the fuel, save under caution in case it goes caution-free to the end.
Well, right now they're sitting down there with their calculators and their strategy and everything that the engineers do in this situation. Is it going to be better to split what we have left? Do we have enough tires? Should we stay out, run the whole stage? Should we split the rest of this stage in half? There's all kinds of stuff going on.
Ryan Blaney almost got himself in big trouble. He crawled right up to the back bumper of Ty Gibbs, and you saw the flame out the pipes as Gibbs lifted over the bumps in 1 and 2, and that almost was contact.
Ryan Blaney always very aggressive behind the wheel with his passes and things like that. You never have to doubt his commitment in these race cars behind the wheel. He's got one he's trying to pass. It's the same way.
And you see those flames come out of the pipe again. And for those of you at home, that's a great indicator to be able to say, oh, he's all the way out of the throttle. When they let off the throttle, those flames come out of the exhaust pipes on the side of these cars.
Larry Mack?
Yeah, I want to follow up on what Kevin said. All the debate right now about strategy. And think about this. They only have 9 sets of tires to work with today, and one of those is the qualifiers from yesterday, which I'd rather not use. I think if you can make it to the end of this stage, I think you absolutely try to run it to the end and make sure you don't start using tires up too early.
Yeah, that's the debate. And I think you definitely want to have tires when you get to the end of this race, because if you don't and somebody else does, you're going to get beat not only by a couple tenths, you're going to get beat by over a second.
Larry, 10 laps in, we saw Christopher Bell lose a right rear tire, and our guess is not enough air in that tire to start the race, trying to get grip and not so much worried about wear. When you see that happen to a car you know is going to contend here, how does that change your game?
I grabbed the air gauge and the air hose right away. But you think about this, Mike, there's things that's done to that race car that you can't change. The only thing you have control over now is air pressure. Goodyear tells these teams, do not go lower than 46 PSI in the right rear. They know they're going lower than that. To Kevin's point earlier, they did make a change for durability, but that's about the only thing you can do, Mike, now is put air pressure in the tire.
Thanks, Larry.
All right, so following the restart, your top 10 currently has William Byron in the lead by 1.1 seconds over Kyle Larson. Chase Briscoe is in third place, 3.1 seconds off the lead. 3.3 seconds back is still Corey LaJoie in fourth, hanging out in the top 10. Bubba Wallace is 3.6 seconds off the lead in fifth. Daniel Suarez in sixth, 4.2 seconds back. Chris Buescher has fallen to seventh place as he's 4.6 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. in eighth, 4.6 seconds off the lead. Tyler Reddick is in ninth. He's 5 seconds back. And Austin Cindric rounds out the top 10. He's 5.6 seconds off the lead as well. So of the drivers that ended up taking 2 tires, right sides only, there were 5 of them on that last pit stop. They're all still in the top 10. That was Briscoe third, LaJoie fourth, Suarez sixth, and then Stenhouse has actually fallen back just a little bit. He's now back at 14th. So that would have been the other one. But the other ones are still holding on fairly strong, all things considered. Chris Buescher, where'd he go? I already call his name out already. He was in the top 10. What happened to Buescher? They went to the commercial break, and he's fallen back to 20th, so I'm not sure what happened there exactly. Timing and scoring isn't right with everybody in the field. For some reason, it has everybody from 20th on back a lap down. We're using the leaderboard on foxsports.com for right now because the raw feed for the second consecutive week is not cooperating with us currently on NASCAR.com. So once that becomes available for us, I will have that leaderboard so we have more statistics. You get a better view of more than just the top 8 or so drivers as well. But I'll try to keep you updated throughout the race, obviously, per usual, before and after we get that raw feed that we would usually use back up and running again. Jim Troyer, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Appreciate everybody watching here on this Sunday afternoon. The diecast card today, no, end of stage 2. I'll start doing that again. End of stage 2, I'll have the diecast showing. You can vote for who you think is going to win the race today, though, in the chat. That will close at the end of stage 2. You can vote between Kyle Larson, William Byron, Joey Logano, or if you think somebody other than those three will win, you can vote other. Kyle Larson has 35% of the votes right now, is in second to that only of other, who is leading the poll, despite the fact that Byron and Larson have been 1-2 for the majority of this race, really the entire race, in the first 28 laps. Pole sitter Joey Logano fell back to 12th on this restart, being back in traffic a little bit more. Curious to know if his free falling may potentially stop. Oh, wow, trouble for Chris Buescher. That's why. We're under caution.
The right front as he rolls through the banking here, and you'll see what happened.
A big lip right there already. I think he knew something was going on, and what it was, that right front wheel falls off. See the lug nut fall off right with it. Wheel comes off.
Well, that's a great camera work by our guys to catch what is happening right there.
There's the lug nut, and here comes the wheel, and the wheel's cut in half. So that was like that for a little bit. You could tell he lifted hard and was already starting to slow down. He felt it probably start vibrate pretty violently, and then it came off.
He had taken only right side tires on his pit stop. He's got some pretty heavy damage there.
Yeah, he hit hard. If he's hooking the record up to it, I'd say his day's done.
From spoiler cam on Tyler Reddick's car.
That's a weird one.
Yeah, that's a tough one to speculate on what happened right there. We'll have to get some pretty good analysis from the team somewhere down the road, because I don't even know where to start to tell you exactly what happened. Jamie?
Yeah, Kevin, I'm in their pit box right now, and Chris Buescher just got out of the car, went up on top of the box, and I saw the team look at him. They just watched the pit stop back. They said they did not get it tight, and that was the problem.
Thanks, Jamie.
That'll be a penalty for those guys as well.
Yeah, because when the wheel comes off outside of the yellow lines on pit road, that's when the penalty comes into play.
That penalty's 2-week penalty for up to NASCAR's discretion of who they're going to penalize. Usually a changer, maybe the jack guy, always a little bit different, obviously off the scenario, and then a 2-lap penalty, but that one's already served.
So these 18-inch wheels use a single center lock wheel nut. Larry Mack can explain.
Well, let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway car, and we'll show you exactly what happens with this Gen 7 car with the single lug nut. On the back side, there's 18 drive pin holes, and there's 6 drive pins. They have to seat into those drive pin holes. You have that locking mechanism right there. When you put the tire and wheel up there and you put the lug nut on, the lug nut should go all the way across that locking mechanism, and it should pop up. But sometimes it won't be all the way on. It won't be seated in those drive pin holes. The lug nut will go on there, but the locking mechanism is tracked.
Yeah, no one has chosen to pit here by riding while the track crew
to retire here, and that would be the reason why he fell out of the top 10 pretty quickly, because I was looking for him in the leaderboard, was wondering why he was 20th. That was why. Zane Smith has scored 6 laps down right now, had a toe link issue. That was under green, though, so it's not like he had to wade through any damaged vehicle policy clock, which more than likely would have happened if he had brought out a caution. That happened way before the first yellow for Christopher Bell. So Chris Buescher is going to end up more than likely with the last place finish as long as Zane Smith completes 3 more laps. He'll surpass him. Christopher Bell is in the 28th place position right now as he gained a few spots off the restart once he got back going again on the racetrack with the new right rear tire. Kyle Larson, your race leader. At the time of yellow, we'll see if we have more pit stops. And we do.
Now, I said they could.
Sorry, William Byron's the
stay out
leader.
to the end of the stage. I didn't say they would. Suarez does. Most everybody else comes to pit road.
Like Suarez and McDowell. A few others at the back.
Regan.
Like Chase Briscoe's car has swung to loose right now. That last change helped him out, but now the back won't keep up with it. He needs help with that. The 24, William Byron, he is too loose as well. Consistently loose to the corner, and it was a late call to put scuff tires on that car. Jamie?
Or LaJoy in the 7, they took 2 tires on that first stop. They were going to stay out here, but opted to pit with everybody else. The 5 of Kyle Larson took 4 last time. It'll be 4 again this time.
Pretty congested there leaving pit road with all but 1 car on the lead lap. 4 drivers stayed out. Suarez, McDowell, Nemechek, and Yaley.
All right, so 4 stayed out, and then also 2 took right sides only, that being Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch. So everybody from 7th on back on the restart. Larson won the race off pit road of those that took 4 tires. So 7th on back on the restart will have 4 fresh Goodyears again. Already have gone through 2 sets of tires, though, in the first 30 laps of this race. That could be concerning depending on how many more yellows we get the rest of the way. Flat right rear tire brought out a caution on lap 10 for Christopher Bell. And then right around lap 30, this yellow for Chris Buescher's right front tire coming off a few green flag laps after they had pit stops under the Bell caution. So it actually was more than a few. I mean, it was probably a good dozen green flag laps before the tire came off. I'm surprised it lasted that long. We usually don't see them last more than a lap or 2. And yeah, it came off about not even half a dozen, about a dozen laps into the run. Suarez, again, your race leader. He stayed out of the pits, and then you got McDowell, Nemechek, who also stayed out. Yaley stayed out just to pit the lap after that, just probably did not want to be on pit road at the same time as everybody else, so you tend to see the back marker cars do that. So 3 drivers stayed out and will continue to stay out. 2 took right side, so then Larson, Byron, 6th and 7th on back will be the first of those on 4 fresh tires. Denny Hamlin, who started 28th today, this 4-tire stop for him. He is up to 8th place right now, so great job by his team getting him out there and getting out in front as quickly as he has. See if he can continue to stay there throughout the course of this race. He was one of the don't have picks. Quick update here in the early going of the race based off the pre-race predictions. Keselowski, Bowman, and Hamlin were my don't haves. Hamlin, the only one of which that is in the top 10 right now. Again, I mentioned he was in 8th. Keselowski, might have skipped him in the running order. I can't find him. Bowman's 21st, so he's still well outside the top 10. Keselowski is 34th right now. Not sure if maybe he had a penalty on pit road, or if he's been that far back in the field throughout the course of the race today, but Keselowski obviously nowhere near the top 10 right now. Ty Gibbs, Austin Cindric were the sleeper picks today. Cindric 14th, Gibbs 16th. Must-have picks, Bell, we mentioned, had the right rear tire issue. As a result, honestly, with this reshuffling of the pit stops, he should be higher up in the running order. 26th for Bell. And then Byron and Larson are in the top 10 again in 6th and 7th.
They're on the outside and gets by what we think is his biggest competitor in Kyle Larson.
He's not done taking advantage of that either. Watch this momentum. Stays up high on the outside, and man, he starts slicing and dicing, baby.
Here's the big move right here. Top, all the way to the bottom, that elevator move.
Big crossover move. Chris Buescher didn't get the block right there. Had to lift just a little bit, but man, took that baby to the front. Passed them all, 1 corner.
That's how you go from 8th to 1st in 1 lap on the restart. Daniel Suarez. Last week's winner running up front. 4 drivers stayed out. We'll see how they restart.
All right. I would imagine this restart's going to look vaguely similar to the restart that we just saw, where we have drivers in the back half of the top 10 or 4 fresh tires, and the drivers ahead of them on either 2 or none. And it took Byron 1 lap to go from, as you heard there from Mike Joy, 8th to 1st on the last restart. So we'll see how quickly he and Larson can cut through this field again here. They were really the only 2 that actually got through everybody that took 2 tires. So I think that's why you saw more drivers stay out, realizing that their chance of staying in the top 10 for a longer period of time may be here. Now, we have ran more green flag laps during that last green flag run than what we did in the first green flag run, but only by a couple. And overall, there were technically just 1 more car here that would have taken either no tires or 2 tires versus the most recent restart that we had as well. Suarez, McDowell, and Nemechek, though, were not in the top 10. With them staying out, some of the cars that were in the top 10 at the start of the race, like Buescher and Briscoe, did stay out. So that's part of the reason why they stayed up there, because they probably had the speed to do so prior to the pit stop under that first caution anyway. Extended caution while they repaint the wall. I don't know what they were doing there. Maybe there was like sheet metal stuck in it. I don't know. That would stink if they were repainting the wall. It did look like they were just kind of picking at it, didn't they? For Zaka 229, thanks for tuning in for the year. Placed a Byron, Newgarden, Verstappen parlay to win championships. Think it hits. It's not a bad pick. Newgarden win the championship last year for IndyCar? I don't follow too closely there. He either won it last year or the year before. I can't really remember. Obviously, I know Verstappen won the championship in F1, and Byron won the most races last year. It would have had the most points from the start of the season to the end of the season, so that's not a bad pick either. Off to a good start this year. Won the Daytona 500. Looks strong here today. He's led some laps. Probably going to be between him and Larson all afternoon. See if anybody else can get some changes to their car that can maybe catch them up to Byron and Larson. The more cautions, the better for those drivers to be able to make more adjustments. So having 2 early yellows like this have already given opportunity for teams to make 2 adjustments to their race cars by way of trying to get the handling more of a liking for the drivers that they are trying to fix their cars for. This is an extended caution. Buescher did hit the wall pretty hard. Hopefully get back to racing here shortly. I'd imagine the raw feed's going to be down until probably towards the end of stage 2 again. It looks like we're under red right now. So red flag to fix the wall, it looks like. We have already had pit stops, but red flag has been displayed. At Las Vegas.
Saturday, it's a huge regular season finale on Fox. First, 12th ranked Creighton takes on Villanova at 2:30 Eastern. Then at 5, 5th ranked Marquette battles Xavier. And in prime time, 3rd ranked UConn faces Providence. Saturday on Fox. Here in Las Vegas, 32 laps complete. There's the AMR safety crew on the scene. And if we widen out just a bit, you'll see the welder truck parked at the bottom of the banking so they can get his equipment up there to repair the wall. Now, because of that, they have red flagged the cars and stopped them on the back straightaway so that this work can be completed in a minimum amount of time.
Well, since they're stopped, let's try to talk to Kyle Larson while he's sitting on the back straightaway. Kyle, Kevin Harvick up in the Fox booth, and we're trying to explain how racing actually works with Clint. Can you tell us the difference between how your car was yesterday and how this race started today?
My car, so far, feels pretty similar to yesterday. Yesterday I was more tight in 2-3 with the wind and tight off of 2. I think the wind is more blowing from 2 to 4. And then yesterday was kind of 1 to 3. So right now I'm kind of getting tight off of 4. So Just monitor that, monitor the flags here on these campers, and try to pay attention to see how the car might change throughout the race.
I like it. Now, being as you guys were having a little fun at my expense, now I'm going to have some at yours, Kyle. How about your teammate there getting on the outside of you and passing about 8 cars down there, 3 and 4? Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, I remember doing that at timer 3 to you when you were
All right.
up in the notebook and try and do a better job.
Bam! You're getting better at this. I like that. We'll let you get back to work, buddy. Good luck out there.
Yeah, thanks.
It's just a flesh wound, right?
Merely a flesh wound. That one cut deep.
All right, now Daniel Suarez started 16th. He took on 2 tires at lap 12, and that jumped him from 18th to 5th at the lap 31 caution. He is the first of the drivers who did not pit and stayed out. Now he's the leader. Coming off the closest first, second, third finish in auto racing history. Let's go back and take a look at the Atlanta race in 90. Beautiful day for racing in Atlanta. A completely different super speedway racing experience awaits 37 drivers. Green flag, Michael McDowell leads them to turn 1. Trouble! One car slides to the infield.
Man, that is not what a lot of these guys wanted to see early. This is a big wreck.
We're back under green. Hamlin sliding down toward the apron in turn number 1, and caution is out. Hold your breath. Michael McDowell started from pole. Here he comes to the end of stage 1. He gets the green and white checkered flag. Crash! William Byron and Michael McDowell have crashed on the apron. No, Logano, Busher, Hamlin pile up on the last lap of stage 2. Austin Cindric will win the stage.
Really nice work there, guys.
Let's try 4 wide.
4 wide.
Yes.
Lead. Cindric, clear. Woohoo!
These guys are not lifting.
The speed in the 14 makes him dangerous. He's able. There he goes. He's around. It's kind of a dart without feathers.
The 4 and the 9 goes for a double spin there. Whoa, close call. That just lifted Carson Hosen.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Wow.
You can't afford to lift now.
You're going to have to lift in 3. We're going to find out.
1 lap to go.
Here he comes, Kyle Busch, shooting a gap.
3 wide. Off turn 4. Photo finish. Unbelievable. That's too close to call.
Race clear is the 99.
How about that? Daniel Suarez. They say in Atlanta the phone has been ringing off the hook for tickets to the next race.
That's an easy sell there.
Yeah, when you look back at that finish, every time I watch it, I'm speechless, and I'm speechless again. And I think when you look at Daniel Suarez and his team and what it means to them, it's a huge shot in the arm because it takes the pressure off. They're in the playoffs. They know that they can experiment a little bit, but we heard Daniel say this in the pre-race. He knows he needs to win more throughout the season, and I think that's really where their focus is how can we take that and win at more racetracks throughout the whole year and not just one a year.
Well, I think you've seen it. Look at this. The momentum, the wave that comes with those wins, the confidence, Kevin, looking for another contract with Trackhouse Racing, all happens with a big win like that in Atlanta.
Well, he talked about the importance of winning when we went under the helmet with Daniel Suarez.
When it comes to winning a race, there is that feeling. There is that special feeling that nothing else can give it to you, and you cannot buy it. You know, it's a feeling of winning, of those hours and sacrifice and discipline paying off, and that's a feeling that I think only sports can give it to you.
It's so cool to win that early in the season. Takes the weight off of Suarez's shoulders, and now more to come. All right, looks like repairs are close to completion on the safer barrier up in turn 1. Let's check in with Shannon in the studio.
Well, if you had that on your bingo card in the casino,
That was not on there.
You win. Daniel Suarez is kind of picking up where he left off. I know it's early in the race, but momentum is a big thing.
Well, they've used a little bit of pitch strategy to obviously get to the lead, but he's run well the entire race. And you talk about momentum in racing, and he has it right now, being able to get that win at Atlanta last weekend. And you know, there's been a lot of conversation about the pressure that's been on Daniel Suarez because of how well Ross Chastain has run. And I know Justin Marks came out and said he's our guy, but I can tell you there's pressure as a driver no matter what your owner's saying. You want to perform equal to your teammates. So it's cool to see him be able to have that great run in Atlanta, and he's followed up with another great run today at Vegas.
Yeah, he said in the pre-race show when Chris and the guys talked to him that this was a really big race for them to kind of figure out where they are, because you do have sort of that asterisk around Atlanta and Daytona because it's a drafty type track.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt those are in their own category of types of racetracks. He wants to run well at a track like Las Vegas, though, because we have a lot of mile-and-a-half tracks. And really, when we say it every year, the season starts when you get away from a Daytona or a drafting-style track. It'll start today.
And you have to give an attaboy, too, to Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch. I know they took those 2 tires, able to get up front.
Yeah, the race has fallen their way at this point.
It sure is. We'll get back to the guys in the booth after the break. Stick around. Type 2 diabetes.
Alrighty. Back under caution, red flag has been lifted. And we should get back to racing here very shortly. Raw feed's still down. Now it's stuck at lap 14 instead of on the starting grid. So we're making progress with that. Again, the top 3 drivers rather, stayed out of the pits. We had already had pit stops being taken place before the red flag was displayed. That is why you see Daniel Suarez, Michael McDowell, and John Hunter Nemechek at the front of the field. Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch took right sides only. Denny Hamlin took right sides only, came out of the pits just behind Larson and Byron. He was a lot deeper in the field before he started that. Again, was 28th to start this race today. That being, again, Denny Hamlin. You can vote for who you think is going to win the race in the chat poll. 107 votes have been casted. You have until the end of stage 2 to vote. Right now, 38% of you still say that somebody other than Larson, Byron, Logano will win. That's going to be a close poll, though, between Larson and that 38% for other. They were tied at 36% last time I checked it, and that was about a dozen votes ago. So you could also change your vote, I do believe. But again, that will lock at the end of stage 2. Acuna Jr., thanks for tuning in. Jojo, see you in the chat also. Bond 1771. That is a bummer for the red flag. Getting a halt to things very early as we're just getting started here on this Pennzoil 400 at Las Vegas Sunday afternoon. Silent Owl Scribe, thanks for tuning in as well. The only driver who would hit the wall where they just fixed it would be Chris Buescher. Yeah. Well, he's out of the race, so we won't have to worry about him hitting the wall again. Chris Buescher had retired from this race. He's the only driver that is out following his incident. And again, Christopher Bell's still in after having the flat right rear tire. Not a lot of damage on that car either.
Arlington Renegades in the new United Football League this spring on ABC, ESPN, FS1, and Fox beginning March 30th. We're set for the restart in Atlanta. And hold your breath because Suarez, McDowell, and Nemechek did not pit. And Suarez took only 2 tires when he pitted at lap 12. Everybody behind them has either stickers or scuff tires just put on.
I think those guys are going to get run over. That's my prediction right here.
Kyle Larson is the first with 4 tires. And he restarts 5th. Here we go. Comes Denny Hamlin with a pair of fresh tires on the bottom in the 11.
Yeah, first time we've seen him, but look at Byron out on that outside again. You know that battle between Larson and Byron's going to be heated up. Who can get through this traffic better? Larson beat him out of the pits. It was a big pit stop for them.
Yeah, and right now Daniel Suarez, who has cleared the pack and able to get himself out front, is kind of protected by all those guys on 2 tires. And, you know, we see the See some close contact there with the 3 wide up on the top. I can't tell who that is.
Looked like Reddick, or no, excuse me, Bubba Wallace got tight.
And it was Byron way up top, just the way they are now. Did he get the wall? That's the question.
I think he got moved up and into the wall.
And we think so. Watch the 24, upper left.
Just scraped it. No harm, no foul.
I don't think that's enough to bend a toe link or anything like that. I agree. No harm, no foul. I like we're seeing Daniel Suarez in the clean air that he got. That is the goal number one. If you got this clean air and you're at a deficit on tires, you start up front, you better come off a 2 in the lead.
McDowell hanging tough in 3rd. Nemechek 6th.
Yeah, and I really thought those guys were going to be in a lot bigger trouble than they actually were. And maybe some of that red flag cool-off period back there gave those guys a little protection against the guys that were on the new tires and getting some of the temperature out of their tires, because they took off way better than
look at this crossover. Kyle Busch to the inside, 3 wide for the lead. Excuse me for second.
And Busch will clear them coming off turn 4.
The old 2 for 1. Thank you very much. Boy, that's frustrating for Mark Truex, though. Trying to make a pass, and here they come, dropping up behind you, pounce on you.
And you see Kyle Larson go to that middle lane, and he forces Michael McDowell to go up the racetrack, because Kyle knew that he did not want to enter on the bottom of the racetrack directly behind Martin Truex Jr. So you want to go where they're not, and Kyle Larson's below Martin now.
So McDowell and Nemechek kicked back to 5th and 6th, while Suarez, the other car that stayed out, continues to lead. Halfway, stage 1. Kyle Busch coming to the front. He draws a bead on race leader Daniel Suarez. Didn't look to the inside this time in turn 3, but Busch is there. Regan Smith.
Well, Mike, we've documented that big win for Daniel Suarez a week ago. He told me this morning that did a lot for them in terms of being able to try some different things. That race car today has some setup stuff in it that they would not normally have tried this early in the season. But with a win already in the pocket, they can feel some things out, try some new things to get better when they come here later this year. Some of that could also be considered maybe staying out with no tires at certain times in the race.
Well, he made a move, a block there on Kyle Busch, and when you do that at Vegas, that's kind of like tugging on Superman's cape.
Well, it also slows your momentum down. If you're Kyle Busch, you saw him approach him, caught him with a lot of speed, a lot of momentum. As soon as he got blocked off, he stalled out. Look at it. Now Truex is on his bumper.
4 cars under a blanket battling for the race lead with 38 laps to go in stage 1, just around the edge of the fuel window, but should be able to make it without another pit stop in the final stage. Daniel Suarez continues to lead. Kyle Busch is second. Kyle Larson now up to third. Fourth place is Martin Truex Jr. Michael McDowell rounds out the top 5. Kyle Busch going for the lead in turns 3 and 4 to the bottom of the racetrack. Larson to the outside, going to try to build momentum up off turn 4, and maybe we'll have a shot at both of those cars in front of him, as Busch will lead his first lap of the day at the line. Larson coming unstrung behind, trying to find a hole, but is unable to find one between the 8 and the 99. There was a hole there for a moment, but it closed up quickly. Busch is clear of Suarez now off of turn 2. Larson to the inside of the 99 for second. Side by side still for second place into turn 3 with the 5 on the bottom of the racetrack. Bubba Wallace, meanwhile, making a pass on Carson Hocevar. That's for 14th, a lot deeper in the field. Larson is clear off turn 4 as well, and up to second and trying to chase down Kyle Busch. Again, Larson is the first driver of those on 4 fresh tires. Next closest up at the front of the field on 4 fresh tires is actually Tyler Reddick in 7th. Byron has fallen to 13th place after the restart. And how about Christopher Bell with the flat right rear tire already back up to 12th, and we're still in the middle going of stage 1. Byron fading quite a bit in traffic for the time being. And all those drivers that stayed out of the pits or on 2 tires seem to all be in the top 10 right now. LaJoy in 9th, Denny Hamlin in 8th. John Hunter Nemechek 7th, Michael McDowell 5th, Truex on 2 and 4th, 3rd for Suarez. Kyle Busch leads. Larson and Byron really the only 2 that have been able to actually pass these cars on restarts as quickly as they have. Byron, though, not on this restart. Kyle Larson getting a little tight, the dirty air behind Kyle Busch. Busch got a bit loose on his own right. They're both pulling away from 3rd on back with each other. But a tight battle for the race lead nonetheless. Byron still losing spots. Now he's back to 19th.
And he has reported he is overheating. Larry.
Yeah, he may be overheating, but he is complaining. He said absolutely just plowing. But yeah, that's got the whole nose covered right there.
We're going to have to bid.
21 may not know your Pennzoil.
Bush and Larson continue to battle. Byron makes it on to pit road. Wow. If it wasn't for bad luck, Regan.
And Mike, when he came on the radio and said he had the debris on the grill, the team immediately jumped up on the wall. The report from William Byron, the temp was 350 when he came down the
Wow.
stretch last time already.
That's hot. Yeah, that's hot.
Larson working him over pretty hard. Kyle Busch doing a great job slowing this momentum, blocking its runs.
One thing to go back on the William Byron situation with everything that is going on with the engine, that engine will actually go into conserve mode and actually take power away, because when it gets hot, it doesn't want to burn itself up. So the EFI will actually correct the engine and take power away to try to keep it from burning itself down. Protection mode.
Well, if that engine lasts the day after going to 350-degree water temp, that will be pretty impressive.
The temperature's one thing. That starts blowing water out of it with the water pressure. Today's day and age, with these pressurized systems, that's when you're in trouble.
50 laps complete, this time by Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, Daniel Suarez. 3 Chevrolets leading the field in Las Vegas.
All right, about 30 laps to go in stage number 1. 50 laps complete out of 267. Still early in the race. Had a red flag already after the Chris Buescher incident. 2 cautions, 4 incidents so far. And Bell, who had the flat right rear tire, again, is up to 11th place. We'll go through the full field running order for the first time today. Again, Kyle Busch still your race leader by a couple tenths over Kyle Larson. Martin Truex Jr. is in 3rd. Daniel Suarez 4th. Tyler Reddick 5th. Denny Hamlin 6th. 7th place for Michael McDowell. Ty Gibbs in 8th. 9th place for John Hunter Nemechek, and Corey LaJoie rounds out the top 10. Christopher Bell in 11th. Austin Cindric 12th. Bubba Wallace 13th. Joey Logano 14th. Carson Hocevar 15th. 16th place for Ross Chastain. Chase Elliott 17th. 18th for Alex Bowman. Ryan Blaney 19th, and 20th is Chase Briscoe. Chase Briscoe is 20th. Harrison Burton 21st. Austin Dillon 22nd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd. Eric Jones 24th. Noah Gragson 25th. 26th place for Daniel Hemrick. Justin Haley 27th. Ryan Preece 28th. 29th for Josh Berry. Brad Keselowski is 30th. 31st is Derek Kraus. Todd Gilliland 32nd. Kaz Gralla 33rd. JJ Haley 34th. William Byron a lap down in 35th now. Again, had to make that unscheduled green flag stop to get the trash bag. It looked like that was stuck on the grill of the race car, pretty much covering the entire front bumper of the race car. Zane Smith is 36th. Chris Buescher, again, the only car out of the race, 37th. 5 laps down to Zane Smith after having a toe length break. He got his lap back under the last caution, and is still the only car lap down. So if we get more yellows, he'll be getting more laps back throughout the course of the race. We haven't taken an ad break on our stream yet, so we'll do that now. You're listening live to the Pennzoil 400 on KRC. Alrighty. Let's see if that raw feed's working yet. I'm just going to completely log out of NASCAR.com and try to log back in. Open up a different web page. See if that works at all. And we have nothing. It's still on lap 14. Oh, man. The thing is that's weird about it, it wasn't like we had it at the start of the race and then it stopped on lap 14. It was frozen on the starting grid until we got under the red flag. And then when we were at the red flag, which is at lap 32, then it was frozen at lap 14 for some reason. We'll go back to this one on foxsports.com. At some point in time, it will end up coming on. It always does whenever we have the issues at the start of the stream with it. Usually by the end of stage 2, it'll be up and running again.
One, you saw Ross Chastain right up to and getting friendly with the bumper of Michael McDowell, trying to make a pass back there at what was then 12th place. Busch and Larson continue to run 1-2, keeping close tabs on one another. Third is a battle, Reddick and Truex. Then Hamlin and Gibbs. Suarez, who stayed out and led at the restart, back to 7th. LaJoy, Cindric, and Christopher Bell in position to score stage points right now.
Well, it seems like Ross Chastain is headed forward, and that was our pole sitter, Joey Logano. He's headed backwards since the race has started, so they've missed the handling on their car at the start of this race.
Yeah, it seems like the Ford, they have the speed. There's no question about it. They have the speed, but don't have the downforce figured out quite yet with that new body.
Well, based upon everything that we had going on last year with the Fords, at these type of racetracks, the cars won't turn in the corner like you need them to turn in the corner. So it's just it was a little bit slow to react last year, and in traffic, it would just amplify that. So it seems like they might be fighting some of those same problems.
Austin Cindric is the highest placed Ford right now in 9th.
Austin noted it, saw that in the points when we were looking at that earlier. I mean, he's off to a great start. Austin Cindric, that 2 car, a lot better than they've been.
They had a top 5 run here last year and really kicked off his season to a pretty good start over the first couple of weeks, and like you say, able to put himself in a good position, and that's what he needs.
John Hunter Nemechek, one of the 3 cars that stayed out, now in 12th place.
Yeah, we're starting to see those guys that stayed out start to slip back a little faster than some of the guys that aren't having the handling issues like they are because of the fact that their tires are just a little bit older.
The other car that stayed out was Michael McDowell. He's now back in 20th. Jamie?
Martin Truex Jr., the 19, running 4th right now. 2-time winner here. They too, meaning Toyota, has that new body. And yes, this is the 3rd race of the season, but they said this is the true test. Will our downforce numbers truly match our competition? Will we have a play in the game? And right now they said a little bit tight, but he feels pretty good. Happy with the car, the balance overall for the 19, Regan.
What a run back through the field for Christopher Bell, who just broke back into the top 10 a little while ago. The report from the driver on his car is that it is very good. No complaints about the car. He's had this race circled before the season even started to get to Vegas, and he's proven why right now.
Well, Kyle Busch does not want to give up this lead.
Larson did a good job getting to his outside. I thought he was going to roll right by him, but no, sir. Kyle Busch holding tough on that bottom. Finally gets the job done. Kyle Larson, your leader.
Larson's already led for 11 laps. Kyle Busch has led for 19.
Well, Clint, we're starting to see these Toyotas work their way forward. You got Tyler Reddick and Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin and Ty Gibbs, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And this is what we've been waiting for on this downforce style racetrack, to see what the Toyotas could do on the long run, because we felt like they were carrying more downforce than some of the other cars based upon their speed.
Yeah, and with downforce, it's drag, right? Pretty draggy in the car. Some of the drivers even commented on it. Don't see that speed on qualifying day. On these long runs where handling comes into an issue, they really start marching to the front. Let me spit it out there.
18 laps to go in the stage. There's the fight to stay in the top 10 and get some stage points. We're going to take you box side by side.
All right, so still late in stage 1. Again, we'll go through the full field running order again. Lap 64. Kyle Larson is now the new leader. He's 0.4 of a second out ahead of Kyle Busch in 2nd. Tyler Reddick is 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. in 4th. Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 5. Ty Gibbs in 6th. Corey LaJoy is 7th. 8th place for Daniel Suarez. Austin Cindric 9th. Christopher Bell 10th. Ross Chastain 11th. 12th place for Joey Logano. Ryan Blaney 13th. John Hunter Nemechek 14th. 15th is Alex Bowman. Carson Hocevar 16th. Chase Elliott 17th. 18th for Bubba Wallace. Chase Briscoe 19th. 20th is Harrison Burton. 21st for Noah Gragson. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 22nd. Daniel Hemrick 23rd. Michael McDowell 24th. Austin Dillon 25th. 26th place for Eric Jones. Justin Haley 27th. Brad Keselowski 28th. Derek Kraus 29th. And Ryan Preece is 30th. Josh Berry 31st. Ty Gillen 32nd. Kaz Grala 33rd. 34th for J.J. Yaley. William Byron a lap down in 35th. Zane Smith 5 laps down in 36th. And again, Chris Buescher out of the race 37th and in last place. Based off the pre-race predictions, The must-have drivers, Kyle Larson, again, your leader. He was my win pick as well. And out in front of the field, Christopher Bell's back in the top 10 even after his early issue. He is now up to 8th, marching forward. And William Byron, the only one of the 3 of the must-have picks, not in the top 10 as he had the trash on the grill of his car, had to make that unscheduled stop. So he's a lap down right now. He's in the free pass position for the moment. We'll see if he actually stays there before the end of the stage. And it's going to be interesting to see when exactly he can get that lap back over the course of the race today, if he can at all. I have to see how the rest of the flow of the race goes. A couple early cautions. This is our longest green flag run so far of about 30-plus laps. Sleeper picks, Ty Gibbs, currently 6th, having a solid run. And Austin Cindric is in 10th, also in the top 10. So 2 for 2 there for the middle going of stage 1, late going of stage 1, really. Don't have picks. Bowman outside the top 10 still. 14th place. Brad Keselowski still outside the top 10 as he's back at 26. He's been outside the top 20 the whole day. Tough break for Keselowski so far by the way things have gone, and his teammate Chris Buescher out of the race early after the right front tire came off of his car, and he compacted the wall very violently. Denny Hamlin in 5th would be the only one of the don't-haves in the top 10 right now, and he's currently top 5 after starting in 28th. 12 to go here in the first stage. Larson slowly pulling away from Busch. I'm honestly surprised Kyle Busch stayed out in front as long as he did. Suarez, who stayed out of the pits completely under that last stop, is currently back to 14th, so he's lost some ground. Bell gets passed by Ross Chastain. Chastain moving forward. And how about Corey LaJoie? Shout out to him in the 7th place position right now. Stayed out of the pits, got a quick caution, which panned out in his favor with the second yellow, then took tires, so he is actually the 3rd highest, or 4th highest in the running order of those on 4 fresh tires from the last restart. Good lap times for the 7 of LaJoie. Pole sitter Joey Logano has fallen back to 11th. All 3 Penske cars are 10th, 11th, and 12th, and Logano sandwiched in the middle of them. Biggest mover since the restart is Bell and Chastain. 16 positions gained for Bell, 14 for Chastain. Remember, Ross started at the back of the field today under approved adjustments prior to pre-race inspection. And he is obviously back in contention now. He was fastest in practice overall yesterday. Didn't qualify particularly well, but looking pretty good here today. That's all that matters. It's how good you are on race day. Kyle Busch has kind of dwindled that lead down to a half a second all of a sudden. Thought Larson was just going to start setting sail once he got to the lead. He did for a little bit. And it's not like Larson's necessarily catching heavy lap traffic, but Kyle Busch is putting a fight on, as he definitely wants to go out and try to win this stage. Not without laying over. Also wants to run a fast enough pace that's going to keep these Toyotas on fresh tires that are closing in behind him so he can at least get 9 points towards the regular season if he finishes 2nd in the stage. Get 1 point per position for the top 10 drivers. Ty Gibbs going to pass his teammate Denny Hamlin for 5th, breaking him into the top 5. Byron has just passed J.J. Yeley currently for the free pass position. So if we stay the way things are right now, Byron will get the free pass at the end of the stage. Zane Smith is 4 laps down. Yaley a lap down, but Byron just passed him. And Kaz Gralla is still about 5 seconds or so ahead of Larson. Larson's going to have to be about 8 to 9 tenths of a second quicker a lap than Gralla to catch and lap him before the 24 can get his lap back at the end of the stage. Reddick is charging on hard. He's not going to get to Larson, but he might have a shot to get by a Busch here in the next lap or two. You really see Kyle struggling with the handling of his race car off turn 4. A lot smoother for Reddick. Busch down to the apron to block the 45 on the front stretch. He's going to try to fight this out as long as he could. He can, just like he did with Kyle Larson. Side by side for 2nd off turn 2 and down the back stretch. Reddick to the inside of the 8 of Busch. Reddick sails it off to the bottom of the racetrack through 3 and 4. Busch all the way up near the wall. Reddick easily going to be able to clear. And not enough momentum for Busch to try the crossover into turn 1. So Tyler Reddick to 2nd. 5 laps to go in stage 1. He's 1.3 seconds off your race leader, Kyle Larson. 1 Chevy, followed by Toyota, Chevy, and then 3 more Toyotas in the top 6. Another 2 Chevys in 7th, 8th Toyota. Highest running Ford is Austin Cindric in 10th. Ford struggled for most of the day in practice yesterday, and that seems to be the case again here today in the race. Don't want to pat myself on the back, but I may or may not have predicted that pre-race. Or at least predicted that that could be a possibility. And I also said my 2 favorites out of the Ford camp to win. If a Ford was to win today, it was going to be Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, and they're the highest 2 Fords right now, still Cindric in 10th and Logano 11th. I know my NASCAR. 3 to go, stage 1. Reddick a little bit faster than Kyle Larson the last 2 laps once he got to second, but he's not going to be fast enough to get him here. Still second back, and some of that could be Larson just playing with the lead and not over pushing the race car. On these older tires, still relatively windy outside. Around 35-mile-per-hour gust, half of what it was yesterday in the Las Vegas, Nevada area. Side-by-side battle for third. Truex has caught Kyle Busch, and Ty Gibbs on even fresher tires than both of these guys has a chance at third as well. Gibbs to the outside, 2 to go on the stage, almost blocked into the wall by Kyle Busch, and Gibbs got out of the gas. Somehow the 19 was not able to clear the 8 car on the inside of the track through 1 and 2, even with the 8 trying to cover the top on the 54. Busch has done a phenomenal job holding on to what he has so far in this stage as he tries to get a top 3 stage run. Hamlin now closing in. It's a 4-car battle coming to the final lap of stage 1 for the 3rd place position. Gibbs with the run off the high side off turn 4. Just like he did a lap ago, has the momentum. He's going to cut to the bottom of the racetrack this time behind his teammate Truex into turn 1. We'll see if that works for him. Denny Hamlin to the top of the track, closing in on Ty Gibbs. Gibbs and Hamlin will be side by side down the back stretch for 5th, while Busch and Truex still side by side for 3rd in front of him. Kyle Busch going to pinch the 19 car off. Reddick got all the way to the back bumper of Kyle Larson through 3 and 4, but Larson will still win stage 1. Photo finish for 3rd goes to Truex, then Busch in 3rd and 4th. Playoff point for Larson as he wins the first stage of the race today. Leads the most laps in the first stage as well. Second place for Tyler Reddick. Again, Martin Truex Jr. 3rd, Kyle Busch 4th. Denny Hamlin ended up 5th at the end of stage 1. Ty Gibbs 6th. Corey LaJoie 7th. Ross Chastain 8th. Austin Cindric 9th. And Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10. So those will be the 10 drivers receiving stage points here through the first 80 laps. 85 laps, again, will be in stage 2, similar in length by the time we get back under green. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll continue our live commentary coverage of the Pennzoil 400 at Las Vegas. Busch only had 2 tires compared to the 5 and 45, yep. Reddick might look like the fastest car in the long run. He really closed in on Larson a lot more than I thought he was going to. Like I said, got to the back bumper off turn 4. Made it a lot closer than what it was looking like it was going to be. Larson and other tied in the poll for who you guys think will win this race today. 13% for both Logano and Byron still. 124 votes casted, and you guys still have about another 85 laps to vote. Again, end of stage 2 is when I'll close that poll. Per usual with the polls on these live streams. And we will have our 3rd pit stops of the day during this stage break as well. Hopefully the raw feed starts working at some point in stage 2. So far it has not. Byron had a trash bag on him. Yeah, his car was trash. Yeah, it was a pretty big trash bag. Like a legitimate trash bag. It wasn't like a plastic bag, like a grocery bag. It was covering almost the entire front bumper. The entire grill was definitely covered, and that's why the water temp was up over 350. On you, thanks for tuning in. He's pulling for Joey Logano. The double deuce. Must get tires at every caution. Silent L Scribe said in the chat. Pretty much going to be the case today, at least until tires start to become an issue with how many they have left. Shouldn't be an issue, at least for right now.
So let's meet Team 99 for Trackhouse.
Josh Bush, front tire changer, former All-American at Wake Forest University, and Super Bowl 50 champion with the Denver Broncos.
Seth Godoris, rear tire changer, last week's winners and the closest 3-wide finish in NASCAR history. Charlie Plank, tire carrier, survivor of the 38 truck at Talladega last year, didn't skip a beat, great to go.
Josh Appleby, Jackman, punter, University of Louisville, 2-time CrossFit Vitality Throwdown champion. Milan Radonovich, fueler of the 99 car for Daniel Suarez, former Rutgers football player.
And that's the team that got Daniel Suarez in position to win in Atlanta last week. In stage one, 4 Chevys, 5 Toyotas, and Austin Cindric's Ford scored stage points. There's the Toyota Camry XSE that leads the field here in Las Vegas.
A little bit tricky, Kevin. All right, crew chief's asking me what they need, right? What kind of adjustments you need on a race car? Well, I don't really know. I had 2 tires. I had scuff tires on. A lot of scenarios that I haven't felt on these cars in a long time. Kind of hard to give that feedback.
Well, you should have a pretty good read on everything that's happening with today's conditions, with the sun being out and the less wind and a whole run there. I know that the scuff tires and the 2 tires are going to give you a little bit of a misread, but overall you should have had a pretty good view of everything that's happening and also know if you can pull some strategy at the end of the race. But those guys were able to hold on for a pretty short amount of time with the 2 tires, and they cycled right back through the field as the run went on. And so I think that the 2-tire strategy is going to be something that you have to do only for a really, really short amount of time.
Keep in mind that Suarez and McDowell and Nemechek have an extra set of tires because they did not stop on the last caution. They have at least an extra pair over most of the teams here.
And that could come into play later in a race. You just never know how these cautions are going to fall. Last year we had a pretty straightforward race. The cautions didn't fall, and they green flag pit stops. And in this one, we hadn't had a green flag pit stop. So this has been a pretty interesting start.
All right, 33 cars on the lead lap, and most all of them will come to pit road right now. Regan.
Like Kyle Busch went through a number of different transitions through that run, ultimately ending up too loose on exit in the middle just a little bit. Team told them they felt that was because of the 2 tires they took on the previous stop. And Denny Hamlin is not bad right now. Told his guys, we're just a little bit too tight up top and through the center at the end of the run. Jamie?
Tyler Reddick's in a hole when it comes to points. Their goal was to get some stage points and finish this one out. So far, so good. Second on the board. They'll tighten him up just a little bit. Kyle Larson said he had less grip because of the scuffs that last run. They're going to tighten him up just a touch.
You see Tyler Reddick, I saw he got into the box, kind of pointed the wrong direction and too close to the wall, couldn't get out, had to back up. Costly mistake for Tyler Reddick.
One lead lap driver did not pit, Kaz Gralla. So he is the leader at the moment. Denny Hamlin wins the race off pit road. Kyle Larson picking up right where he left off here last fall with a stage 1 win.
Gralla will just probably come onto pit road then the next lap once everybody is cleared, considering how many cars were on the lead lap there at the end of the stage, which was still quite a few, with having a couple cautions in the first half of stage 1. Still had roughly a 40-plus lap green flag run to the end of the stage, and as you heard there, William Byron gets the free pass to get back on the lead lap, so we'll have 34 cars back on the lead lap. Zane Smith 4 laps down still, and again, J.J. Yaley a lap down as well. Chris Buescher out of the race. Kyle Larson leading the way at the I should say he was leading the way. He won stage 1. Truex Hamlin looked to be up towards the front of the field for this next restart. I want Corey LaJoie up in the top 5 right now, having a great run. Kyle Busch lost a couple spots on pit road. Be around 6th on the restart. Cindric lost a spot. Logano getting now back into the top 10. Alex Bowman's crew gains a few spots in the pits. Ross Chastain loses about 6 positions on pit road, falls from 8th to 14th. So that's some of the movement in the pits. Patrick Ellison, thanks for tuning in. Think it's going to be either one of the Toyotas or Larson. Yeah, that's definitely what it's looking like right now. I figured the 24 and the 5 are going to be tough to beat, but we saw in that long run specifically, the Toyotas were getting faster and faster. Larson got out ahead quite a bit. He's so good on the short run that he was able to build up such a big lead. The problem is we haven't had that green flag run of longer than 50 laps yet. If we get that today, that I think is going to be the difference maker on if Larson will be able to actually hold on to the lead or not. And he could have gotten out to an even bigger lead if he could have gotten by Kyle Busch quicker. He was behind him for a good half a dozen to a dozen laps before he finally got around him. And if it would have taken him another lap or two longer to get around Busch, I think Reddick might have actually ended up winning the stage there in the closing laps.
One bank. 85 laps complete, end of stage 1. Kaz Grala has made his pit stop, so Martin Truex is the race leader. Let's have a look at what's new on Kevin Harvick's podcast.
Typically, you want Mike Joy to call most of the last lap because nobody really wants to hear us call the last lap. Mike does a much better job at that. And Clint got so excited and so jacked up, and it was just, that was all natural Clint. And he was going crazy, and I put my arm around him because I kind of got it. I'm like, oh, this is pretty exciting, and he's making me excited, and I didn't want to get in the middle of those two talking, so I just kind of let it all play out and watch the end of the race.
Well, let's hope the fans were excited too. Join Kevin every Tuesday and Thursday for NASCAR's #1 on the charts podcast, Happy Hour, presented by NASCAR on Fox.
Yeah, we've been having fun with that the last couple of weeks. We got SVG on this week to talk about everything he's done in his racing career, and who knows where we'll go. We'll tell you our secret word that we already got in.
Hey, who knows? Steve Phelps may stop by your podcast one week.
That would be lit.
Stop by our booth. Yeah.
I'd say he'll come by. Regan?
Oh, Mike, what a fantastic stop for Denny Hamlin's guys in the 11 car. Picked him up some spots on pit road there. AJ Rosini, front tire changer. What is the intensity like when you're out there having to stop like that?
Man, it's crazy. It's a great feeling to come out, competing for first place after it gets pit stop. That's what we live for.
I love that. I love that. They just did a pit stop, and Regan is down there a minute after they just completed the stop, and what a look inside the sport. Those guys on the pit crew are so important to the success of your day.
9.94 seconds.
There you have it.
You know what that equals? P1, baby. Thank you, boys. They come a lot easier in that pit area than they do out here.
All right, there's a look at the Monster Energy Cam on board Tyler Reddick. We listened in there.
Anything on the pit box coming in, like you just locked the fronts up, too much different than the last one? No, that's a different situation again where they're having somebody come around them. We just need to get pointed out. Worry about not carrying so much speed, just get pointed out, make sure we're short. See what you can do to help a little bit, but obviously we're all stacked up here in a bad spot.
Thank you, Tyler Reddick. I appreciate that confirmation because I just had the argument with my counterpart here in the booth. The front tires locked up because these pit boxes are so slick that is so easy to do.
Now look at this. Really tight quarters here, almost 4 wide. You see Ty Gibbs coming out. I think there's a little bit of contact off the side of Kyle Larson.
Yeah. But the big loser here was Reddick. He came in second. He went out 16th.
Yeah, it was big. I noticed it. I didn't see the front tire lockup, Kevin, but I definitely noticed that car. He had those lines in his pit box, and it was a good 2 feet inside of where it needed to be.
Yeah, well, if you need my glasses, you can borrow them.
Hey, Corey LaJoie will restart 4th after a 9.9 second stop. Those Spire boys, they are on it.
Absolutely.
Martin Truex Jr. leads the field to the green, and the beginning of Stage 2 is underway at Las Vegas. An all JGR front row, Hamlin to the outside of the 19, and Kyle Larson with Corey LaJoie in row 2 on the restart. Great run for LaJoie thus far. Had some strategy to cut his way through the field, and has stayed up there. 4 wide on the back straightaway, funneling into turn 3, just outside the top 10. Denny Hamlin to the lead for the first time today as he beats Truex, who was the controlled car, and Corey LaJoie up to second as he slings by the 19. LaJoie and Hamlin at the front of the field in the early portion of Stage 1. Larson to the inside of Truex for third. I think LaJoie might have the second fastest Chevy in the field, only behind Larson. Truex looking low. Big late block by LaJoie getting into turn 3. Truex still going to sneak under him just a bit there. Gibbs to the inside of Larson, who now has fallen to 5th place after the restart. Ryan Blaney is up inside the 6th place position. That's as high as he's been in the running order so far. He's the highest running Ford now, following the restart and the Stage 1 pit stops. Battle for second continues between Truex and LaJoie. LaJoie got the 19 car to the inside of him a couple corners ago. Larson will dart it 3 wide to the bottom of the racetrack under both of them. Both the 19 and the 5 have cleared the 7 of LaJoie on the outside. Blaney closing in, trying to get by the 7 for 4th. Big move by Busch, 3 wide behind him underneath Alex Bowman and Ty Gibbs. Busch will clear them both, and Kyle moves to 8th place. Larson clear for second on Truex. LaJoie remains in 4th behind the 19, and in front of the 12, LaJoie lifts off turn 2, almost got into the wall, and Blaney's there now into 3 to the inside of the 7. Ryan Blaney going to go for the 4th place position. Big run built up on the outside by Kyle Busch, who wants a shot at it. Now he's got 4 fresh tires instead of 2 to race with these guys at the front of the field. Trying to make the most of it. LaJoie holds clear on the 12 of Blaney. Got a little bit of a bump draft on the front stretch from the 8 of Busch, who had a huge amount of momentum off the outside of the racetrack. And was able to pole vault himself not only by the 12, but also by the 7 of LaJoie on the other end of the track through 3 and 4. So now Kyle Busch is up to 4th. Our live commentary coverage next weekend for the NASCAR Cup Series race at Phoenix will begin at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, 3 p.m. Eastern next week. It'll be our live commentary coverage of the Phoenix NASCAR Cup Series race. Cindric has fallen back a bit on the restart now to 12th. He's side by side with Reddick, who was 2nd place at the end of Stage 1. And as you heard, fell back to 16th, 15 spots lost on pit road. Slid too far into the box, had to back up to get his way out, costed him quite a bit of time. Chastain battles side by side with Alex Bowman on screen as well. That is a battle for 8th place. Chastain to the inside of the 48, and they've been almost hogtied for the most part since the beginning of the stage. They've been battling with each other for that 8th place position. Ty Gibbs got back around Ryan Blaney a lap or two ago for 6th as well, once the 7 of LaJoie was able to fend off Blaney. Gibbs was 6th place at the end of the last stage. Reddick 3 wide under the Penske duo of Cindric and Logano on the front stretch, and they'll still be 3 wide into turn 1. It's a 3-car battle for 11th, and Reddick will clear them both into the middle of the corner, while Cindric and Logano still stay door-to-door down the backstretch. Chastain and Bowman have been side by side for almost 3 or 4 laps now. This time it's Bowman on the inside, though. Chastain cleared him a couple corners ago, and Bowman tried the crossover. Now they're door-to-door again. Slingshot move by Logano on the front stretch on the 2 of Cindric as well. He cuts to the apron to try to make the pass into turn 1. Shortcutted the front stretch, but is not going to be able to slide clear. Cindric will hold on to his positioning. Chastain clears Bowman. Bowman had to lift extra through 1 and 2. And Christopher Bell has caught the 48 car now as they battle for 9th, and Chastain pulls away from that battle. Bell clear into turns 3 and 4. Bowman falls to 10th place. Logano clear again on the 2 behind them for 12th. Chase Elliott on screen as well with Carson Hocevar. Hocevar in the top 15. Solid run for the rookie. And just his 4th career Cup start today. Not to mention, again, his teammate Corey LaJoie still in the top 5 2 seconds off the race lead. Hamlin is the one who leads this race by 0.6 of a second over Kyle Larson. Truex is in third, 1.1 seconds back. Kyle Busch, 1.3 seconds back and fourth to Corey LaJoie. Again, fifth place, 2 seconds off the race lead. That's your top 5 at lap 99. Blaney going to get back by Gibbs. A lot of changing for position in the top 10 since this restart. Battle still going on. Kyle Busch has closed the gap on Truex, his former teammate, for third as well. Busch in that middle group through 3 and 4, getting a little bit more straightaway speed than the cars that are running the bottom, which is most of the cars inside the top 10. Busch was up near the wall towards the end of the last stage, trying to make some momentum up on the high side as well. So Kyle's not been running the bottom too often. One time it really was trying to play a bit of defense on Larson when he had the lead after the second caution that took place in the middle of the first stage. Bell now quickly closing on Chastain to make it a battle for 8th place as they're still roughly 4 seconds off the race leader. Larson has cut his deficit down to 0.5 seconds. About a 10th gain over the last couple laps for him on the 11 of Hamlin. And William Byron, who got the free pass under that last restart, has only made his way up to 28th. He's still towards the back of the pack right now. Still a long ways to go in this one, but we are getting close to the halfway point all of a sudden. With the longer green flag runs in the middle going into this race, the laps are starting to click by, and time could be running out for Byron. If he gets to the end of stage 2 and he still isn't in the top 10 yet, a shot to win. It's not going to be very high. Larson within 0.3 of a second now of Denny Hamlin. Full screen commercial break for those of you watching the actual race coverage on Fox. Thank you for tuning into this stream. 72 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so yet. Subscribe as well for more NASCAR content. And vote in the poll in the chat for who you think will win the race. Have until the end of stage 2 to vote. 137 votes have been cast so far. We have 137 votes, but we only have 72 likes. So be sure to hit that like button, guys. Appreciate you guys voting in the chat, but hit that like button as well along the way. It helps these streams out a ton. Take a quick ad break. Continue on with our Stage 2 coverage. %36 of the votes going to Larson and other. It is close. It's going to be a close poll. Larson within 1/10 of a second now of Denny Hamlin. Looking to take this race lead away. Teams that are going to split the second stage in half, I would imagine, will probably pit in about another 25 laps or so. May see cars pitting just before or just after that, but right around then. Larson to the lead under the commercial break. Out in front of Denny Hamlin. Kyle Busch is closing that gap too as well. He's only within 0.6 of a second. And Corey LaJoie made a pass for 4th on Truex during the commercial break as well. So Corey LaJoie within 1.5 seconds of the lead. Great run for that 7 car. Kyle Busch looking strong after not qualifying particularly well yesterday. Started 21st today. Out of the drivers in the top 6, only 2 of them started inside the top 7 rows. That would be Truex, who started in row 4, and Larson, who started on the front row. Chastain started at the very back of the field as well, and he's in 8th. Bowman started 23rd. He's in 10th. All those cars that qualified well have not been able to maintain their track position with the early cautions, the restarts, losing time on pit road, whatever it may be. Chris Buescher's case out of the race with the right front tire coming off after he qualified in 9th.
To see it. Lead change, Kyle Larson. Dropped to the inside, battled Denny Hamlin, and retook the lead. Larson's now been out front for a total of 37 laps. He's led 4 times.
Yeah, just running down, took advantage of that momentum, caught him at the right time and pounced on him.
Yeah, now that he's out front, he's really able to put about it's a little over a tenth and a half on the second and third place cars, and getting that clean air is such a huge deal, and being able to finish that pass on Denny Hamlin is something that he wanted to get done as soon as possible so that he could start to get a little bit of lap time out front, build that distance.
Three Chevys, two Toyotas in the top five. Ryan Blaney is the first Ford in sixth. But Kyle Larson leading the way. His team, Hendrick Motorsports, has 9 wins here. Most of all teams in history. And they had a clean sweep last year of the stages and the races. In fact, counting Bowman's win, they won the last 3 in a row here in Las Vegas of spring races.
But we see that 11 car starting to fall off a little bit compared to the 8 and the 5 of Kyle Larson. As you see Kyle Busch go around the outside of Denny Hamlin.
So Chevy's 1, 2, and 4, fourth being Corey LaJoie.
Corey LaJoie is impressing me. I really thought he'd fall off. Obviously, an awesome pit stop put him in that scenario, but he's holding tough up there, doing a good job there. Great company, Spire Motorsports. That's a stiff competition they're running with.
You know, 2 years ago, it was Trackhouse Racing bursting on the scene to great effect. Last year's most improved team, RFK Racing. Chris Buescher had a great season. Could this be Spire Motorsports' season to break through?
Absolutely, and it's Corey LaJoie's time. He has put in the time. He has struggled. I mean, they were a back marker, right? And they grinded it out, figured it out. They've got some money in that thing. They've got teammates now. First time he's ever had teammates. And look at the difference it's making. A win's coming in his future.
Well, to his inside is Ryan Blaney, who's going to go by here for 5th place. Regan.
Ryan Blaney, the top running forward right now, as we see him clear himself in front of Corey LaJoie. A little contact there, even having a good day, though, and that has come with a lot of good communication. Early on, that race car was so tight, it was chattering the front tires to the center of the corner. He and crew chief Jonathan Hassler working through that, found a way to get it to where now the car is turning good. He's happier with the car all the way around the racetrack right now.
All right, 33 laps complete in stage 2, which is 5 laps longer than the first stage at 85. Kyle Larson leading Kyle Busch by almost a second.
All right, we'll go through the full field running order as of right now in the Pennzoil 400, lap 114. Again, Kyle Larson is your race leader. Kyle Busch is second, 0.8 of a second behind Larson. Denny Hamlin in third, Martin Truex Jr. fourth. Ryan Blaney in fifth, Ty Gibbs 6th, Corey LaJoie 7th, Ross Chastain 8th, Alex Bowman 9th, Tyler Reddick is 10th. 11th place for Christopher Bell, Carson Hocevar in 12th, Joey Logano 13th, Austin Cindric 14th, Chase Elliott in 15th, Chase Briscoe 16th, Austin Dillon 17th, Bubba Wallace 18th, Daniel Suarez 19th, and Noah Gragson in 20th. 21st for Harrison Burton, Brad Keselowski 22nd, 23rd for Ty Gillen, William Byron 24th, Michael McDowell 25th, 26th place for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Josh Berry 27th, 28th Ryan Preece, John Hunter Nemechek 29th, and 30th is Justin Haley. 31st for Eric Jones, Daniel Hemrick 32nd, 33rd for Derek Kraus, and last car on the lead lap is Kaz Gralla in 34th. J.J. Yaley is 2 laps down in 35th, 5 laps down is Zane Smith in 36th, and Chris Buescher again out of the race. That is your 37-car running order. As of right now. Again, still 34 cars on the lead lap. Average race speed 123.85 miles per hour. 3 cautions in our first 115 laps of action, one of which being the lap 80 stage break, and then 2 cautions per incident in stage 1. Lap 10, where Christopher Bell's right rear tire had come apart, and then Chris Buescher's right front tire came off the car, causing a caution at lap 26. We eventually ended up having a red flag at lap 32. After pit stops during the course of the caution to repair the wall. That red flag lasted 10 minutes and 39 seconds. Again, Byron got the free pass at the end of the last stage. He fell a lap down, making an unscheduled pit stop to get the trash bag that had covered the entire front bumper and definitely the entire grill of the race car. Started to overheat a bit. He's made his way to 21st. He was one of the must-have picks. The other must-have picks are in the top 10. Larson, my pick to win, is leading the race. And then Christopher Bell actually was in the top 10. He has now fallen to 12th. So 1 for 2 as the race goes on there. If I get the bonus point for Larson winning, it would be 2 and 2. Austin Cindric and Ty Gibbs were the sleeper picks coming into the day. Cindric has fallen now to 14th, was in the top 10 at the end of stage 1. And Ty Gibbs is up in the top 10 right now, currently in 5th, just past Corey LaJoie for 5th place on the racetrack. Denny Hamlin, one of the don't have picks, is in 3rd. Got through the field on pit strategy at the early cautions. Alex Bowman was another one of the don't haves. He is in 9th, also in the top 10. And Brad Keselowski, 17th now in the running order. We got some green flag pit stops going on. Ryan Blaney, Ricky Stenhouse are in.
Well, we just talked about Ryan Blaney and how that car is turning better for him right now this run. The problem with that, it transitioned to just a little bit too loose on the entry. Both ends of the racetracks, turn 1 and turn 3.
Austin Dillon's in.
Daniel Suarez, Austin Dillon in the pits as well. Larson, the race leader, stays out at least another lap. Same for Kyle Busch. Denny Hamlin from 3rd will come to pit road along with his teammates Martin Truex Jr. and Ty Gibbs. Byron's in.
So they don't lose any time. McDowell, Byron,
Bowman,
Gillen,
Logano, Cindric, Elliott, all in the pits.
Road. Bowman's in his box. Logano, the pole sitter, and Cindric, Keselowski, Nemechek, and more. Jamie.
Leader Kyle Larson coming down pit road right now. They've been adjusting on his car throughout the day. He's been very quiet, though, for this run. Remember, he had that run-in with Ty Gibbs the last time he came into his pit box. As they calculate the timing, they count him down into his box. Expecting to take 4 tires here. They told him to go on the jack. Don't have to wait for fuel like we saw so often last week.
Around the left side, Ross Chastain has taken over the lead from Tyler Reddick and Christopher Bell. Everybody pitting under green. And here's
Ross Chastain coming in the pits. Corey LaJoie, Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell are also in.
Reddick and Bell right with him. Austin Cindric, too fast entering.
Ooh.
Well, this is a tough pit road because you have to do all your braking all the way around the banking to get to pit road, and it's really easy to speed in those first couple sections.
And off the banking, right? You were telling me yesterday, really slams these cars down off the banking when they get on a flat. That's why they move that line around the corner a little bit more to help these guys get in.
So everyone has pitted except for lap down cars, J.J. Yaley and Zane Smith. Take a while to sort this out, but Larson cycles back to the lead with Hamlin, who was 3rd, now 2nd. Daniel Hemrick, too fast exiting pit road.
So there you go. Speeding penalties for Austin Cindric and Daniel Hemrick during the course of the green flag pit stops. Hamlin was the first to pit road, and that's why he was able to cycle out ahead of Kyle Busch. Ryan Blaney also pitted before the 8 car, and Blaney has cycled to 3rd. Ty Gibbs is also in the top 5. Corey LaJoie fell back to 10th during the cycling to pit road. Not as quick of a pit stop for him under green as what the team had during the caution period. But Kyle Larson still the race leader at the front of the field. Larson and Hamlin battled for quite a few wins last year on intermediate tracks with each other, and Hamlin got the upper hand more often than not. We'll see if those two will be the two to battle it out for the win here today. Thought coming in it would be the 5 and the 24. Still waiting on Byron to cut through the field. Lap time-wise, Byron actually ran a quicker lap time than Kyle Larson the last lap, so he still got the speed in the race car, just lost all that track position with the trash bag. Led laps very early, was unable to get stage points in stage 1, but he has recovered to 18th currently. And if he can get close to the top 10 here before the end of the stage, which, I mean, ideally, he's only 3 seconds behind 10th place Corey LaJoie, so quite a few positions to gain between now and then, but I mean, Byron could still get up there in contention before the end of this. Don't count him out yet. The more cautions we have, better chance he'll have of making his way through. It looks like Chastain is back to pit road.
Stop. That's the Kubota cam on Ross Chastain's car. And that will cost you at pit road speed, I guess, about a lap and a half to make that drive down pit road, get back up to speed.
Yeah, Chastain's going to go a lap down here, and more than likely is going to remain a lap down to the end of the stage. He's just got to hope that everybody else on the lead lap stays on the lead lap so he can stay in the free pass position, or if anybody falls a lap down like we saw with Byron, he was able to pass himself on J.J. Yaley. There are other cars a lap down, again, that had speeding penalties like Daniel Hemrick and Austin Cindric. Chastain did cycle out of the pits ahead of those guys. But tough break for Ross Chastain, who again was in the top 10 at the end of stage 1, still running about 8th through 10th for most of the second stage until, unfortunately, a speeding penalty on pit road. So 3 drivers nabbed for speeding, 2 entering and 1 exiting on our first intermediate racetrack of the season, and the first green flag pit stops of the day. We had 2 pit stops under caution in the first stage, but again, first green flag stops of the day, as we have not had an incidental caution yet in stage 2. We'll take an ad break here as you're listening live, still in the first half of the Pennzoil 400 at Las Vegas. Blaney probably the best Ford. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it looked like Logano and Cindric in stage 1, and now that Blaney's got track position, I mean, he's the only Ford in the top 7. Logano's still hanging back there in 8th yet. He's progressing forward slowly because he did fall to about 14th there in the middle to late going to stage 1. But Blaney's definitely cut through the field a lot quicker than him. Blaney has not won at Vegas, but he's had a lot of strong runs at this racetrack over the last several years. Just hasn't been able to break through the victory lane. I think back as a Ryan Blaney fan, I can remember vividly back to the 2020 race with him and Alex Bowman going back and forth for the lead before a late caution ended up coming out a couple laps ago. One of those 2 drivers looked like they were going to win that day. They ended up both coming to pit road, which set up an overtime restart, and they were unable to get back up towards the front of the field. In fact, I think Blaney finished 10th in that race, despite looking like at least he was going to be a lock for a top 2 again with Bowman. It was tough to tell who exactly was going to win that race that day, but that was definitely one that could have gotten away from him as he came into the pits with Bowman and a lot of other drivers stayed out. As far as this race right now goes, again, he is in 3rd, the highest running Ford. Chevy, Toyota, Ford at the very front of the field. 2 Fords in the top 10. 4 Chevys and 4 Toyotas in the top 10 as well. Chase Elliott's in the top 10 for the first time today for any Elliott fans watching the stream. Up to 10th, catching up with his teammates. Alex Bowman slipped back a bit during green flag pit stops, now to 16th, and Byron is battling him for that 16th place position. Again, Byron restarted in 34th. It's the last car in the lead lap after getting the free pass. So he's cut the field in half here in about half of the second stage of green flag action. Still 35 laps to go yet in stage 2. Your top 10, Kyle Larson, again, your race leader. Denny Hamlin, 2.2 seconds off the lead now in second as Larson's running away with it in the middle going to the stage. Ryan Blaney is 2.5 seconds back in 3rd. Kyle Busch in 4th, 2.6 seconds off the lead. Ty Gibbs is 3.3 seconds back in 5th. Martin Truex Jr. in 6th place, 6.8 seconds off the lead. 7.7 seconds back is Tyler Reddick in 7th. Joey Logano 8th, 10.6 seconds back. 11.3 seconds off the lead is Corey LaJoie in 9th, and Chase Elliott rounds out the top 10. He's 11.8 seconds back. Ryan Blaney just got passed by Kyle Busch on the racetrack for 3rd. Both of those cars are closing in on Denny Hamlin for 2nd as Hamlin continues to lose pace to Larson. Looking to see who the fastest car of the racetrack was at last lap, and Kyle Busch was actually the fastest, ran a 30.571. It's amazing the speed differential that we've seen today versus qualifying yesterday. The fastest lap in qualifying for Joey Logano was a 29.1. And our fastest lap in the race today, I believe, was set by Kyle Larson, and that was a 29.758. Over 184 mile per hour average on Logano's pole lap yesterday, and a 181 mile per hour average for Larson in the race. So the pace is slower, and Larson did mention in the middle of that red flag period when the Fox booth radioed to him that the winds have changed directions from where it was yesterday, that it is pushing more off of turn 3 or going into turn 3 than what it is coming off of turn 2, just maybe causing more of a headwind down the back straightaway, and that could be the difference in speed, I think, from yesterday to today. I mean, they were hitting speeds of 193 to 194 miles an hour for everybody by way of lap time speeds in practice, and again, qualifying on the front row yesterday. But outside of him, though, most of the cars that started in the top 10 are not there anymore. Only drivers that started in the top 10 still running there Again, Larson, who started second, is first. Ty Gibbs started 8th. He's in 5th. Truex started 7th, is in 6th. And then Logano, who started on the pole, is 8th. They're the only 4 drivers that started in the top 10 that are still in the top 10. Really at about the halfway point in this race. We're only 3 laps past halfway. Still 29 laps to go in stage 2. And Kyle Busch, meanwhile, about a half a lap ago, just passed Denny Hamlin for for second place. Almost said the race lead. For second. Still 3 seconds off the lead, but Busch still quicker than Larson. Not by as much. That last lap, though, he passed Hamlin in the middle of the lap. So that probably costed some of that lap time, but still faster than Larson by 0.04 of a second. He was running about 0.2 quicker than him before he caught Hamlin. We'll see if he can get back to about 0.2 quicker a lap again. And Ross Chastain's running very quick lap times as well. He is actually closing in on Larson and trying to unlap himself before the end of the stage. If he can keep this pace up, he's got time to get there. Larson looks to be getting into lap traffic fairly soon. He's about a half a straightaway behind the last car in the lead lap of Derek Kraus in 29th. Chastain, the first car, a lap down right now ahead of Haley, Cindric, Hemrick, and Yaley, who are all lap down. Bubba Wallace at some point had an issue here, and he's now 35th as well. I'm not sure what happened to him. He's 3 laps down. Guys in the chat might have to update me on what happened to Bubba Wallace, because I have no idea what happened to him. I just now realized he's in 35th and he's 3 laps down. So it definitely wasn't a speeding penalty because he's 3 down. I wonder if maybe he had a loose wheel and had to come back onto pit road under green. I wonder if that may have happened. And I believe that was after green flag stops, because I don't believe that was after the end of stage 1. He was top 10 at the end of the first stage. Ty Gibbs also reeling in Ryan Blaney and Denny Hamlin. Blaney looks a little faster than Hamlin, but not as fast as Gibbs, who's charging on both of them. Byron making the pass on Suarez to crack the top 15 once again. So Willie B, again, working his way through the field. Slowly but surely. Still 127 laps to go. But again, the time is winding down quick, and we haven't had a lot of cautions in the middle of going to the race. Guaranteed at least one more with the Stage 2 end. That will take place at lap 165 with 102 laps to go. Here's an update on Wallace.
Cindric and Hemrick, mostly due to penalties.
They showed him on screen. I thought they were going to talk about him. I might have missed it. Yeah, I might have missed it. I tried. Yeah, I would imagine it was probably a loose wheel. Let me look in the chat to see if anybody else mentioned anything. Not sure. Gradishar Harrison asking where the heck is Chase Elliott. Well, he's in 10th right now, so he is in the top 10. Not quite up there with his teammate Kyle Larson for the moment. Up to 9th place now. Elliott just passed Corey LaJoie recently, so Elliott's up to a race-high 9th place position. Another Hendrick car is slowly moving through the field. Alex Bowman really fell off. He was looking quick. End of stage 1, he got up to 7th, and now he's back to 16th. Right behind his teammate William Byron. Byron's lap time's quicker than that of Bowman. Byron's lap times as of right now is actually quicker than Blaney and Gibbs in 4th and 5th. So he's got top 5 speed at the very least. A little bit slower than Hamlin, Busch, and Larson. But he's in a lot more traffic right now too, which could be plaguing him there. As far as the overall fastest lap of the race, it looks like Byron ran the 2nd fastest lap of the day back at lap 18 after the first caution for that Christopher Bell flat right rear tire. That was a 29.886. Logano ran a 29.7, but granted he was on the pole. Okay, so that would have been the 2nd fastest. So Byron's got the 3rd fastest lap behind Logano and Larson. I'm sure that was when Byron had the clean air when he got to the lead for the first and only time he has led today on that restart. And then, again, quickly lost it. Not very long, I should say, after that. 19 laps to go yet, stage 2. Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch at the very front of the field. The Kyle and Kyle show. We were seeing that a lot back in the Kyle Larson, Chip Ganassi racing days. When he was just coming onto the scene, he was battling Busch for a lot of wins, and Kyle was winning them more often than not. Larson would finish second. Larson got the better hand of him a couple times, more so in the Xfinity Series than the Cup Series. But we might have the Kyle and Kyle show again here today. At least so far, that's the case with Larson out in front. 18 to go in stage 2.
You gonna sing? Go ahead.
I feel better. Elvis always makes you feel better. I tell you, he feels
was
Kyle
dancing.
Larson. Yeah. Look at this. 77 of 148. There's my guy.
He's here.
Darn right.
There's about a dozen of them that are up there on that platform.
Having fun.
Sure.
Having fun in the infield.
Kyle Larson's having fun.
Yes, he is.
About to put Castrella one lap down here. How about the second place car, Regan?
White Kyle Busch having a great day after starting relatively deep in the field. I talked to his crew chief, Randall Burnett, earlier this morning. There was some concern in their hauler about what they were going to get today. They couldn't get his car to the bottom of the racetrack on entry yesterday. Made some significant adjustments, and nothing that Kyle Busch does on a racetrack should surprise us. Very good right now. Car just a little bit too lukewarm with no grip off in the corners.
He is holding station, as they say, 4 seconds back of the lead. Denny Hamlin's about to come into that picture. Ryan Blaney another second and a half back. Well, they're trying to keep a lid on the pit box, and it's trying to blow away. Is that the biggest problem, Kyle Larson?
I'll tell you why it's important, because that head right there on that man, you need to keep that thing cool. Guy is one smart cat. Leads the charge for this 5 car, does a good job. Flip Daniels.
So the wind appears to have picked up here as Carson Hocevar has just pitted from 14th place.
Ooh. Tough break.
Don't have a lot of grip, and the wind is picked up, so probably makes your drive worse.
Right front flat on Hocevar. That's why he had to stop.
That's too bad. I don't know. It came from damage or anything. He was racing hard with those guys. Man, he was doing a great job. A great job. Inside the top 15. That's just what the doctor ordered for those guys. Got a little hiccup here to overcome. Maybe they can get it done.
Ross Chastain now is no longer the first car one lap down. He is third because Kyle Larson keeps lapping cars. Derek Kraus in the 16 is the first car one lap down. You saw him lap Kaz Gralla. He's the second. So Chastain's got work to do if he's going to get back on the lead lap.
Well, that's the problem with the situation like Ross is in. It just kind of gets worse on these green flag runs, especially when you have a leader like Kyle Larson that's out there running great lap times and putting more cars a lap down.
Chase Briscoe, the Mahindra Cam. Briscoe had a tough day in Atlanta, but here he is running 13th, 17 seconds back. Make that 12. You see, 13th now. William Byron goes by for 12. Briscoe 13th.
Yeah, and Chase pitted a little bit early, so I think as the end of this run goes, he's going to start falling back a little bit just because of the fact he has a little bit older tires.
4th place, Tyler Reddick.
Overcoming that pit stop. Here he comes back again, tail end of this run, just like we had on that long run last time. Tyler Reddick getting back up where he needs to be. Fast race car.
But think about how long that's taken, Clint. That really emphasizes the point of making a mistake on pit road and doing the little things wrong and how long it takes to make your track position back up.
Well, 10 to go here in the stage 2, and that's exactly where he pounced on him. Passed a lot of cars in that last 10, 15 laps. Great momentum, digging himself out of a hole, making a difference up.
Harrison Burton, the 26th place car. About to go one lap down. Oh, no trouble.
Christopher Bell is around off of 2. More trouble for him. I don't think it's no right rear tire flat. That thing was up.
Leaders in 2 now.
Fourth caution of the day. Christopher Bell was in 14th place when this happened.
Yeah, it looks like all the tires are up, Clint.
I'll have to see here. I think he just lost it, guys. He was in the way.
Tires are up and don't pit.
Tires are up, don't pit. They're definitely up. Didn't get into the wall, it doesn't look like. See, you see right behind Chase Briscoe here, gets loose. Round she went.
Just
caution out.
And right in the middle of that corner is where the bumps are that we talk about. And the higher up the racetrack you go. But a lot like last week when we were at Atlanta, Clinton, we see those cars kind of halfway poked out with that right front fender. It puts you in a position to where the car can get freer, especially if you're on the verge of being too free anyway.
All right, so Kyle Larson had not quite lapped Harrison Burton, so Derek Kraus gets the free pass.
Yeah, spinning behind.
Yeah, just overcome. He's running 14th there. Was, again, I say he's digging out of that hole that the right rear tire had him with a flat tire that first run. Now we're right back where we started.
Yeah, and you see all that smoke out of the back of the car. What as a driver, what you do right there is you floor the car. And the reason that you floor the car is it drives the car down the hill to keep it from backing up the racetrack and hitting the fence.
The other thing you don't do is overcorrect. These cars and the tires are the left side weight. It was a heads-up move by him to keep that thing locked down, and just like you said, floor it, get this baby headed back down the hill.
Pit road will be open this time.
8 to go. Will there be any gamblers? Probably not. I'd say they're all coming. Might see some 2 tires, something like that.
And pit road will be a busy place, even with 8 to go in stage 2. Regan.
Mike, the 8-car, Kyle Busch in second place right now. Fired off really good after that green flag pit stop, but it fell off too quick for him. Car fell on top of the racetrack and greasy all the way around in the 11 to Denny Hamlin. A little bit edgy on entry. Doesn't have comfort getting into the corners. Around lap 20, it got really loose. Jamie?
Tyler Reddick in the 45, nice and smooth into his pit box. Still a little bit loose. They've been tightening him up each stop. Meanwhile, the 5 of Kyle Larson, they had made that air pressure adjustment to help those tires last longer. He said took off just a little bit loose, but obviously happy.
Well, Brad Keselowski had to back up to get out of his pit, and he'll come out at the back.
See Josh Berry having trouble getting out of his box as well. Uh-oh.
Ty Gibbs.
Going for fuel.
Don't let that tire go, guys. Get that tire. Wheels fell off the bus there, boys. Frustration sets in. A lot of trouble for Gibbs in the pits.
Yeah, and I want to go back to your comment about Josh Berry having trouble getting out of the pits. These cars they don't turn very well when you're in a pit stall, so it's really, really difficult to be able to get the car turned to the right to get out of the pit box. When they're going fast, they're really, really twitchy, and the steering is pretty nice. But when they're sitting there at low speeds, it is tough to get the car turned and out of the pit box.
So we're going to have a few laps to race here to the end of stage 2. There's your report cam on board Brad Keselowski, who was a little deep in his box, not way deep, but he had to back up to get out, and that's why he is back there. Uncontrolled tire for Ty Gibbs. That will be a penalty. Next Sunday on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series goes to the Arizona Desert in Phoenix. Pre-race 2:30 Eastern. Engines fire at 3:30 for the Shriners Children's 500 next Sunday on Fox. And here's some radio on car 54. Where are you? Your wheel.
I do not have a first gear. The pilot transmission is broken for first gear.
Well, you don't need it much, so just use second.
Well, but if there's parts rolling around in that transaxle, that could cause further issues.
Yeah, it is definitely not an ideal situation because of that scenario there, Mike. And he's frustrated.
Yeah. Hard to get in and out of the pits. That's where you're going to have trouble. First gear, that's definitely exiting pits. Already had trouble, right? Now we got an uncontrolled tire. Now we got to start at the back.
Yeah, and that was just a bad cycle of circumstances right there.
All right, cars that did not pit taking the wave around. There are 7 of them that'll get waved around back to the lead lap, headed up by Kaz Gralla. So they sweep around the Toyota Camry XSE safety car, and we'll get back to the lead lap. And they'll include some of the cars that were penalized, like Austin Cindric, and some that had to make an unscheduled stop, like Carson Hocevar. Regan?
Well, Mike, a slow stop for Kyle Busch down here on pit road. They had to actually go back around the car to get to the right front. They did not get the lug nut all the way onto the car. You'll see right here, they think that it's good, and when they drop the jack, the changer waves his arms. Fortunately, caught it in time, but it cost him a lot of track position.
So Kyle pitted from second place. He's now 18th.
You saw him looking at it. He didn't want to believe it, but that was a good heads-up move. You hate to do that, but you have to do that. That wheel cannot fall off. I want to talk Alex Bowman. Said it. Who's going to gamble? Inside of 5 to go here. He put 2 tires on that 48 from 14th place. Let's see if the gamble pays off.
Well, the question I have is for Larry, and we had to put these tires on late in this stage in order to compete. And that probably puts you in a little bit of a box with your tire count, Larry.
It does, because we were doing pretty good on the tire count. Most of them had only used about 4 sets. Remember, they have 9 sets, including what they started to race on in the qualifiers. So, yeah, definitely, it puts different folks in different strategies as far as number of sets of tires lapped, because remember, we've got over 100 laps to go in this thing.
And we now have 33 cars on the lead lap, including Derek Kraus, who got the free pass. The only cars laps down are Bubba Wallace, J.J. Yaley, and Zane Smith. Chris Buescher, the only car out of the race after cutting down a tire, lap 27 hitting the wall. Pace car is in. Bowman and Larson will lead them to 4 laps to go in stage 2.
A Chase Elliott fan right there. He likes what he sees. Chase Elliott back in the game here. Stage points on the line. They're going to be going for it.
4 wide. Five wide for an instant.
I told you we'd hear it today, Clint.
Look at the runs coming. All over the place. A lot of blocking. How about these 2 tires for Bowman? Got tight right here. Larson to the inside of him for the lead.
Who says we can't have a finish like last week here?
Reddick is back.
Bowman for second. Reddick underneath him. Hamlin coming around on the outside. Blaney on the bottom.
Big momentum for 11 and Denny Hamlin. Bowman still holding strong on this outside on 2 tires.
Good block. Truex there too. 5 cars racing for second.
Yeah, and you saw Denny Hamlin getting a push by Martin Truex Jr. into the corner, and he was like,
oh man, it's getting tight. Bowman's getting tight in the wake of Reddick in front of him. Hamlin to the inside.
The 5 and 45 finished in that order in stage 1. Here we come to 1 to go in stage 2.
You're going to have to deal with that 45 car the rest of the day if they don't make any more mistakes. He's rebounded from his mistake, and he's going to be racing with Kyle Larson for the rest of this event.
100%.
Reddick High loses a car length at turn 2. In Larson's draft, going to 3, gets half of that length back.
Trying to break that draft, Kyle Larson. Looking to the outside for the stage win right here. Not going to get it done.
Kyle Larson sweeps the stages as he did last fall. And for 10th in the final stage point, give it to Eric Jones over Chase Briscoe. Looks a little like Atlanta all over again, except Kyle Larson is the stage 2 winner.
Kyle Larson wins stage 2, sweeping the stages today at Las Vegas. Tyler Reddick second, Denny Hamlin third, Ryan Blaney fourth, and Martin Truex Jr. rounded out the top 5 for stage points. Chase Elliott 6th, Austin Dillon 7th, Alex Bowman 8th, Joey Logano 9th, and Eric Jones rounds out the top 10. So that will be your 10 drivers. Again, all receiving stage points in stage 2. Fantasy lineups lock at the end of stage 2, so if you didn't get those set up for the final stage, then they are already locked for you. And we will close our poll as well. 152 of you all voted. Only 79 likes on the stream, though. We have really twice as many people that voted in the poll than what we have likes. So be sure to hit that like button, guys, if you have not done so yet. Again, it helps these streams out a ton, helps me out a ton in trying to have more growth with these live streams every NASCAR race weekend. But Larson is going to be the winner in our poll, 38%. He was my pick to win. It looks like he's your guys' pick to win the race as well. 35% went to other, 13% for both Logano and Byron to win based off of the poll. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Tyler Reddick definitely looks pretty quick, though, I will say. If anybody's got anything for Larson, it may be him. William Byron, 14th at the end of the last stage. He was in 11th when the caution came out, and I think with a couple drivers taking 2 tires around him, they had cycled ahead of him. May have lost another spot or 2 on the restart. Kyle Busch, by the way, who was up in the top 3, lost time on pit road. He is now back to 16th. So Busch, who was in the top 3 for a large portion of this race, not there anymore, and we'll have to see if he can get his way forward as we are down to just 100 laps to go in the Pennzoil 400. Chase Elliott up to 6th. Austin Dillon again, top 10, out of really nowhere. And Eric Jones as well, same thing, getting that last stage point. Those drivers on 2 tires definitely going to have to pit for 4 this time. We only had a 6-lap dash there to the end of the stage, so not many laps on these tires. We'll see how many cars actually hit pit road for pit stops when pit road opens, probably this next time by, if I had to guess.
Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, and Martin Truex. Here's your aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven. So, at the end of stage 2, who will come and who will stay out? Here are the points earned so far today. Kyle Larson sweeping both stages, as he did here en route to victory last fall.
That's the one that hurt right there. That bad pit stop on Kyle Busch and company in the 8 car really hurt them in this points conversation here. They should have had stage points.
We've been told Larson will stay out, as will a number of the leaders. The question on those that pit will be 2 tires or 4.
You know Bowman's coming.
Yep, he's the first one in. Alex Bowman, William Byron coming. Let's crank it up for you.
Behind after that, you're ready. One lane cleared out for 42. Clear.
Uneventful pit stops, except I believe that's Kaz Grala backing up into his pit after he had left. It is. And looks like they'll check the right sides for tightness there. We're under caution, end of stage 2. Kyle Larson, the stage winner over Tyler Reddick.
Top 5 for the upcoming race start. Kyle Larson is your race leader. Tyler Reddick second. Then Denny Hamlin third. Ryan Blaney fourth. And Martin Truex Jr. in 5th place as we run. 98 laps to go under the stage 2 caution break. 1 caution for incident late in the stage for a Christopher Bell spin in turn 2 as he just got loose and lost control. And obviously the stage 2 break were the only cautions there. 5 cautions total in the race through the first 169 and counting laps. Just over 2 hours after the drop of the green flag, we did have a 10-minute red flag period early in stage 1 at lap 32 after Chris Buescher hit the outside wall with his right front tire coming off and knocked him out of the race. He's the only driver still out of the race. Zane Smith is 12 laps down at 36, although he may have pulled off before the end of stage 2. We'll have to keep an eye on that. J.J. Ailey's 4 laps down, 35th. Bell, after his spin, has fallen another lap down. And Bubba Wallace, trying to come from a few laps down, is still 33rd. Took a couple wave rounds, though, late in the stage, so he would be in the free pass position if we get another early caution here after some sort of a mistake that dropped him a few laps down in stage 2. I'm not sure, again, exactly what happened there. I don't know if it was like a loose wheel. He had to come back in under a green flag stop that costed him 2 laps, but needless to say, he fell behind. So based off of the drivers that had just hit pit road, it looks like really about the top 20 or so stayed out of the pits. So kind of a big hole to dig through here for Byron. Kind of interested as to why he had pitted. Maybe he made contact on the restart with somebody. He was 14th, so he gives up 11 positions. 9 positions, rather. He'll be 23rd on the restart. Kyle Larson's got some company, though, at the front of the field. Tyler Reddick, who finished second in stages 1 and 2, looking strong. Had to come from deep deficits in both stages to get to second. And to the back bumper of Larson at the end of both of those stages. So if he can stay up there with Kyle Larson, we haven't really seen anybody contend for the race win with Kyle really at any point in time during the course of stages until those final couple laps with Reddick. This could be a hard-fought battle, and I almost wonder if Reddick is faster if he can get the clean air. He was reeling him in pretty quickly at the very least. Take an ad break here. We'll continue our live commentary coverage of the Pennzoil 400 at Las Vegas.
Let's get you caught up with all the highlights from the race so far today. Long day for Christopher Bell.
Oh, he's been involved in 2 accidents. He actually had a tire issue here early on lap 10. Got him to the back. He worked his way back up to 14th, and then obviously brought out the caution just a few laps ago.
Chris Buescher, he had some issues, and this brought out the red flag for a while.
Yeah, lost a right front wheel. We actually saw the lug nut come off, and then they had to go in and had to weld the wall up. Shannon, but about 10 minutes to get this fixed. This, though, is interesting because Byron had a car we thought capable of winning at one point in the race. Has a little bit of debris get on his grill. He lost a lap, but was able to get back on the lead lap. Just pitted. It'll be interesting to see what he can do.
Someone's not going to be able to clean up their campsite tonight because that is on the front of William Byron's. Tyler Reddick, he has a bad pit stop, dropped all the way down to 16th, running second right now.
Yeah, not a bad pit stop. He actually slid through his stall, was at a bad angle, struggled to get out, had to back up. Right here, though, Ross Chastain was one of 3 guys that got a speeding penalty, lost a lap, is back on the lead lap right now. And here's Christopher Bell again. We talked about it. Had a spin, and this is actually putting him a couple of laps down. But Kyle Larson, he has been the guy to beat all day. But I think Reddick's going to challenge him.
I know you said that before we came in here, but here's a little McNugget for you guys. 4 times in his career, Kyle Larson has swept all 3 stages, looking to do it 5 times today.
Well, that leads us right into our Credit One Bank ones to watch, Shannon. So, Clint, who not named Kyle Larson do you have your eye on?
Well, he's going to have to get the job done. We know Kyle Larson's fast, but the one I'm keeping an eye on is Tyler Reddick in the 45. He is fast. He's keeping him honest. He's been second to Kyle Larson in both stages. But if anybody can beat that car, I think it's Tyler Reddick.
Well, the car I'm going to pick, unlike you, has been very quiet today, and that's Ryan Blaney. He is the champ and kind of sneaks up on you really everywhere that we go, and today I feel like he's done that. He's been quiet and right there, and he's sitting in 4th right now.
Definitely carrying a Ford flag.
Well, Denny Hamlin won here in 2021. He's still looking for his first top 10 of the season, but I want to watch Hamlin because of something he said on his podcast. He congratulated everybody for that finish at Atlanta, and I think it was the greatest finish in NASCAR history in which nobody crashed, and that was the point he made on his podcast. So, great. Let's see how he does. Let's see how they do.
I think we're all right. I do. I like our picks. I like, this Kyle Larson.
Yeah, that's Kyle Larson.
You know, I mean.
Saturday, it's a huge regular season finale on Fox. 12th ranked Creighton takes on Villanova at 2:30 Eastern. 5 o'clock, more hoops. 5th ranked Marquette battles Xavier. And in primetime, more hoops. 3rd ranked UConn faces Providence. It all tips off Saturday on Fox. Bubba Wallace with an extended stay on pit road. They have a stuck lug nut on the left front. They're going to have to cut that nut off to remove it and replace it. Hopefully,
That is why he fell a few
too much
laps
damage
down.
to the threads.
That makes sense now.
Meanwhile, the field is coming to green for stage 3. It'll be 95 laps to go. Larson and Reddick, Chevy Toyota front row. Here we go.
Got them back on their feet here. These restarts are wild. Comes Kyle Larson already looking to the outside. Excuse me, Kyle Busch.
A lot of 3 wide. Big runs off turn 2 on the top. 3 wide for second.
Well, we see a lot of 3 wide, like you say, Mike.
4 wide back here, boys.
Yeah, and what we've got right now is we've got a mixed-up field. We've got the guys that stayed out in the front. You got the back half of the field that said, the heck with it. We're going to come in. We're going to take a chance, put stickers on. And they drove right through the middle and around the outside with those new tires.
And NASCAR has said the restart is under review.
One thing that it happens at this particular racetrack, you cannot go below the white line before the start-finish line. So it'll be interesting to see what this looks like.
And NASCAR has approved the restart. No penalty call.
Still 3 wide.
This time for 5th place.
Chase Elliott holding strong in that middle. Haven't seen much of him today. Starting to show up when the time's right. The old pay window getting closer.
Got into the top 10 before the end of stage 2. Briscoe comes up the racetrack in front of those cars. He was battling 3 wide. Bold move in front of Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney.
Look at this mess back here.
The guy that we talked about, that I was talking about before we went green there, Ryan Blaney, he didn't shake out very good on the way all that shook out with the restart there. Lost several spots.
Now Blaney is 7th and under fire from Austin Dillon for that spot. Trying to come back now against Elliott. Blaney back up to 6th.
There we see Austin Dillon in the 3-car, Clint. We haven't said much about him today. He's had a very good run. We've talked about his teammate right behind him there in the 8-car of Kyle Busch. But Austin Dillon having a great day today.
Well, he was struggling early, right? And Kyle Busch was up there running well. I kept looking over my shoulder. All right, where's his teammate? Where's Austin Dillon? I don't know. Maybe he got some information. Maybe they were on a different air pressure or something. Woke that car up for sure.
And it could very well have been that, because these cars are very sensitive to air pressure. So if you have a teammate that's running good and the air pressure is way different, you put that in your car, it could very well have fixed it.
Yeah, Dillon is now 7th, but to your point, his average running position today, 18th.
That clean air. Talk about wake up. With clean air, they just keep getting that handle a little bit better with every position.
Ty Gibbs moving past Dillon up into 7th place. And loses the spot back to the older of the Dillon brothers.
I'll tell you what, Hocefar's climbing back up there. That's the true test, right? What do we have for a race car? If you got it up there in clean air, that's one thing. You get it back here in this mess of dirty air, and that thing's still making hay, got a pretty good hot rod.
Yeah, it's one thing for your race car, but it's also another thing to see the temperament of your driver and how he reacts in those situations. Young guy, hasn't been in these situations a lot, obviously knows how to put the gas pedal down, but there you see Josh Berry up on the outside trying to figure out where to take all that momentum.
Had a big run on Hocevar on the outside, but could not pay it off, not that time. Todd Gilliland in the mix, who led the most laps at Atlanta last week.
Yeah, we're on board with Corey LaJoie, Carson Hocevar's teammate. You see Carson peeking under the back bumper of Corey LaJoie and going on by. Well, not all the way by, but he's there.
Ooh.
You mentioned it earlier, Clint. This Spire team has done a great job. They brought great cars today. Raced competitively up in the front half of the field. Corey LaJoie's been at the front. Hocevar had a penalty and has worked his way back towards the front. So,
proofs of the pudding, depth, right? now we got depth in an organization. We got teammates. Again, we've covered it. Sponsors, all that stuff just keeps getting better and better.
Noah Gregson at his home race, trying to break into the top 10 here. He's one spot away from doing that. Was quick in the opening laps of practice yesterday. Did not translate to a great qualifying spot, however. But he's knocking on the door of the top 10. His teammate Ryan Briscoe up in 5th, the leading Stewart Haas car. Gregson second in that group. Ross Chastain back on the lead lap. Remember, he was one of those cars that took the wave around on the caution just before the end of stage 2, since he was not going to be in position to get the free pass. 6th place.
That car keeps getting better. Austin Dillon, this 3 car.
There's the car that keeps getting better. That 54 car right there, we covered their pit stop and everything that went wrong. Lost his first gear, and he's driving like he's mad.
Rolling, baby.
He was mad. He is mad. He's rolling to the front, though.
Nice recovery from that uncontrolled tire penalty just a bit ago.
And we've talked about Ty Gibbs and how close we think he is to winning. And this is a great racetrack for Joe Gibbs Racing in their cars, notoriously with whether Xfinity cars, Cup cars, no matter what that is. And today he's running well.
The problem he's going to have are the 3 Toyotas ahead of him: Reddick, Hamlin, and Truex, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Down to 82 laps to go in this race. Kyle Larson still 2.2 seconds ahead of Tyler Reddick. Denny Hamlin is 3rd. He's 3.6 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. 4.1 seconds back at 4th. And Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 5. He's 5 seconds off the race lead. So Larson pulling away with it, at least in the early going of the run. But again, the long run seems to be where Tyler Reddick was at his best. So as we get closer to green flag pit stops, will the 45 of Reddick be able to close the gap on the 5 of Larson? And if not, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to beat Kyle Larson today, as he has dominated this race. He won the first 2 stages, and he has led 112 of the 186 laps thus far from the 2nd place starting position nonetheless. And he also has the fastest lap of the race of a 29.758, which was all the way back on lap 2. The only other driver to have their fastest laps of the race on lap 2 were Chase Briscoe, who was in 5th, and Joey Logano in 12th when he started on the pole and was leading the first couple laps, had that clean air. Logano has fallen back to the 12th place position in the running order. They're starting on the pole. He's pretty much ran between 8th and 12th most of this race today. Ryan Blaney in the 12, all over the back of the 14 of Briscoe. Ty Gibbs is still in close proximity to those 2 cars, as well as Austin Dillon. Kyle Busch is creeping back in after a slow pit stop under the caution late in stage 2. He dropped back to 16th at the end of that 2nd stage, was running top 3 for most of the day before that. Now he's recovered to 9th. Only 80 laps to go and 1 guaranteed pit stop the rest of the race. If we get any cautions, may play into more pit stops by way of the tire wear. And the fall-off we have seen today, about a second of fall-off already in stage 3 after a little under a 30-lap run. Honestly, closer to about 20 to 25 laps into this green flag run to begin this stage. Tyler Reddick has now closed the gap a little bit on Larson. Down to 1.6 seconds off the lead. It was about 2.2 to 2.3 seconds at its largest during this green flag run. Reddick down on the bottom of the racetrack for right now, and I'm sure he'll go to the outside when he gets closer to Larson. When he'll end up having to worry about maybe the dirty air a little bit more. It's not really the case right now. Side-by-side commercial break on Fox. We'll take an ad break here. You're listening live to the Pennzoil 400 on KRC. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so yet on the stream. Up to 87 likes. Let's get that up to 100 here before we round things out this afternoon. Ty Gibbs, Austin Dillon battling right now for 7th on the racetrack, side by side for position into turns 3 and 4. Gibbs up near the wall on the outside of the racetrack, and Dillon on the bottom. Gibbs clear off the exit of the corner. And Gibbs going to try to carry that momentum as he'll get nearly to the outside of Chase Briscoe into turn 1. Crossover move. Down to the bottom goes Gibbs. Briscoe went to take that line away to the outside. Didn't work out for him. Gibbs is clear. And now up to 6th. Blaney made the pass on Briscoe a couple laps ago to move into the top 5 and 5th place as well. So Chase is now back to 7th. And Austin Dillon quickly looking at a pass for that 7th place position. Kyle Busch within a second of that spot as well. Chase Elliott had fallen from 6th to 10th on the restart. Noah Gragson just outside the top 10 at 11th. Carson Hocevar, great recovery from his flat right front under green flag scenario late in stage 2. He's now up to 12th. That's as high as he has been in the running order today. And William Byron, who restarted 23rd, is up to 15th. In that last lap, Byron's lap time was quicker than that of Reddick and Larson, but the problem is he's just in traffic and has not been able to get higher than 10 since having that trash bag on the grill of the race car in the early going of stage 2. Actually, no, that was middle of stage 1. That was after the second caution, the red flag caution, essentially. So that was right around lap 50, lap 60 when he had to make that pit stop. He was a lap down pretty much all the way to the end of the first stage before he got the free pass and worked his way up to as high as 10th in stage 2, pitted during the stage break, which put him back a little bit further, which I'm surprised they did that considering it was only 6-lap fresher tires. And again, he has only made his way to 14th. It was 15th, now he just passed Jones for 14th, but Byron, again, one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. Tyler Reddick, slightly faster than the race leader. Kyle Larson, for the last handful of laps, has cut his deficit down to 1 second off the race lead with just 72 laps to go. Top 10, again, Kyle Larson in front. Tyler Reddick second. Martin Truex Jr. third. Denny Hamlin fourth. Ryan Blaney fifth. Ty Gibbs sixth. Austin Dillon seventh. Chase Briscoe eighth. Kyle Busch ninth. Chase Elliott is 10th. Pit stops would probably be right around the halfway mark of the stage, so right around 50 to go or so. We're about 20 laps away from that yet. As we continue to watch Tyler Reddick try to close in on Kyle Larson. Nobody's passed Larson for the lead on a long green flag run yet, but Reddick's been the closest a couple different times. Truex made a pass recently on Denny Hamlin for third on the racetrack as well. Hamlin has been kind of fading on the long runs. We haven't seen that much out of the Toyotas today, but Hamlin specifically, we saw him lose a couple spots towards the end of stage 2 before that caution came out, and now that seems to be the case again here. Briscoe about to lose another spot, it looks like, to Busch. Austin Dillon passed him during the commercial break for 7th. Busch all over the back bumper of the 14 on the back straightaway. Briscoe fading on the long run. Bowman, LaJoie on screen, battling for 17th, further back in the field. Off of turn 4, Corey LaJoie clear of Alex Bowman. Kyle Busch is underneath the 14 and will clear in the middle of 1 and 2. Plenty of time to slide up on the 14 of Briscoe. The only two Fords in the top 10 are Blaney in 5th and Briscoe now back to 8th. Byron in 12th. And looking to get by Gregson for that 12th place position. He is clear in the middle of the corner. Hocevar almost into the top 10 as he battles Chase Elliott for 10th right now. Almost got to his inside off turn 4. Close battle there. Elliott with the block. Cuts the apron now. A little bit of a shortcut. William Byron's coming. I mentioned, again, his lap times are right there with Larson and Reddick. Just needs that track position to get back towards the front of the field. We'll see if he can get it done. 68 laps to go. He's probably going to need a caution at some point. Maybe pick up some spots if he's one of the first cars to pit road as well. If he maybe pits like 4 or 5 laps before him, could pick up a handful of positions. But overall, I think he's one caution out. He probably needs a little bit of green flag run now because he's got a couple seconds between just him and, say, like 6th and 7th place. He could probably get up to there. Like both in the middle of green flag pit stops, assuming his times on pit road are good and the pit crew doesn't make any mistakes. I think he can get as high as that far. I don't think he's going to break into the higher than 5th or 6th if it stayed green to the end of the race, though. And he's been good on restarts in years past. It's where he's won a lot of his races over the last couple seasons. He's been up towards the front for most of the day. Gets a good restart in the league going. Able to hold on. Fast pit crew along the way. Oh, contact, it looked like, between Bowman and Suarez. The front stretch before they got into turn 1. It looked like Bowman just drove right into the left rear of the 99. That could have been chaotic. Both of them standing underneath each other right now. Reddick is within 0.7 of a second of our race leader, Kyle Larson. Just continuously about a 10th quicker or so lap, maybe even a little less than that, but he's continuously quicker. He's got his teammate, Bubba Wallace, right behind him. And I think Wallace has been kind of bump drafting with him on the straightaways, and they're almost kind of working together a little bit to run Larson down. Reddick has had good long run speed. I don't think Bubba wants to get in the midst of trying to battle the 45, knowing he's slowly closing in on the 5. So, clean air, at least for now, for Reddick until he gets closer to the back of that 5 car. It'll be more challenging to pass him. Haven't seen anybody do it yet, but he is lurking. Larson more towards that middle group. Their turns 1 and 2 this most recent time with 65 laps to go. Reddick was up near the wall on the outside. Joey Logano making a pass on Briscoe. Briscoe's free-falling right now. He was in 7th, I swear, like a half a dozen laps ago. Now he's back to 14th. Him and Blaney were the only ones in the top 10. And Briscoe was at 8th. What did I go through the running order? Wasn't that like 72 to go? It was 8 laps ago, and in 8 laps, he's gone from 8th back to 14th. His lap time's 31.9. Briscoe's way off, half a second slower than Logano the last lap, who just passed him for 13th. So Briscoe needs these green flag pit stops in a hurry, as his car was definitely good on the short run. He was as high as 5th after that restart. Held on for a little bit, and now is just falling from grace. Byron has gotten back into the top 10. He passed Hocevar and now just passed Chase Elliott through 3 and 4. So again, 9th place for William Byron. He's still 10.5 seconds off the race lead, 2/10 quicker than Kyle Larson that last lap. Briscoe coming to pit road early, right at the edge of that pit window with 63 to go. But largely due to the fact that he was losing a ton of positions. But this may bring more drivers in.
Thirds. That teammate being behind Reddick on those new tires, he's able to lag back, let him get a run, and then get a run up off the corner and push him down the straightaways. That combination's catching Larson.
Well, the only thing that he's struggling.
Alex Bowman coming to pit road. Again, another driver who was a little bit outside the top 10. Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs battling for 5th on the racetrack side by side.
Higher.
It seems like Reddick's handling's going away quickly too, but not that they're catching him quick. Now he's in the draft.
He's in the draft.
Larson, he's going to pull right to him.
So Bowman got 4 tires and pulls away.
Austin Dillon to the back bumper, the 54 of Ty Gibbs, making it a 3-car battle for 5th place. Gibbs might be clear of Hamlin this time in the middle of the corner, and that is the case. All clear. Reddick again to the outside through 3 and 4. Probably still about 10 or so laps away from everybody else hitting pit road.
And I think if Kyle Larson is super concerned about what's happening with that high line in 3 and 4 with Reddick, I think he'll move up there and just air block him if he feel like he gets too close.
Sixth place here.
Dillon now to the inside of Hamlin for 6th. Byron just passed Kyle Busch for 8th. Byron was 10.5 seconds off the lead a couple laps ago. Now he's only 9.5 seconds off the lead. So Byron, again, is the quickest car on the racetrack right now if he can get through traffic. One car coming to pit road early. Ty Gibbs is going to pit from 5th. That'll move Byron to 7th. Gibbs will be the first car in the top dozen or so to hit pit road. A little bit of a strategy play here from Ty, trying to gain him more track position. He was about 6 seconds off the race lead. He's closing in on Ryan Blaney by a lap time perspective for 4th, but the top 3 were still quicker than him. So he's going to try to gain a little bit of time in the pits. Again, the fall off right now, about 1.5 seconds from where we've seen them at their fastest laps today on restarts. And early in the run, Byron gets by Dillon. Dillon is in the pits, though. That would be why. And Joey Logano is also on pit road.
In second gear.
Are
right, a lot of takers now. Joey Logano, Austin Dillon, Regan.
What a great run for the three of Austin Dillon. Earlier on in the day, very tight with the right front. Couldn't get through the corners quite like he wanted, but they've adjusted on it. As of right now, he's been quiet on the radio this run. Happy right now.
Eric Jones, Kaz Grala on pit road.
Reddick at second, pit road.
And Wallace continues to be his wingman. He's going to pit as well. And here comes Blaney to the pit lane. Jamie.
Tyler Reddick parks it perfectly in his pit box, and he got a little bit tight there, especially in traffic. A little bit of an air pressure adjustment, and 4 tires here, Regan.
The 11 of Denny Hamlin. 1 and 2 is pretty good for his car, but 3 and 4 is the problem. He has been plowing in turns 3 and 4. Jamie.
Cindric is in, Stenhouse, and here comes the leader, Kyle Larson.
Well, the day he's been having, Mike, it's no surprise he hasn't said a thing on the radio since he last came into pit. Car has been very good. All they've made is an air pressure adjustment on this 5 machine today. He's led 136 laps as he parks it there. 4 tires on air vision. They got that tear off to catch the tire and work the left side.
We'll give the lead to Carson Hocevar. What a day he's had. William Byron headed pit side now. So Byron, the leader. Hocevar, if he stays out, will be the leader. But no, he is coming to pit road as well. And that should pretty well complete the pit cycle.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick lost a bunch of ground on this pit stop as we watched Carson Hocevar come into his pit stall. But Reddick lost a bunch of ground with a slow pit stop.
Byron had to
Another
back up
slow
to get
pit
into
stop
his
for Reddick.
stall, and Kyle Busch will have a penalty.
Oh, no. This is what we've talked about all day, guys. We can't make the little mistakes, and we see these pit roads, speeding penalties, loose wheels, uncontrolled tires, whatever the penalty is, we've seen a lot of it.
And now we're running out of time to fix the mess, right?
Now, Austin Cindric has been against the wall. The Kyle Busch penalty is for pitting out of the box. Pass through pit road speed will cost him about a lap and a quarter to the leader, who is now Daniel Suarez. 5 cars have not pitted. Suarez, Gilliland, McDowell, Kraus, and Haley. None of whom were running up in the top 10. But they cycled to the front, hoping for a caution, or they're going to stay on that one-stop strategy that Larry described.
Well, Kevin, you noted Reddick was a slow stop. 13.5 it was. He short-pitted Larson.
So Kyle Busch again pitting out of the box, penalty there. Justin Haley just making his way to pit road right now, which leaves just the top 4 cars that still have to pit. Daniel Suarez, Ty Gilliland, Michael McDowell, Derek Kraus. Kyle Larson 18 seconds off the lead in 5th. He would be the first car out of the pits of those that have pitted so far. Reddick is now 3 seconds behind him, was within 3 to 4 tenths, and pitted about 3 or 4 laps before Larson, but had a very slow pit stop. For really the 3rd time today, a mistake on pit road, costing Tyler Reddick time. We'll see if he can make it back up again here before the end of this race. But that's going to be a large amount of time to try to make up, though there is still 51 laps remaining. Speeding penalties as well. Waiting to see. Byron slid through his box a little too deep. Had to back it up. That costed him time on pit road. I swear I heard another speeding penalty in there. You guys might have to help me out in the chat. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe that was it. I thought there might have been another one, though. Larson, Reddick to 3rd. Suarez gives up the lead. Gilliland pits from 2nd. And Michael McDowell will consume the lead for right now, along with Derek Kraus. They're the last 2 to pit. Ryan Blaney had cycled ahead of Truex and Hamlin on pit road, so Blaney would be the 3rd place car once everything cycles through. Truex has just passed Ty Gibbs on the racetrack for 6th. Gibbs was the first car to pit road, so he may end up losing time over the course of the run, as his tires are probably going to fall off quicker than everybody else's, just by way, again, of pitting a handful of laps before everyone else. So he leapfrogged him if he would have had a clean stop. But really, he didn't even have a clean enough stop to leapfrog any positions, even with pitting, again, about 5 laps or so before the rest of the leaders. That brought everybody to pit road about 10 laps earlier than expected. And we'll blow through the top 10 here quickly. Again, Michael McDowell leads, still has to pit. Derek Kraus still has to pit. He is in second. Kyle Larson is third. Tyler Reddick is fourth. The gap between Larson and Reddick right now is 2.7 seconds. Ryan Blaney is fifth place on the racetrack. Martin Truex Jr. sixth. Ty Gibbs seventh. Denny Hamlin eighth. Alex Bowman now eighth. Joey Logano ninth. And Chase Elliott is 10th. Kraus just pitted, so that's why he has given it up. It looks like Michael McDowell will be coming to pit road this time, and Kyle Larson will retake the race lead at 47 laps to go. So Larson back out in front. Still managing about a 2.7 second gap over Reddick as he tries to go to victory lane here today. And actually, Derek Kraus did stay on the racetrack another lap, I think. I was thinking that he pitted already. I didn't see him up there on the leaderboard. McDowell pitted. Kraus is out in front. How about that? Leading a lap in your first career race, even under green flag pit stops. It still counts. It still counts as a lap led in the score sheet. And he will be coming to pit road soon, but not quite yet. He's still a second ahead of Larson. Why not lead 2 laps in your first career race? Lead as many as you can. Keep him out there until he loses the lead to Larson, which may be this lap. Larson is closing quickly. Much fresher tires, faster car. It's within a couple tenths, and he'll blow by him on the outside. So Larson now will be back to the lead with 45 to go this time by. Still managing 2.7 to 2.8 seconds ahead of Reddick. The gap has not changed much since the green flag pit stops have cycled through. Been stuck right at 2.7 still. William Byron fell from about 7th back to 14th. Kraus still has to pit, so it'd be 13th. But still, 6 spots lost during green flag pit stops for Byron. I was going to say, Hocevar was in 11th, and Byron was 7th when they pitted, and Byron ended up coming out behind him. It not only was a slow stop, but Byron was the last of the cars that were originally in the top 10 when green flag pit stop started to pit, and I don't know why he stayed out as long as he did. Even Larson, who was one of the last ones to pit, was kind of surprising, but being the race leader, and it ended up working out for him, considering Tyler Reddick had a slow stop on pit road, even with pitting a few laps before Larson. It might be that much harder for Tyler Reddick to try to run him down. It's like Christopher Bell just went a lap down. Maybe he was the one that had the speeding penalty. I believe I just saw Bell lose a lap. Kyle Busch is now 31st after that pitting out of the box penalty. Probably slid through it too far if I had to guess, and he didn't back up before they started making service on it. Had to take the drive through. Reddick now within 2.2 seconds of Larson. He's making a run at it. I don't know how many more spots Byron's going to get back through the field. He was 0.3 quicker than Hocevar that last lap, trying to run him down, but he's 17.5 seconds off the lead now. It was within about 7 or 8 seconds. Mentioned he was going to need a caution to get back into the hunt to try to win with the speed he's got in the car, but now he's going to need probably 2 cautions and 2 really good restarts and some really good pit stops, maybe 2 tire strategy. He's gonna need something. He's got the speed. The execution's been off. Appreciate everybody tuning in throughout the course of this stream here today. We're at 89 likes. Try to get that to 100 before the end. So we take an ad break here. You're listening live on KRC to the Pennzoil 400 at Las Vegas. Final stop of the day if we do stay green to the end. Top 5, Kyle Larson, after green flag pit stops concluded, leads by 1.9 seconds over Tyler Reddick. Reddick, again, still closing. Ryan Blaney in third, 7.5 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr., 7.8 seconds back and fourth. And Ty Gibbs is 8.2 seconds off the lead in fifth. That is the top 5 positions. Logano just passed Bowman for 7th. A little change of the guard in the top 10 there. Bowman kind of snuck his way into the top 10. He was also one of the first cars to pit. His lap times are about 3 to 4 tenths slower than everybody else around him. And he was actually one of the very first cars to pit. I mentioned Gibbs was one of the first cars in the top 10 to pit. I think Bowman was the second car to pit road. Only one that beat him by way of just getting into the pits was Briscoe, who had lost like 8 positions over the course of a half a dozen laps, fell from about 8th to 14th, and he didn't want to lose anymore, so he pitted. And now he's back to 18th as he has about 10 lap older tires than everybody else, and he's running similar lap times to that of Bowman. And again, Bowman pitted about a lap or two after Briscoe. It's going to be tough for Alex to try to stay inside the top 10. We'll see if he can do it. If he does free fall out of the top 10, that means that there is a top 10 position up for either Noah Gragson or Carson Hocevar, who are 11th and 12th right now. Although Byron's closing in on him, he may pass both of them, and neither one might get a top 10 for the end of this thing anyway. We still got 38 to go. We haven't had a caution in the final stage yet. We have had a lack of cautions throughout the course of the weekend, only 2 for incident in both the truck and Xfinity races. 200 miles in the truck race, only 4 cautions in a 300-mile Xfinity race. And in a 400-mile Cup race today, we have only seen 5 cautions. And if it does go green to the end, it would be a little under a 100-lap green flag run to the checker with this final stage by the time we went green, having right around 96, 97 laps to go.
Definitely think that they're going to go back and try to figure out why that is. And you look behind him at Alex Bowman. It's been 2 years since he won a race right here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway was the last time he had won. So both the 9 and the 48 looking for some speed compared to their teammates.
Now let's clean up the issue of Kyle Busch in his hometown race. He was in the top 5 much of the day, but here is what has put him a lap down. The splitter is over the line at the front end of his pit box. They went ahead and serviced the car, and that results in a penalty.
And they've had 4 pretty big penalties on pit road this year, so they have the speed in their race cars. They've just had some mistakes on pit road, and at this level of racing, you just cannot have the mistakes.
That was bad judgment. They saw it, right? Probably should have backed him up before you did service on that car. It's a hard call to make. It's a call you have to make.
Third place, here is Ty Gibbs. He is battling back toward the front, and that's a hornet's nest inside that car.
So they're 19. I was racing them easy. Go back to work here.
It's tough. It's inside the car, and Ty's had a pretty challenging day with everything that he's been battling through, and it sounds like he feels like his teammate should cut him a break right there and know how fast his car is. And there you see.
Crossing back over it. Now you're going to be frustrated.
Yeah.
Now it's warranted. I agree with you, Ty Gibbs.
And that brings their other teammate, Denny Hamlin, right back into play.
There he's going to get in line.
And you can almost see the personality in the cars, the way that Martin swerved back up the racetrack. Hey, you might be mad. I don't like the way you're.
Trouble turn 2. One car sliding.
LaJoy.
Oh no, Corey LaJoy.
He's having such a good day.
Right rear down, maybe from sliding. I think the right rear was down right there.
And the pandemonium begins. More than likely. Oh boy, here we
having
go.
Such a good day. Ran solid in the front all day. Looks like the right rear might have been down.
I think it wasn't down. He got. Yeah. Let's back up. Make sure he didn't get help. That car was right on his tail. He got loose. It obviously, when he locked down, blew the tire out.
I can't tell you guys at home how hard that apron hit is. Listen to this hit the apron. Oh, that last shot goes right through your spine. I know it doesn't look like much on TV, but when you watch this right here, you're gonna feel it.
I think that was Brad Keselowski that was really close to him. I want to go back and make sure that
somebody was crowding him right there.
It looked like he just lost it. Yeah, because you heard the right rear tire pop as he's sliding with the brakes on. You heard the right rear tire pop inside the in-car camera.
Yeah, but I don't think he got help. I don't think Brad. I think he just got loose.
Yep.
He was pretty close to him, but unfortunately,
those little hits like that hurt. And you see the safer barrier move right there, and the in-car cameras don't really do it justice, you know, how that feeling feels for the driver.
I want to thank all of our Fox cameramen. Yesterday, they were a bunch of grim faces when they were not allowed up on the roof to run the cameras during practice for the high winds. It was like, oh, gosh, now what do we do? But, man, they give you these great pictures.
Right along Keselowski. Yeah, totally. Just got loose in front of him. You knew he was in trouble. Did you see how fast he caught him right there? Got loose, got out of the gas, lost it.
And there are fellows back up on duty. Mike Drainus, Nelson Hastings, Steve up there as well. They're giving you those great pictures. And yes, they are tethered to the guardrail up there on the roof.
I need one of those for Clint in here.
So, Larry Mack, you got one set of tires up on the wall, and you got 31 laps to go. What do you do?
Oh, boy.
This is one of the reasons I'm follically challenged. Because they've run about 20 laps on these tires. We're going to go back racing about 25 to 26 or 7 to go. I just think that's too many laps that you've run, too many laps to go to gamble too much. But you know what? We are in Vegas, but gambling here could be like hitting on 19. Might not work out too good.
Follically challenged.
The moral of my story is pit and get 4 tires. You look confused, Clint.
I was wondering what the 19 meant. Who hits on 19? Gosh.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That would be gambling and staying out or taking just 2 here.
Okay.
Clint's still confused.
All right, 23 lead lap cars. Pit road's going to be real busy right here, Regan.
That's right, Mike. They're all going to be coming here. The 11 car of Denny Hamlin fired off good on that run. Just wants a good pit stop. No adjustments because of it. And the 12 of Ryan Blaney, just no grip right now with his car loose overall, and the ride quality wasn't good. Jamie?
Tyler Reddick in the 45, a little bit tight. He said the top of the racetrack is pretty good. I can make it work. Meanwhile, the 5 of Kyle Larson, happy with that balance. Told him where he was faster than the 45 in 3 and 4.
Ross Chastain, 2 tires, goes up to second place as we are under caution for Corey LaJoie.
Chastain was the only driver that took 2 tires with this caution flag pit stop. I'm not sure if he maybe has more in the bank or not. He was a lap down a little earlier on in the day. We'll see how this works for him. And we'll see our complete restart order once they get back to the start-finish line this next time by. We'll see the full results. Full results coming out of the pits. Kyle Larson does win the race off pit road again. Chastain was second when he took the 2 tires and came out of the pits. Now, Blaney and Logano do have the same sponsor this weekend. Blaney usually runs this car for this race, too. I do like Logano's paint scheme better. It looks closer to the old DEI #1 car of Steve Park back in the late 90s, early 2000s. Got a couple of wins in that car as well. Won a race at Sonoma, I think, in 2000, and 2001 at Rockingham. Good old Steve Park. Daniel Hemrick stayed out of the pits completely, it looks like here, and I think he might be saving a set of tires. He was the only driver that stayed out, so he will actually be the control car of the restart if he doesn't pit. Oh boy. Imagine him and Chastain in the same row. I mean, it's going to be a ton of wheel spins, and we'll see if this is a point where cautions breed cautions. I would hope that that's not the case. An interesting development here with a yellow and an upcoming restart with less than 30 laps left on a 1.5 mile racetrack, our 3rd NASCAR race of the season. Just our 4th caution for incident today. And our first one of the final stage. Again, it was a spin in turn 2 for Corey LaJoie. He is still on the lead lap, but obviously back at the tail end of which in 30 seconds. Tough break. He was as high as 4th at one point in stage 1 on speed. And Was pretty much running between 11th and 15th for a lot of this final stage still, too. His teammate Carson Hocevar was also running pretty well, was 12th, but lost a bunch of spots on pit road. Hocevar goes from 12th before the caution to now 24th. So for both those cars, not indicative of how well Spire Motorsports between the two of them were running today. Zane Smith got the wall very early, bent a toe leg, had to change that under green. He lost several laps and has not really had a fair shot at things. He's 13 laps down in 36th. Well, fair shot in the sense that from that point on, we don't know if he had the same speed as his teammates that have been right around just outside the top 10 for really most of the day. All right. At the choose roll, so we'll have 27 to go on the restart. And Daniel Hemrick did pit. So waited an extra lap, hit pit road. And Kyle Larson, again, is the leader on the restart. Larson, Chastain on the front row. Chastain on the outside of row 1. So it's going to be interesting if he fires off well or not. Ryan Blaney's going to be right there. Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick will be on the inside lane for rows 1 and 2. This is not going to be calm and orderly, I can tell you that much. We've seen 4 wide a couple times on restarts today. Not be shocked if we see one here, as this could be the final restart of the day. Again, we have not had many cautions. Drivers are going to be pushing harder than ever to this point right now. Pace car about to pull in. And we will get going here. See how well Chastain's going to be able to time this out. Again, he took right sides only, so those left sides pretty old. Have about 20 laps on him. Green flag back in the air. Blaney going to give Chastain a pretty good push. Ross doing the best he can. Reddick to the inside, trying to get underneath Kyle Larson. Larson with a late block, able to hold on, going up the track, trying to block the one of Chastain now as they nearly make contact. 3 wide middle for Hamlin for about third. Truex giving the 45 a massive push on the back straightaway. Has to get off of him before getting into the corner. Still very tight, 3 wide all the way through. Chastain is still side by side with Larson off turn 4. Kyle Larson was not able to clear. Goes to the apron. Chastain side drafts him. Truex is coming with a head of steam now. Rather, that is Denny Hamlin. Hamlin in the 11 is the third place car. And Larson still cannot clear Ross Chastain, and this is a chance for Hamlin to try to pounce. The longer it takes Larson to clear the one car, the more of a chance that other drivers are going to have to keep up or potentially get by Kyle Larson. Larson finally clear of Chastain off turn 4, and Reddick actually got to the inside of Denny Hamlin for third. Blaney and Truex, they're door-to-door trying to race for a top 5 spot. And Noah Gragson, after the restart, gets into the top 10. He is now up to 7th at his home track. William Byron fell back to 15th again. He has just not had his way today. Kyle Busch got his lap back with the wave around after that last caution came out, so he'll have a set of tires left if we get another yellow here. He's back in 28th. Ty Gibbs, Austin Dillon battling back and forth for about 8th place. Chase Elliott also in the mix there. Larson 0.3 of a second ahead of Chastain. Reddick is going to clear the 11 of Hamlin. Nope, not quite. Still side by side for third. And Blaney closing in quick after he quickly fended off Truex. Gragson, by the way, battling Truex for 6th place on the racetrack now. Great run for the 10. Probably his best run in his Cup career, to be completely honest. I don't know that he scored a top 10 finish at all last season. This might be his first career top 10. Unless he had one when he ran part-time on the super speedways the year before that. That could have been possible. Ty Gibbs bump drafting that 10 car down the back straightaway. These two have a history in the Xfinity Series, I will say. This could get ugly. Gragson and Gibbs do not like each other, to say the least. And they are now side by side in a Cup race, battling for 6th on the racetrack. Blaney gets by the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin falling back a little bit further. Logano sneaking into the top 10. He is now in 10th. Gregson going for a top 5 spot potentially. Looks like he might have had to lift off of turn 2. I thought he was going to have momentum on Hamlin, and Gibbs instead got to the outside of the 10. Gregson, the second highest Ford in the running order. Larson out to an 0.8 of a second lead. Chastain's still holding on to second. Tyler Reddick is to his inside now through 1 and 2. Needs to get by him quickly if he's going to want a shot at Larson. 21 laps to go. Can't waste time here. It's going to be quicker, and I'm curious to see how far back Chastain's going to fall in those older left side tires. It was a gamble. He was outside the top 10, though. So honestly, if he really gets a top 10 finish out of it, I think this is going to end up being a good strategy call for him. The downside is that he was the only car on 2 tires, so he didn't really have any sort of a buffer. And because he couldn't clear Larson on the restart, he never really had a shot at getting the clean air needed to potentially try to have this pull off a little bit better for him. Gregson into the top 5, gets by Hamlin and Gibbs. Gibbs going to challenge back to the outside again. The 2 young guns in their early 20s are battling for a top 5 finish at Las Vegas today. And honestly, they could get by Chastain still on those older tires, and maybe Blaney, depending on what kind of long-run speed they have here. 19 to go still. Daniel Suarez trying to get back-to-back top 10s. He slingshots his way by Austin Dillon into turns 1 and 2. Logano gets by Chase Elliott the last lap for 9th as well. Truex and Hamlin have fallen to 7th and 8th. Those 2 Toyotas were in the top 5 for most of this final stage, but not having their way off this restart. Larson building that gap out. Reddick got by Chastain. He was a second off the lead when he first passed him, and only about 0.05 of a second quicker was Reddick over Larson that last lap. This is going to be tough. Byron has just passed Keselowski for 12th. He's outside the top 10 still. Looking at the lap times for the drivers inside the top 10, and the 2 fastest are still Larson and Reddick. Running 33 is that last lap. Already about 6 to 7 tenths of a second of fall off at this point in the run. Reddick's pretty consistently anywhere between 4 to 700ths of a second faster than Larson per lap. That's going to be close to catch him. He's going to need a little bit more than that to try to maybe make a pass on him. He could be one big corner away. If Larson has to lift any extra for whatever reason, or Reddick can just get that much bigger of a run and just try to get within a couple car lengths, then the race can be on. Blaney passes Chastain pretty quickly for 3rd once he gets to him. Almost, at least. They're still side by side. Gregson right there with both of them. And Blaney should be able to stay clear of the 10, but he lost a lot of ground going to the top through 3 and 4, but he's going to gain it back on the straightaway with the extra momentum off the progressive banking, with Chastain going all the way to the white line in the middle of 3 and 4. So the 1 and 12 are side by side again through 1 and 2. And they'll be door to door again for the second straight lap of the back straightaway as well. They're losing time from the top 2. I don't think they really had the speed to get there anyway, the 12 and the 10, but we'll see. Very tightly door to door, Blaney and Chastain. Blaney didn't want to go all the way up to the wall that time. The longer these two stay side by side, the 10 is obviously going to stay boxed in, and that's going to allow Gibbs to close the gap, and maybe even Denny Hamlin further back. Gibbs to the outside of Gregson. Yep, that's exactly the case. Oh, contact between Gregson and Gibbs on the back straightaway. As they get together and Hamlin reels in on them, they lost ground to Chastain and Blaney, who have been side by side for about 3 laps now. And Chastain trying to side draft the left rear corner panel, but cannot. Blaney finally clear for 3rd. They lost more than a second to Larson and Reddick, battling for that 3rd place position. Again, they were side by side for about 3 consecutive laps. Reddick within a half a second now of Larson. I mean, that is a big battle for 3rd. If these two get together up at the front of the field, you just never know. Blaney's won races like that in the past. It wouldn't be surprised if that happened again. He's known for winning races that way. It's not over. And the race between Larson and Reddick isn't over either. Things are heating up. We have we have a photo finish 2 weeks in a row. Stay tuned. 11 to go this time by at Las Vegas. Again, another 2/10 quicker for Reddick that last lap. He picked up quite a bit more. Larson goes to the outside through 3 and 4, trying to find extra time. He sees Reddick closing in, and Reddick only gained that much more going to the bottom. He'll try to minimize the amount of a run that Larson may have on the front stretch by trying to stay in the draft. Both cars go to the apron. And now both cars back down to the bottom of the track and the bumps through 1 and 2. Reddick maybe going to push a little bit tighter, but stays with Larson. Reddick didn't really challenge Kyle Larson extremely strong in the first green flag run of the stage, but we'll see if he can this one. Larson going to give Reddick the outside this time. Reddick with speed through the tri-oval, trying to draft off Larson. A little too far behind. He's getting some of it. Speed's almost 190 miles per hour, getting into the first turn. 10 to go. The battle with Larson and Reddick is on, and they are still pulling away from Blaney, Chastain, Gibbs, Gregson, and Hamlin. Up near the wall again is Reddick through 3 and 4. Got a lap car they're coming up on. I would imagine that lap car will stay out of the way. Can't tell exactly who that is. Maybe J.J. Yaley. And it is. Yaley goes to the outside. We haven't seen anybody really go to the top through 1 and 2. It might have costed Reddick maybe a little bit of time there. Only because he had to have a lower exit to turn 2. He couldn't just let the car feed all the way up to the wall there, and Larson was able to clear that lap car much quicker in the corner. Yeah, that definitely costed Reddick a little bit. He lost 2/10 that last lap, and he's going to try to gain it back. Not impossible, but it's going to be tough. Larson about a lane off the bottom through 1 and 2. Reddick about 2 lanes off the wall through 1 and 2, a bit higher. He quickly gets those couple tenths back in that corner alone. 7 to go this time by. The race is on between Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick. Reddick so close to that wall, trying to get every little extra bit of speed he can to carry that momentum down the front stretch. Truex, Hamlin battling for 7th, back and forth. Pass made for Truex on the 11. Logano closing in on both cars in that battle. Gregson, Gibbs still within a couple tenths of each other as they close in on Chastain for 4th. A little over 120 feet difference between the 5 and the 45 on the racetrack. Reddick comes off the wall just a little bit. Kind of at the 2/3 to 3/4 mark through the center of 3 and 4. Doesn't stay all the way near the wall, all the way through the corner that time. So trying a little bit of a different line. Just seeing what's working for him, whatever he can start gaining ground on. The closer he gets to Larson, maybe the more Larson can mirror drive. Bubba Wallace, lap car, teammate of Reddick, and he's just got to get out of the way. Smart move there by Wallace. He'll let the leaders race it out as he stays to the inside, both cars to the top. Larson shortcutting the apron, and Reddick actually couldn't go down to try to draft off of him because the 23 was there. Didn't quite have him cleared yet. Not sure if Reddick was going to try to or not anyway, but it wasn't an option. 4.5 laps to go. About a 5-car length gap or so down the back straightaway between Larson and Reddick. And again, Larson gives Reddick the outside. Last race for the Cup Series at Vegas, it was the closest finish in Las Vegas motorsport history where Larson was barely in the same situation, able to fend off a Toyota of Christopher Bell in the fall. And we are just coming off the heels, of course, last week of having an historic finish at the Atlanta Motor Speedway with the closest finish between the top 3 in NASCAR history and the 3rd closest finish in NASCAR Cup Series history in general between positions 1 and 2. Maybe we're setting up for another wild one here at Las Vegas in the waning moments. A 27-lap green flag run to the end has come down to the final 3 of which, and the gap has closed more that last lap as Reddick is within about 2 car lengths into turn 1, not close enough to make the dive bomb move yet. Larson into the middle groove, and Reddick up a groove, gets right behind Larson, carrying momentum. Reddick's got to run, back straightaway, coming into turns 2 and 3, or 3 and 4 rather. Reddick to the outside. Larson's just going to try to block him. Not a great move by Larson. Reddick is wiggling around, stays in the gas, and keeps it off the wall. 2 to go at the line. And it is coming down to the final couple laps. Quick evasive move by Reddick to go to the middle. He wanted to go to the bottom, but Larson covered it. I'm not sure if that might have scrubbed speed off for Reddick. I don't think he's going to carry much off the exit of the corner. Maybe a bit of a mistake there from the 45. I think he just has to find a lane and commit to it. Bolt to the bottom groove of the racetrack. Surprised he doesn't go to the top again. He was gaining so much ground before that. That last lap, Larson was quicker than Reddick. Reddick lost a lot. He had to lift off turn 4, and that might have won Kyle Larson the race. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Reddick back to the top, but I think he lost too much ground. I don't think he's going to have a shot here. He's about a half a second behind again. And as I go through turns 3 and 4, he's going to be way too far back to make a move. And Kyle Larson will win back-to-back races at Las Vegas, and we have our 3rd different winner in the first 3 NASCAR Cup Series races. Reddick made it interesting, but he's going to come up short. Back-to-back wins at this track here, again for Kyle Larson. Congrats to him getting the win. 0.4 of a second margin of victory over Reddick. Good little race there at the end. Reddick comes up short, 2nd place finish. Larson gets a max points day today, winning both stages and the race. Reddick 2nd in all 3 stages as well. Definitely the 2 best cars, finishing 1-2 once again. Ryan Blaney with a 3rd place run. Ross Chastain finishes 4th, still held on. Great call with the 2 tires. Gets him a top 5. He really wasn't in the top 5 all day today. Ty Gibbs ends up finishing 5th. Noah Gragson, career high 6th place finish. Martin Truex Jr. 7th. Denny Hamlin 8th. Joey Logano 9th. And William Byron did come back to finish inside the top 10 in 10th. 11th place run for Daniel Suarez. Chase Elliott 12th. Brad Keselowski 13th. Eric Jones 14th. Carson Hocevar still gets a 15th place run. Austin Dillon 16th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 17th. 18th for Alex Bowman. Daniel Hemrick 19th and Josh Berry 20th. 21st for Chase Briscoe. 22nd for John Hunter Nemechek. Ryan Preece 23rd. Todd Gilliland 24th. Michael McDowell 25th. Kyle Busch 26th. Justin Haley 27th. Derek Kraus 28th. Austin Cindric 29th. And Harrison Burton will finish in 30th. 31st for Kaz Grala was the last car in the lead lap. Quite a few lead lap cars at the end of this one. Corey LaJoie 32nd. He was the first car 1 lap down. He brought out that last caution with the spin. Christopher Bell had a couple different incidences today. Finishes 33rd, unfortunately. Battled back into the top 10 multiple times, but obviously trapped a couple laps down here at the end. J.J. Haley, 6 laps down, 34th, finish on the track. Bubba Wallace, again, that lug nut on the left rear tire got stuck in the tire. Took time for them to fix that. He ended up finishing 13 laps down in 35th. Zane Smith, also 13 laps down, had a toe link break after getting into the wall a couple laps into the race. And Chris Buescher, the only driver that DNF'd from this race today after his right front came off after pit stops under caution in the middle of stage 1, as he will finish last place here today. Larson dominates. He gets the win, not only winning both stages, but leads 181 of the 267 laps in today's race. Led almost 300 of the 400 miles. Reddick led 1 lap today, finishes in 2nd. Ross Chastain led 2 laps, finished 4th. Truex top 10, led a few laps as well, but it was mainly Larson today. Kyle Busch led the 2nd most laps today with 18 laps led, which was more than 160 laps behind Kyle Larson. Larson dominated, deserved the win, started 2nd, and my streak continues. Got the winner right, 2nd time this season. Let's go. You guys in the chat correct as well. You guys voted for Larson to win the race in the poll that we had, and he ends up getting the win. 7 cautions total in this one. Get to hear from race winner Kyle Larson once he gets out of the car. Sun running up to him right now. 132.22 miles per hour was the average race speed today. 3 hours, 24 seconds. So 3 hours flat, 24 seconds was the total time on the race today. Shortest of the 3 NASCAR Cup races we've had this season in elapsed time. Here is your race winner, Kyle Larson.
Going up to get the flag for him. what a day for you. I mean, you guys just had a smooth race start to finish. But take me through the last 10 laps, and you're looking in the rear view at Tyler Reddick as he's closing on you.
Yeah, no, I knew Tyler was going to be the guy to beat from the first stage. You know, he was really fast there, and I was hoping those guys were going to get racing a little bit longer behind me because I felt like it was going to time out to where, you know, he was running really hard and getting the toe to catch me at the end. And thankfully was able to air block him a couple laps and get him tight. And I thought him and Bubba were going to get working together again to build a run, but so I was happy that didn't happen. But all in all, such a great job by this Hindercars Chevy team, and just their execution, pit road, restarts, all that was great. So cool to get a win here at Vegas again, back to back, swept all the stages again. So can't ask for much more.
Congratulations, Kyle Larson wins big at Las Vegas. Now he'll celebrate with his kiddos.
No, you can't ask for much more than that, guys.
No, you can't. And that celebration right there is the best. Regan?
Well, Tyler Reddick, the other side of the battle for the win there. You had it up against the wall. Looked like you had forward momentum going at the end of the race there, and then it comes up just a little bit short. How frustrating is that?
Yeah, it's just the name of the next gen racing game, right? You get the lead, you got to hold on to it, and yeah, Kyle did a really good job there of pretty much taking away every option I had to close the gap. So yeah, he was, he seemed pretty good in the middle, and I was obviously really good on the bottom, and he just never let me have it, right? So I kept trying to run higher and higher, and, you know, he was kind of running right in the middle of the racetrack there, was kind of pretty efficient to block both lanes. So every time I kind of got close, you know, I mean, we're running just wide open enough in turn 1 and 2 that, you know, he could kind of defend pretty well. So it's frustrating. I feel like we were never up front really all day long until it got to the stage end. So, yeah, we had a really good Nasty Beast Toyota Camry, and, you know, just stupid mistakes on pit road. You know, same shit, different year, right? Like, it's kind of frustrating. So we'll continue to work on it, but a good rebound for our team today.
Thanks, Tyler.
Oh, that kid's...
Alrighty. So 15 different drivers actually led a lap in this race today, mainly due to the 2 green flag pit stop sets that we had. I mean, outside of that, it was pretty much Larson. Busch did lead on a 2-tire strategy earlier, way back in stage 1. So that's where he led 18 laps. Byron led 15 as he got to the lead on a restart. Had that trash bag on the grill of the car, never really recovered. Still got a top 10, but never really got higher than that in the running order with the lack of cautions throughout the course of the race. Never really had a chance. And then when they did get cautions, he was taking 4-tire pit stops and nobody else would to try to gain a little bit of time, and it would take the whole run just to get right back to 10th again. So I felt he had a fast enough car to maybe not necessarily compete for the win if he didn't make any mistakes on pit road. He did make mistakes on pit road too. So that doesn't help. That was definitely driver error, sliding through the box too far. But I definitely think he could have gotten into the top 5 there at the end, probably right around where Chastain was, if they wouldn't have pitted those couple extra times through the middle of the race and put themselves back at traffic further where he wasn't having good restarts time in and time out. But yeah, needless to say, I mean, outside of that, and nobody actually passed Kyle Larson at any point in time for the race lead. I mean, the closest we got was Byron getting to the lead first on that restart where we saw like 4 drivers take 2 tires, and Byron was the first of 4 to get through the field. Larson was second, but nobody actually passed him for the race lead all day today. Clearly had the best car. Reddick right there with him, though, at times, and goes figure that he ends up finishing second. So coincidentally enough, a great job by both drivers, and a great clean race there at the end as well. Again, Larson, 181 laps led. Of those 15 different leaders, we actually did have 25 lead changes, despite the fact that Larson led 181 of 267 laps. But again, most of that was green flag pit stops, as we had quite a bit of cycling going on through the field. As you would see, the green flag pit stops really last about 10 to 15 laps of drivers pitting, not necessarily all at once, despite the fact that we had 31 cars on the lead lap. 104 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys haven't done so yet. The only other things we have to go through is the race predictions and how those ended up panning out. So predicted Larson to win the race. He ends up getting the win, get the bonus point there. Obviously, he was one of the must-haves. Christopher Bell ended up finishing outside the top 30 with that late spin, had a flat right rear, got back into the top 10. I think he was as high as about 7th or 8th at one point. when he came back, and then that spin right around the 8th place position. Ended up finishing a couple laps down as a result of that. 33rd again for him. 10th place finish for William Byron, so on the must-have list going 2 for 3 this week. The bonus point technically would make me 3 for 4 on the week with Larson again winning. Austin Cindric ends up, he was one of the sleeper picks. He does not get a top 10 finish today. He was top 10 at the end of stage 1. He had a speeding penalty during the green flag pit stops in stage 2 and never really recovered. He got his lap back there at the end with the wave around, but that was the only time he really had a chance to even get his lap back, so finished 29th. The other sleeper pick would have been Ty Gibbs, and he did get a top 10, top 5 in fact, 5th place run there. So 1 and 2 in the sleeper picks. They don't have picks coming into this race on the season. I was 4 for 4. Brad Keselowski, one of the don't have picks, struggled pretty much all day today. I'm surprised he actually got up to 13th. No stage points either. I was right there. I was wrong on Denny Hamlin, though. He got through the field on pit strategy with the 2 early cautions and was pretty much in the top 10 the whole day. Ended up finishing in 8th, had a top 10 car, which I figured he could have had. He was the least likely of the 3 that I had on the don't haves list for me personally, and believing that would actually stay true. I didn't, factor in the fact that there would be early cautions, but he still ended up having the speed, so I think he would have probably gotten up to about 8th place where he finished anyway at the end. So I was wrong on Hamlin. It's the only one I've been wrong on because Alex Bowman finished 18th and very minimal stage points as well. So they don't have picks right now this season. 6 for 7, killing it there. And race win predictions, only if you count the dual races and the Busch Clash, the only race I've not predicted the race winner to finish inside the top 2 was Denny Hamlin winning the 500 at Blaney, who finished second by nose last week. Larson this week. The dual races, Elliott and Cindric, they both finished second. I picked Hamlin to win the Clash, and he ended up winning. So these predictions, man, they're on the spot so far this season. Got to go through the fantasy league yet, so we'll do that real quick. If we get any interviews, you guys will get to listen into that as well. So let's pull up the NASCAR Fantasy League. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR mobile app or NASCAR.com website. Free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win the league championship, both the regular season and or the playoffs. As far as coming into this race, I'll refresh what the points looked like because we did not get a chance to talk about that during the pre-race. Got to get into the fantasy. Speaking with Ryan Blaney while I'm trying to find that right now.
It's always good and something good to look forward to and hopefully just continue to work on. So proud of the Pennzoil Ford Mustang team. 12 guys did a good job all weekend. And so, yeah, hopefully we learned for next week another mile and a half. So that's all you can ask for. Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, number 3.
Ryan Blaney, again, a 3rd place finish, back-to-back top 3s for the 12 team. In my fantasy team this week, I had Joey Logano, solid run, top 10 finish. Only 2 stage points despite qualifying on the pole, but still finished 9th, good run. Had Larson, max points day, gets the win, wins both stages. William Byron did sneak into the top 10 in the late going of the race. So no stage points there. Not the best performance, but a decent performance. It was only my first usage of Byron this season. Had Christopher Bell on the team. He actually was recovering. Again, got back in the top 10, but a late spin there, unfortunately, ended up as a result finishing 33rd, only 1 stage point. He actually did not outscore the garage driver I had of Austin Cindric, but I had Cindric in the garage because during stage 2 he was speeding on pit road and couldn't get back on the lead lap as a result, so I had to keep him there. And the Bell spin didn't come until the final stage with just over 30 to go, so things were looking good there. The other bad spot was Bubba Wallace in the final stage. The left rear wheel, the lug nut essentially got stuck in the wheel, so they couldn't get the tire off. So he had to go right sides only during his green flag pit stop in stage 2. That's why he lost 2 laps there, and then they had to just try to get it off during green flag pit stops in the final stage because that left rear tire just wasn't going to hang on for anymore, and that's why he finished 13 laps down. Before that, he wasn't running as well as I thought he was going to run today. He was in the top 15, but compared to his teammate Tyler Reddick, it's weird because he qualified better than any of the other Toyotas, and he has ran good here in the past, but didn't quite have the speed. Definitely should have scored more than 2 points today. But it is a good thing that he ended up having 2 top 10s to start the season for his point standings perspective, and scored a lot of stage points in the first 2 races. To have a bad race like this early in the year shouldn't hurt him too badly, especially when you consider the fact there's quite a few drivers that did not have good starts to the season, including Kyle Larson, but Larson gets the win. He's in the playoffs now, and we will take a look. Head-to-head, I had Suarez beat Briscoe, got that right. Had Logano over Truex. Truex ended up actually beating him there. Wallace over Gibbs. Gibbs beat him. And I had Chastain over Keselowski. So I got 20 of the possible 40 points for the Fantasy League. The league standings coming into the week. Troy the Great, 372 points was at the top. Hercules Harrigan, 361 points was in second. Colton Thompson at 358 points in third. My phone doesn't show like the full name. Shrine It 19-something. I thought I could click on it. I guess I can't. Maybe if I turn my phone to the side, it'll show. It still goes ... All right. Well, so Shrine It, whatever the number was at the end of that, is in fourth with 354 points again coming into the week. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon Fan 350. Interview with Ty Gibbs, top 5, finished 5th.
Need a little bit more to get to the lead so we can go get a win, but really happy with my team. Great job. Thank you.
Sorry I didn't get to that interview quick enough there. So that was the standings coming into the week. Our winner for Las Vegas in the Fantasy League this week is Dale 30. Dale 30 with 232 points gets the win this week. KFB for the win finishes second with 226 points, so 6-point win for Dale 30. War Given Buckeye Racing Team with 214 points finishes in third. Dark Crypto, fourth place, tied for fourth actually with P-Shat Motorsports and Kate the Great. Three-way tie for fourth and then obviously fifth. So that would have rounded out the actual top 6 positions. I ended up 22nd this week with 144 points. I was in the top 5 last week. Daytona bit me, and this week did not do very well either. So I'm definitely struggling to start the season. I'm usually in the top 3 of the points at the end of the year, but coming into this week, I was somewhere. I couldn't find myself. 8th. 302. Grand scheme of things, the point standings are still pretty tight. I was 70 points back, but I definitely lost a bit more here today, finishing 22nd in the league. Your chances of winning the regular season now, if you haven't joined yet, not very high, considering we're 3 races in, but the points reset for the playoffs, and you can play throughout the regular season still for fun and get a kind of a read on things. That way when the playoffs start, you know what you're doing. So, again, you go to the NASCAR mobile app or NASCAR.com website, go to the Fantasy Live tab towards the top of the screen, and sign up with your email, free to join. Email to sign up, free to join. And then the league, when you go to join the league, is KRC League, KRC in all caps, then a space and a capital L on league. I just put it in the chat. So there's that. 3 races into the NASCAR season. We haven't had an overtime finish yet. How about that? 2 super speedways. Having some good racing here for this NASCAR Cup Series season. I had a race finish under yellow, but still under the 200 lap marker. Like to see it. Close race again here today. Good race. It's going to be tough to beat Atlanta. Last week's race, just the action that we saw in the final stage, we saw a 4-wide pass for the lead. Like, that's something that only happens in video games. Like, we saw everything last week. A 3-wide finish at the line. That's going to be tough to... It's second race of the year last week, but it's going to be a tough race to beat by way of entertainment. But this one was a pretty good 1.5 miles. Pretty straightforward, but Larson obviously, dominated. That has been the story of the day. Reddick, close at the end of every single stage on the long run, just not quite good enough to beat him. Couldn't get that track position early. And ultimately, the mistakes that he had on pit road throughout the course of the day, I think really took him out of it. It took him so long just to get up to second and get to Larson by the end of all 3 stages that he just didn't have enough time to pass him, and that's what did him in. So definitely have to execute more on pit road, I think, for the 45. 54, Ty Gibbs also had an issue on pit road on multiple occasions. Top 5 finish, maybe he could have been up there in the mix as well, fighting through traffic. But, yeah, story of the day, Kyle Larson. Throwback to 2021. He's just that damn good. All right, so Larson gets the win. Congratulations to him. His 3rd career win at Las Vegas now, all since 2021 spring race, where, oddly enough, was his first win with Hendrick Motorsports And now he's won back-to-back races here as he won the most recent race in the fall at Vegas and now wins this one. So he'll be a threat to win there again, I'm sure, when we go racing in the fall at Vegas in the round of 8, where he may have a shot to make the championship 4 for the 3rd time in his career again. But he's locked into the playoffs with the win today. William Byron, Daniel Suarez, and Kyle Larson will be the top 3 in the playoff standings. Still 13 spots open and 23 races left in the regular season. That's going to wrap up our live commentary coverage of the Pennzoil 400. Be sure to hit the like button if you guys have not done so yet on the stream. We just hit our goal of 100 likes towards the late going. We're at 108 right now, so be sure to hit that like button again if you guys haven't done so. And subscribe. I will see you back and better than ever again next weekend. Let me pull up the schedule real quick before I end the stream. Truck Series is off next week, so not going to have as many streams next weekend. Let me look at this real quick. I don't know why I just completely logged out of NASCAR.com. I had to just go back in the page a little more. Let's go Phoenix schedule. I know our Cup Series live commentary stream next Sunday will be at 3 p.m. Eastern. I do remember that. So 3 p.m. Eastern next Sunday. That's not Atlanta. That's Vegas. Actually, I don't know what I did there. Schedule. View. I should have just went to my phone. It would have been 10 times quicker. I had it all set up until I logged out of NASCAR.com and had to get back into it again. That's what banged me. Yeah, our coverage next weekend will begin at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. 3 p.m. Eastern next Sunday for the Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix. One of the shorter races of the season, only 312 miles. Again, the Truck Series is off. They're off 1 week, and then when NASCAR goes to Bristol the week after that, the Truck Series will be back on. So just one off week here for the trucks. And the Xfinity Series will have an off week at Bristol, so we won't actually see all 3 series at the racetrack at the same time for almost a month. It'll be kind of a splitting, alternating weeks with the truck and Xfinity, but the Cup Series will be on every week in between that time. They don't have an off week until the Summer Olympics there towards the end of July, so they got a long haul to go before they get an off week this season. They'll have 2 in a row. As far as the Xfinity Series race coverage next week, we're looking at 4:30 Eastern Time for the Xfinity race next Saturday. Again, they're on the West Coast, so later start times for those afternoon races. 3 p.m. for the Cup race and 4:30 p.m. for the Xfinity Series race. The only other thing I look at is Cup Series qualifying, which is also Saturday. So let me look at that. I'm just going to go to my phone. I don't even know where to find that on here. I'll go in correct order once I find it. All right, so our 3 streams next weekend. We got a doubleheader Saturday and then Sunday. Cup Series practice and qualifying will begin at 2 p.m. So 2 p.m. next Saturday afternoon, practice qualifying for the NASCAR Cup Series. And the NASCAR Cup Series race will be Sunday at 3 on the channel. So 2 p.m. Eastern. There is a time change also for Sunday, so don't forget about that. Time change Sunday for most of us in the U.S., but that won't affect our Saturday start times at all. So 2 p.m. on Saturday still for practice to qualify for the Cup Series, and then the Xfinity Series race at 4:30. Cup Series race coverage at 3 p.m. on Sunday. So I'll see you all in 6 days' time. It's our longest off time between streams so far this season. Usually it's been 4 or 5 days with the rain out at Daytona. But we're going to have a little extra time with no Truck Series racing next weekend. Thanks, everybody, for your patience here as I mumble through the end of the stream. Once again, getting you all the information you need. I'll keep you posted in the community tab as well for the upcoming schedule for next week. Have a good one. Congrats again to Kyle Larson for winning the Pennzoil 400 at Las Vegas. Hit the like button. Subscribe. We're on the road to 5,000 subs. I'll see you back and better than ever next Saturday afternoon, everybody. Have a good one.